Beyers that Kanonkop really started to become well known. And Beyers was also responsible for making the first vintage of Paul Sour. So Paul Sour started in 81, which is our flagship Bordeaux blend, and he was the winemaker to make the very first one. And Beyers, we still see him around on the property quite often. Him and Aubrey are really good friends, and we do joint tastings with them. And often when I travel overseas, we'll do pinotage masterclasses or pinotage events, and Kanonkop and Beyers Cliff would be involved. So he's very much sort of a presence on the property, and we see him often. And also a very personable guy. He's incredibly good storyteller, and he's very engaging, and people can relate to him. So on top of being a great winemaker, he also has a great personality that people love to chat to and enjoy. And Beyers was our winemaker up until 2003, and then Aubrey joined. Aubrey, who's our current winemaker, was actually making wine at Swartland Co-op. And Beyers met him, and he brought Aubrey on as his assistant in 2002. And then Beyers fell ill over harvest, so Aubrey ended up doing the 2003 vintage on his own. And then Beyers later left, and he went over to Beyers Cliff. And Beyers Cliff at the time was a winery and a cellar that the owners of Kanonkop and Beyers owned together. And then later the Kriegers sold off their portion. But so Beyers, effectively, he went over to his own winery, which he still has today. And then Aubrey took over as winemaker from 2003 and is our winemaker still today. So for a winery that's been making wines for all these years, only to have 3 winemakers is really significant from a legacy point of view, from a consistency of style point of view, but also from a great understanding of what the property and what the vineyards have to offer. A vineyard, it takes a long time for you to understand what one particular vineyard is going to give you. What a dry looks like versus a wet season, what cover crops work well, and then, which vineyards do you combine best, what barrels to use, what barrels you combine best. So I think Aubrey has an incredible knowledge of the property, and that would be difficult to pass on. And it takes personal experience and working with all of those elements for many years to have a true understanding. And that's part of what makes Kanonkop so successful. And the other thing is that each of those winemakers have made a Kanonkop style of wine. They haven't made their own style, if I could put it that way. So if you taste through 40 years of Kanonkop wines, and you didn't know where one winemaker finished and another started, you'd be hard pressed to find, where one winemaker started and the other one finished, because there's such an incredible consistency and Kanonkopness, consistency of style through all of those wines. So the Kanonkop is a family-owned winery, Johan and Paul Krieger, that own the property, 2 brothers, and they inherited the farm from their mom, who was a Sour, and her father was Paul Sour, and his father was J.W. Sour. So it's a 4th generation family property that passed from the Sour to Krieger family through marriage, and we've always kept things quite simple. And simple, I don't mean in a lack of complexity way. I just mean that we're really focused. And Johan always stipulates, that's his ethos. He talks about being back to the future. So he does what he does well. We do what we do well. We don't try and reinvent the wheel. We don't have restaurants, hotels, big events, big functions. That's not what we're about. We're a winemaking property. We have a great cellar. We focus on red wines, and even more so, we focus on 2 great varieties, Pinotage and Cabernet. So we like to keep things quite simple and uncomplicated, and focus on what we do well. And I think that's had a very big impact on the business and on the cellar and how we do things. And I think it also puts us a little bit aside from some of the wineries that do a whole host of things. I mean, you can find wineries that do everything from sparkling to port, sweet and dry, white and red, and that becomes difficult and it becomes complicated when trying to bring across a brand message and trying to build a portfolio. So I've always enjoyed Johan's approach in that, is that we do what we do and we do it well and to the best of our ability. And if we do something that we can't do best, we just stop doing it, basically. So in the 80s, we were a complete fruit salad. We grew Sauvignon and Chenin and Pinot Noir. It was decided that we were never going to make the best Sauvignon. We were never going to make the best Pinot Noir. So why try? Stop, focus on what we do well, and build success on it. And I think, that gives you some idea of the background and where we've come from. And if you look at our portfolio, we make the most wines now we've ever made. So we have a rosé, which is the only non-red, which is made 100% from Pinotage in the Cadet range. Then we have the Cape blend, which was the original Cadet. It came out as Cadet Dry Red or Druroy, and it was effectively everything not good enough to be part of the top estate wines. And the first vintage we made of the Cape blend was 1985. Then we released the Cadet Pinotage in 2013. And now, last year, we released a Cadet Cabernet Sauvignon for the first time, which is currently exclusive to Woolworths and to our cellar door. And then in the estate wines, we have the Estate Pinotage and Cabernet, which were the first two wines we made. Both started in 73. The Paul Sour, as I mentioned, in 81. And then the Black Label Pinotage, which is a single vineyard Pinotage, which we released for the first time in 2006.
Wow, that's awesome. What's very interesting is how congruent the wines have been over the years, and which brings me. You touched on it a little bit, but I would like you to say a little bit more about, why do you think this has been so congruent? It has to be in the winemaking philosophy somehow. So how would you actually summarize your winemaking philosophy at Canon Corp?
What Aubrey always says, and if you chat to Aubrey and Johan, is when Aubrey started here, he was told that if you come to Canon Corp, you make Canon Corp wine. You need to make the wines in the style and that this property brings about. So he followed on from where Bears left off. The vineyards we farm, obviously we look for improvements, but we make wines to age. We make wines in open fermenters. We use the same coopers for our barrels that we've been using since the 70s. I'm not saying we don't try and improve. Of course, Aubrey is consistently looking at how to make things better, how to improve quality. But stylistically, it's the same. We're not trying to reinvent who we are. We know who we are. We're very secure in who we are. And we try to improve and tweak, but not to reinvent ourselves. And that's largely part of it. It's that strong philosophy of the who and what the property is.
Oh, amazing! So, I mean, you mentioned that your main focus is on the wine, and I mean that's what Canon Corp is famous for. But you do have guests coming to the farm. So, what can people experience when they come to Canon Corp?
So, if you visit us, which at the moment we allow visitors to the cellar door, but unfortunately there's no tastings offered at the moment. Usually, if you come to the cellar door, you can taste all of the wines for a nominal fee. So we don't exclude Paul Sour or Black Label from tasting. They are available for tasting. There's an extra price to pay or extra fee to pay for the Black Label, but you can really taste some absolutely world-class wines. And then besides for wine tasting, we have an art gallery, and our art gallery is focused around local artists. Most of them come from the Western Cape, and we've done some really fantastic exhibitions in the gallery. And then if you're wanting, from time to time, we host some groups, or we have people that ask us for events. We have a small venue outside that we use for sloop rides. And even those sloop rides, they're done in the same way as we run everything else in the business. They're done personally. They're done by the family. So if you book a sloop ride at Canon Corp, it'll be Paul and Ilse or Johan and Marie that'll be cooking the food, preparing it for you. Ilse will make the soup patate and bake the bread in her kitchen, or Marie will. And you get to experience your evening with them and with wine, which I think is hugely unique. It's not a restaurant, there's no staff, it's just you and them, and a very sort of personalized experience on the farm.
Well, that sounds fantastic. So, Deirdre, in terms of your distribution of your wines, I mean, Canon Corp wines are available everywhere in South Africa and also overseas. Is your market breakdown in terms of South African and overseas? Where's your focus?
We always try to look at the world as a whole. So, of course, South Africa remains our most important market, and we always will put favor towards South Africa. You know, even in vintages where supply is small, or the vintage was small, South Africa will get always get a good portion of it. And we're currently selling about 60% of our production is in South Africa and 40% is export. And that export we export to just around 60 markets. So we are quite widely available, but we have a huge support base, a huge fan base at home in South Africa, which is amazing. And I think that's where you want to be. If people locally and your neighbors love the wine, and Stellenbosch people come and buy wine from us all the time, we have a good support in our town. I think that's important. So when visitors from overseas come to South Africa, or come to Stellenbosch, and they meet friends or family or come to visit with people bring them to Kanonkop. They take them to restaurants and share Kanonkop wines. So once again, that sort of personal connection that people have with the brand, they share on to others. So although we make a fair amount of wine, especially on the cadet side, the estate wines remain quite limited in production. And we try and be as fair as possible when it comes to sharing out those wines. So most of the wines are on allocation. So for companies that we've worked with for a long time, some of our import partners we've been working with for 20, 25 years. And they have a consistent supply, and it's important. You build a partnership with your importers. We have good relationships with them, and we're a part of their business and they're a part of ours. We won't be successful without them, and vice versa. And I think that's we have that understanding and that support. It's incredible.
Oh, that's interesting. So in terms of a place like Kanonkop staying relevant in a changing market, there's all kinds of new trends evolving. You know, people are starting to eat less meat, and there's a whole bunch of vegans out there in the world. Do Kanonkop follow any trends, or are you looking at millennials as a new market, or do you just carry on with increasing the quality of your wines and that is reflected in your marketing?
On the first point, quality wines made well and of high quality appeal to a large audience of people. So that is first and foremost Arbery's focus. You always focus on putting the best possible wine you can in the bottle. And of course, we always try and put it in the bottle at the best possible price. You know, we strive to always over-deliver on quality for the price point. Secondly, consistency. So if your father bought a bottle of Cadet in 1992 and you buy a bottle of Cadet today, it will still remind you of the same quality red wine that your father remembers, or that he shared with you around a Sunday lunch table. And that consistency is important in times like we have now, where people when money is short, people are less experimental. They buy what they know. Big brands tend to do better. International brands tend to do better. You know, if you think of, I read a great article written by one of the top guys from Conchiatoro, and that was amazing to see that if your brand is known and trusted, you pull through difficult times so much easier and so much better than new brands or brands that are not known, because people have less money to spend, and they'll rather spend 100 Rand on a bankable bottle of wine that they know than spend 100 Rand on something they're not sure of and they're not sure they're going to enjoy. So that's I think has been one of the most important factors for Kanonkop during the lockdown and during COVID. You know, Kanonkop has been people that have been drinking our wine and buying wine from directly, for 20 or 30 years, and they've continued, which is amazing. So in terms of changing and what we've done, Kanonkop our wines are all vegan friendly, and I think that's important, and we do communicate that. So no matter whether you vegetarian or vegan, you can enjoy our wines quite confidently. Making sure we put the best possible product in the bottle and put that product on the shelf at the best possible price. Making sure our wines are available and easy to access. Funnily enough, we didn't know at the time, but we recently redid our website and simplified our wine shop, our online wine shop, and that went live just a couple of weeks before lockdown, which helped us immensely. So we work with a lot of great number of retailers around the world. So you can find our wines in Carrefour in Belgium and in Coop in Switzerland. So it's made it easy for people to have access to the wines, and that, as I said, was, you know, very, very beneficial. And if you look at how people are shopping and how people are buying, and the change in consumer behavior, less and less people will go out to restaurants for the next while. More people are obviously buying at retail. They tend to want to buy at smaller stores closer to home, and of course, online has seen massive growth. And we were lucky enough to be available in all of those channels. We work with all the major retail groups in South Africa. We work with them online, so it's been really easy and simple for people to be able to access a bottle of Kononko. And of course, if you make it easy for a customer to get their hands on your product, then they will buy it.
This is true. I think, you know, you're mentioning the coronavirus, and, you know, we all had to rethink our business models, and you've touched on it a little bit, but are there any other changes or new things that you have in mind that you might have considered over this period?
Kononko is always operated, you know, we're a fairly small team. So it's easier to make changes when you need to. There's no big corporate structure. There's no, you know, not a lot of, we're a very flat structure. We have sort of two or three levels. So it's easy for us to sit around, or to be on a team, a Microsoft Teams call or a Zoom call between us, and make decisions and make changes of what we need to adjust to what people are asking for. We have seen that more and more people want to, as I say, buy locally, support the farmer, which has been amazing. We're seeing many more people buy directly from the winery, which has been great. So the changes we've had to make is, you know, for myself even, that I usually work with the trade. I have very little to do with private customers. A colleague of mine, Heidi Kritzinger, she manages a private client business. So our private clients and our cellar door have been inundated with orders and requests. And so we've had to, you know, reshuffle our work days a little bit and reshuffle the man hours. So for those of us that are involved in the trade side of the business, put in a couple of extra hours to help us set it all. And because we're a small team and we can react and make changes quite quickly, it was easy to do. You know, there was no big, you know, meetings or things that needed to take place. It's guys, the cellar door team needs help, needs support, and we all jump in and get it done. And I think that's also one of the, you know, it's been hugely beneficial to understand one another and one another's needs. But other than that, you know, our business was already designed in the case that we not terribly, we had good on-trade exposure and a lot of restaurants that bought our wine, but we were most of the volume of our sales were in the retail sector anyway. And that's the sector, retail and online, that's growing. Obviously, online has done incredibly well, but we were with in that channel, selling to those customers already. So it's a case of tweaks and making sure that you're available if somebody has a need, responding, listening to what your customers are asking you to do or asking you for, and trying to help where you can, and just stay in touch and stay relevant.
Oh, really, really good. I think you mentioned a few things. One of the things was the importance of the local market, and somebody mentioned once to me that, you know, South Africa has one big secret, and that most South Africans know as many people outside of the country as inside the country. And I mean, I think this is especially true of your area there of Stellenbosch and surroundings. Do you find that word of mouth, I suppose, is still your biggest way to actually get your awareness and your message out about Kononko? And a second part of that question is, do you actually embrace new things like social media and stuff, which is almost like a technology word of mouth? Or is that part of your strategy?
Very much so, and you hit the nail on the head completely. So as I was saying, you know, we have people that have been buying our wines for years, and they're proud to buy Kononko and they're proud to serve Kononko. And they introduce so many people to the brand, whether they have friends or family from overseas coming to visit, they happily share Kononko with them, or whether they travel. And social media has been a very big part of our communication. We have, you know, a good database of people that we chat to, you know, regularly. And when it comes to Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, we work with all of those, and we try and build as much direct conversations as we can. And a number of the partners we work with, the importers we work with, have a similar philosophy. so yeah, I mean, I've spoken to, I've met upper South Africans, whether it be in London or New York, who are saying that, you know, they love Kanonkop and they've come to tastings that we've done. And when they have lunch or dinner with friends and family, or invite them around for a braai or a barbecue, they're happy to share Kanonkop because they're proud of it. They're proud of this wine from South Africa, and they want to show, they brag, or you know, yeah, they brag a little bit about what products come from South Africa. And I think that's amazing, because if you've been introduced to something around a table with your friends, or around a braai with some mates, you're more likely to take notice of it and to appreciate it. That works so much more effectively, and you're likely to internalize it and to take it on board, than if you know, standing in a store and a promoter tries to come and tell you and sell you something. It's not nearly as effective. So yeah, if it wasn't for people that loved the brand and supported us, we wouldn't, you know, we wouldn't be here today. So I think that's been one of the, you know, the biggest successes for us, is that personal connection with people who love and share our wines.
Deirdre, you've had an exciting wine journey. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey so far?
Number one, I love wine. So I'm first and foremost a wine person. You know, I always joke, you know, if the wine industry had to end today, what would I do? I have no idea. Maybe I'll go sell beer. But I love wine. I love to drink wine. And I think if you love what you do and you love your products, what makes the wine industry so much better is, even in your downtimes, even in times when things are tough, at least you've got a product that you can enjoy. I mean, how do you wake up and be excited in the morning if you sell toothpaste, toilet paper? It gets you out of bed. And it's very seldom that you work with people that are not nice or that you don't like. And it's very seldom that you travel to places that are not nice and you don't like. So it's you're usually fortunate in the industry. It is a lot of work though. And there is a bit of a myth that, you know, the wine industry is so glamorous and it's easy. It's really not. There's a lot of, you know, a hell of a lot of competition. It's probably one of the most competitive sectors in the world. And if you work for a winery in South Africa, I mean, South Africa is only, what, 4% of the world's production. It's small, and not that many people know about you. And it's a lot of sharing of stories and sharing of products and engaging with people that you need to do to win them over. But it's usually pleasurable, you know, very enjoyable, and I've loved it. I hope I get to stay in the wine industry for the rest of my career. It's my plan, for as long as they'll have me.
Well, it's great that you love what you do. So can you give us your very own wine quote, or a wine quote that you like?
I suppose there's two things that I often say. You know, a really great bottle of wine, I describe it as, this is a wine I can sit in the corner and drink. You know, the wine is so superb that you don't need conversation with it, because conversation will just interrupt your thought process and processing and enjoying what you have in the glass. So sometimes you get that really, really special bottle and you think, I just want this for me and I want to share it. But I think from the business perspective, and I really have always enjoyed I enjoy the commercial side of the business. I enjoy the business as much as I do wine.
Deirdre, that's been so interesting. How do, if people want to get hold of Kanonkop, how do they get hold of you guys?
In terms of reaching out to chat to us, or reaching out for some wine?
Both. Hopefully to buy wine and chat.
Well, of course, Monday to Thursday from 9 until 5, they're welcome to pop into the cellar door. We open, and you can find us then. We're happy to have a chat and some wine, and then also you're able to buy them here. And then our website, kanonkop.co.za, you can read a lot of information about the history, about the winemakers. On the website, we also have vintage reports for each vintage, showing rainfall and temperature trends. There's some video, a short video you can watch on watching the winemaking process, and you can order wine on our online shop. And then, of course, we're available, as I said, in all the major retailers in South Africa, and you can find us. Yeah, you can find us quite often in all of your good wine stores.
Okay, that's awesome, Deirdre. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and very interesting. Thank you very much. I know you're busy, for spending the time doing this, and I think everybody will appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Will, and for everybody else, thanks for listening, and Thank you for continuing to support Kanonka as your wine of choice.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Fred Hart. Fred Hart is from Uncork, SA. Welcome, Fred, to About the Winelands.
Cheers. Well, thanks very much. Great to be here.
No, it's my pleasure. How are you coping with this whole locked-in scenario?
Well, it's rather interesting. We've just added a new family member to the house, so we're fairly busy and full at home. 2 kids and a newborn, and managing, thankfully, to continue working new space. So busy. Obviously, very daunting to know that we might be running out of wine, although I think I might still be safe for a couple of years or so.
Oh, that might be. I mean, I just thought I have an impending disaster coming on, but I'm just glad to hear that. So, talking about the wine, tell us a bit about yourself, your background, and how you became involved with the wine industry.
Cool. Yes. Well, and I'm born and bred Durban, which is kind of the antithesis, I suppose, of premium wine and all things fine. Born and bred Durban, can't surf to save my life. I can fall off a surfboard like you can't believe, but certainly not one you can stand on. Born and bred there, and I've came down to the Cape in 2012 from a Cape point of view, but I've always been a really big wine lover. Brought up in a family that loves wine, and like really specifically some big Cabernet and big Bordeaux blends. So as far back as I can remember, it's been a really important part of family and celebration and lifestyle. Strange enough, I can actually still remember the day that my father, for the first time, said to me, "It's my chance to go with the wine steward or the sommelier and go pick a wine from the cellar myself." It's things like that which obviously drew me to this industry, that it forms such an integral part of special moments and family celebrations. And from there on, it's just been a love story, really.
So you've been in the wine industry a lot. I mean, your dad was in the wine industry as well, it sounds like. or in the restaurant
And
industry?
so my father was actually, he's a medical doctor, still is practicing in
Oh,
Durban, just passionately in love with wine. I
okay.
think that he's very much been brought up in that, in the old days, it was still very much acceptable to have medical reps drop off a bottle of wine to say thank you for support and service. And so many of these wines actually came from, gifts from these amazing people who used to work with my father. Yeah, so we just fell in love with the product, and I think the living nature of it made it just appealing and very romantic for us as a family to enjoy together.
Awesome. So Uncork SA, how did that start?
So a bit of a strange one, really. I mean, I always thought that I'd never be somebody to play around too much on social media, but what I realize is that I really enjoy all of this stuff. I really enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy consuming and appreciating fine wine and learning about it. I think that really is the most important thing. But I found my taste and appetite for all things fine was working faster in my memory. So to be honest, when I opened Uncork SA for the very first time, the intent was to really store and keep a memory bank of all the products that I enjoyed. So it wouldn't be everything I tasted; it would be the things that I thought, one day I'm going to go back and pick this up again. I'm going to stock this in my cellar, and I'm going to, keep track of what I really enjoy. And from there, it kind of just grew fairly organically. To be honest, and very unexpectedly as well.
Well, how long ago did you start?
It was probably three and a half years ago.
Okay.
At that stage, I was working in the wine industry, so I had the pleasure of working with one of the largest liquor suppliers in South Africa for many years. I say many years in context, 8 or 9 years. And it was really that space where I was able to, my passion for wine and spirits was able to develop further, become more than just a sideline interest, but become something that was keenly aware of, and I wanted to further enhance my skills on. So as I kind of began from 2018, probably say 2018, the beginning of 2018, I started it. And within 2 or 3 months, it started clocking up a reasonable following. And I don't think I really kept track of how many people were engaging and how many people were talking or how many people were following. It was never really that exciting for me, but it felt like other people became interested in that. And obviously it's just snowballed, and the amount of time I invest in there just really started picking up as well.
So I'm interested, right? So this is now your full-time profession. It's not just a side hobby.
No, so it is still very much a side hobby. I have
Okay.
left the liquor industry directly. I now work in the data science world, in customer data science.
Oh,
So I've left directly that space. Although what I've realized is there's still a keen interest. It has always really revolved around people. So even what I'm doing now is still in the same token. What has happened is since leaving the liquor industry, I've been able to really stretch out my wings a little bit further and uncork, and start digging deeper into the area that I'm passionate about. But that being said, it's still a sideline. What it means, I suppose, for Uncork in general is that it still remains a really 100% authentic recommendation site.
well,
I
well,
have been really fortunate to have something else that drives my income, which means that I don't, it's never really about charging or making money. It's the purpose of Uncork has never been a financial gain. It's really
okay.
just about indulging my own curiosity for things that are luxury.
So Uncork itself, I mean, I know you've got quite a big social media following, but is it your blog is basically your real passion, right? Is that what I understand it correctly? Is that, I mean, what other places do you have, we actually do reviews and stuff like that besides your blog? Or is your blog the main thing?
Yeah, so and really on Instagram is probably the primary presence holder of Uncork. I
Mm-hmm.
suppose it was really designed that way. I found
Okay.
the visual appeal of Instagram good. It meant that it aligned very much to what I was trying to do with Uncork when it started developing. As I started crafting where I felt that it should go, and actually as I was guided by other people who follow and talk to me about it, there was some visual appeal in what was being presented on Cork, and more importantly, it helped to kind of declutter and kind of remove some stigma and overcomplication in the wine industry. A great visual, a quick description of wine, and a personal view on rating. People seem to respond to very well. So I tried a few different avenues in the beginning. I tried to play a bit more on Facebook for a while, and I toyed around on Twitter. And whilst there's presence on both, what I'm finding is, I don't get to decide myself where Uncork goes. there's a community that choose where it goes to by how they engage with the content, and the more they like and talk and want to explore different areas, the easier it is for me to understand. And I love the fact that it is very much a community. And I've almost love the idea that social media is not it's not just about sitting behind a screen and being a separate person. There's a very social element attached to it, and people sometimes forget that.
Yeah, social media gets a bad rap because people don't understand it, but it's just a platform for distributing content, whether you're phoning people or doing it on social media or talking to people over a glass of wine. It's exactly the same thing. It's engagement, right? And if you're engaging, your platform works. And like you said, the platform is decided by where people want to engage. And we're finding in our business that, although I think most of your big wine estates and stuff, their Facebook presence are still bigger than the Instagram presence. That's changing, and worldwide, your social media presence is slowly moving over. Actually, not slowly; it's fast moving away from Facebook to Instagram. And I think
so
that's
it was one of the areas that I did consider. I mean, thankfully, having some kind of background in the industry and having a bit more statistical support in what I do now, there's a very clear understanding of what is coming. And I believe that Instagram was a future fit choice. Whilst it didn't start that way, I think hindsight is 2020. I'll pat myself on the back and say it was a well-grounded decision, although it was probably a fluke chance, to be honest. I do find that the platform itself is the right space for me to be playing in, as like I say, specifically around removing some complication. The other areas I maintain. So there is still Facebook presence, there's still a Twitter presence, and it's there, but it never really is something that would be a core focus for Uncork. Last a couple of months, we've launched a website. The website is purely carrying some of the content from social media, and eventually will engage in a more active blog. And hopefully that will become a way of storing some of the reviews in a way that's easier to search and find and explore, because obviously Instagram doesn't really allow some of that functionality.
Yeah, the search functionality is not there, right? But what I'm interested in is, are you expanding into IGTV, into Instagram TV as a medium, making maybe longer type videos and putting that onto that part of the platform, or not?
So I've done one or two. The purpose, I suppose, Uncork has always been a pretty faceless portfolio or profile, and intentionally so. I suppose people would much rather look at a glass of wine than my mug, which I totally get. It's never really been about me, and I never intended to be. So where there's a really exciting way to express what's going on in the world of wine or with a winemaker, I certainly explore there. What I have done is a few fantastic pour shots. I've got some exceptional, really exquisite decanters, and they do so well in slow mo pours. And once in a while, I do that to share. And those are loads of fun to get somebody to hold the camera steady. And I'm trying to, obviously, I'm really amateur in the way that it's set up. So I do the best we can, and my kids are starting to get involved and kind of telling me, Dad, don't forget to take a photograph of this drink. You mustn't forget it. So yeah, it's a bit of a family affair at the moment.
Well, if you can have fun, right? Why not? So what I want to know from you is I'm going to put you on the spot here, but what's your favorite wine and wine region?
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. I suppose anybody would answer this in the same way. It's like choosing your favorite child. It's almost impossible to do. But what I can talk about is things that are really impressing me at the moment. And one of which is not so much a fad. It must have been about 2.5 years ago. I tasted Eric Umare's wines for the first time. Really fortunate to have met up with her partner and have a conversation, and tasted her 2015 Cabernet Sauvignon. It is still, without a doubt, one of my favorite SA wines that I've put to my lips. Really an impressive wine, and across their entire range, there are a few others that really stick their heads up. As a varietal point of view, I think Cinsault is really interesting at the moment. Lots of cool developments there, although probably a bit more faddish. I don't know if it's going to be as sustainable as other, but yeah, tricky to pick a region. It really depends on a combination of things. I really am all about relationships and the producer and the story and the way in which they treat wine, which is probably what has really taken me back with Erica's wine. But because it's on my doorstep, Stellenbosch really does have a very close place to my heart. It's the style of wine that I enjoy. It's really focused on big and bold profiles that I most of the wineries that I tend to stock up on happens to be in this area. And in the short term, I've found a lot of interest coming up in the Elgin region. It's obviously, you know, picking up, and always it seems to be on the up and up. Cool wine is just something that I just find the sophistication around it fantastic. And yeah, there are a couple of wineries up there that I'm starting to explore a bit more, get a bit more time with as well.
So the whole tourism area in that area is developing a lot. You know, you have almost like an agri-tourism hub there that's starting to develop with your wine and also other stuff happening.
Yeah, I think the diversity that we offer in the Cape is just exceptional. You know, previously it may have been a really finite approach to, you know, a few smaller wine regions you're going to. There's absolutely no doubt, and I'm hearing more and more, and again, not really my view, but people who I interact with really often saying, you know, when they come to the Cape, they don't even visit this side of the mountain. They go up over the hill into the Elgin region, Hemel and Arder, and go and explore there. That is just their thing. The wines that are there are exceptional for them. They have great relationships with wineries. And I'm finding there's diversity, and they look at that in comparison to, you know, Swartland, head out to Riva Castile and see what's being done out that side. We just have just the most remarkable wineries and regions to explore, and I don't think anybody has enough time to get to them all. What a privilege to be able to explore them, you know, even if it's just through a glass.
You know what? Lots of people don't understand what we have here in South Africa. I mean, to understand that, you really need to go explore some of the wine regions in the rest of the world, and then you realize that what we have here in terms of, you know, the total offering, in terms of how you are greeted on in the whole winelands, how you are, you know, how it's presented, the tourism and everything that goes with it is really unique in the world.
Yeah, and that's you know, such a big part of Uncork, and I said earlier that, you know, the purpose of this has never really been to make money. This is not it's not a personal story to tell. You know, the core behind Uncork is really about telling a story of craftsmanship through the lens of producing, you know, great wines and spirits in our country. It's all about talking about people who are doing exceptional things or making exceptional things, and you know, my only hope is that it inspires somebody to get in a plane and fly here, or get in a car and get out and go and see a winery and taste something unique. Just try something different. Obviously, when it's again possible. I hope that in some way, if there's one or two people inspired to do that, it feels like it could be a win for Uncork, and hopefully for the wine industry.
Do you ever get the wanderlust to actually also maybe do the opposite? You yourself getting on a plane and flying to other wine regions of the world and writing about them a bit, or is this not really something you're interested in?
Absolutely, and I've been really fortunate to have sample wines sent from a few other countries. Some really interesting stuff, and some not always so great. Looking just for a favourable review, I'd say. I had the privilege last year to travel through to Bordeaux and spend a bit of time over a couple of days exploring. It also is never really enough to explore the entire region. And coupled with that, I actually spent a week or so in Scotland wandering through through some of the whiskey distilleries as well. So yeah, and there's no doubt those are absolutely wonderful trips. I think they tend to be once in a lifetime trips, particularly with family. When we go on holiday, we head east to Indonesia and find ourselves on a beach really quietly sipping back on something a little less sophisticated.
Okay, awesome. So one of the things is, Fred, obviously, you know, Uncork is almost, you know, becoming like a influencer in the wine industry. So I would think that sometimes it's to a winery's advantage if you can write something about them or review them or whatever. So if somebody's listening from a wine estate and they want to get your attention, how did they get you to actually drive a bit further than Stellenbosch maybe, or maybe go to a place you haven't been to and get your attention to come to, you know, taste the wines and write something about it?
I think the first thing, I almost cringe at the
You don't have to bribe
word
right?
influencer. I know exactly why it exists and how it's worked. The starting point is, I hope that wineries see it as a channel. This is just another space that you can use to market your brand. And you know, please, I have great friends who are involved in social media, and you know, they work this as a career. I hope they see this as a valuable channel that doesn't have cost attached to it in real terms. You know, up the phone. My number's on most of the social media channels. There's an email address online, drinks@uncorked.co.za, being an email address, or through any of DM me on Instagram is probably the easiest way to get it, really. Send a message, start a conversation. What I can tell you, what you're not going to get sent back to you is a rate card and a generic response that says how to get. This is supposed to be a way for hopefully allowing me to explore more of the winelands. And hopefully for yourself, a way of getting your products exposed to more people. There obviously is, one or two caveats to it. I don't charge anything for exposure around cork, and I never intend to do it. What it does mean is that I'm grateful to receive samples. The generosity of the industry is really vast. The samples always come at risk, and I said really clearly, I focus on the good. If I taste something and it's not to my liking, you'll find, very few ratings on a page are, in the low 80s and nothing below. And it's purpose driven, that I understand every product's got a profile and every profile has got a product. If it doesn't suit me, it doesn't do anything for a supplier to slate it. I'll talk generously about the things that I really enjoy. And I think people who follow Uncork, who align to my profile, hopefully will pick it up and enjoy it as well. But yeah, and I suppose the quick answer is pick up the phone, start a conversation. I love chatting to people who are, you're just interested in knowing what's going on. Never mind, the exposure you get, great. I don't do contracts. I don't do agreements. I do a phone call, a chat, a conversation, and that's, that is really what it is. It's who I am as a person, and it's how it's translated into Uncork as well.
I think, I've had quite a few people, quite a few big wine estates have conference facilities in that, and what they do, and I think this is where wineries can learn. They would go to professional conference organizers, and maybe invite them to come to and visit on a quiet weekend and experience what they can provide, right? And I think this is what I would think that a winery should do is actually invite somebody like you for a lunch or a pairing or something at their own cost, and let you enjoy it, and then write your review from that perspective as a invited customer type of thing.
Yeah. So in many of the cases, that's how it does translate with Uncork. So the ability to get out to a winery, I don't necessarily always plan very well in advance, well, as you would have seen, being at the mercy of all these children and a really busy work life. Sometimes, and I'm able to kind of plan weeks or months in advance. But that being said, we've had some really good experiences. I remember in a trip to Franschhoek where we were really blown away, and thankfully as a family, I think this journey is a personal one, but the impact is felt on a family who, I'm conscious of what it does to them if I'm running about tasting wonderful wines all over and they don't get to be a part of it. So I ask for anybody who's interested, be considerate of what the lifestyle it creates on the side, not just of myself, but anybody you're reaching out to. I suppose that is why some others may ask for financial support, because it kind of replicates, it's part and parcel of what they do for a living. The ask is reach out, let's chat, and I'm fairly open and honest about what I can and can't do. Where it's possible to involve family, and in some cases there's some wineries that it just is not, and that's also okay. And the last part, the other part, which is really really exciting, is that about 4 months ago we opened up a donation site on PayPal, which is really, it's not so much directed at producers, it's a combination of producers and followers, and it's called Buy Uncork a Drink. It's a really small entity. It's like a kind of $5. Anybody's interested, kind of small donation. And strange enough, that is just ticked over in a very small way. Some of the producers are grateful afterwards for exposure, and drop $15 or a $10 in and say thanks very much. This is for you to go and buy something, which I appreciate. It actually, if nothing else, maintains a bit of interest, and it also gives me an excuse to stock up the cellar with more wine, I suppose.
So talking about that, I'm interested in how this influencer industry develops. When I started hearing about Instagram influencers, in the beginning, I was always thinking of girls in bikinis selling fashion accessories and makeup, right? But with this type of thing, you can't just rely on images and stuff like that. Surely you have to provide some value. So if you had to give somebody that wanted to become an influencer some advice, what would you say what does it take to become a successful influencer in the wine industry?
Cool. So, and I think the starting thing is just pick anything that you're passionate about. So, um, be it wine or natural wine or a specific region, or focus on South African wine, focus on a style of wine or what you're trying to track. The starting point is, if you're not passionate about wine, don't start here at all. And it seems maybe like a bit of a negative statement, but it's really difficult to. There are loads of people who come in and try and leave, and often the case is that you have to be so passionate about this that you almost can't stop. So that is maybe the first thing, is if you pick the thing you're passionate about. If that is wine, fantastic. What a pleasure to have a new influencer on board. The second thing is try to understand what your purpose is. So once you know that wine is definitely your passion, what is the purpose of what you're trying to do? Are you trying to bring new people, young people into drinking wine? Are you trying to demystify some of the complexities that are created around wine, get people to try new or different varietals or strange regions? I think understanding some of this may also just help to make sure that your market is really finite, but also that your content is then aligned to what they're doing as well. And to be honest, it's something that I've learned in the Uncorked journey, is that for a long time I wasn't really too sure how some of these spirits and wines all really tied together. So I didn't start with a really big plan, which is probably my last piece of advice. Don't plan to start and then just you kind of plan yourself to death and actually never get your first piece of content going. Just start and let your community evolve where you're going to and how that direction changes. It felt that in the beginning it was kind of anything I could get my hands on to taste, I would taste and talk about, and then it evolved into let's start being more finite about things that display craftsmanship. So what is the criteria that I'd use for craftsmanship? Is that it's something that a producer stands wholeheartedly behind, saying, I'm proud of producing this. And to be honest, some products are produced in the way to say, I'm not, this is just I'm producing this in order to scale that I can make something else. And others are, standing so proudly behind their product. And that's obviously what I've started chasing after for Uncork, is really just honing in on the craftsmanship elements of it, and highlighting some of the characters behind the product. So, yeah, and I think if you're passionate about the industry and you understand what kind of role you're trying to fulfill, and then you allow your audience to direct you where you're going, as opposed to standing back and trying to pre-plan everything up front. I've learned social media by learning by doing. My personal profile, I think, was created 6 weeks before Uncork. So I had no expertise in this space at all. I think I fell into an interesting space. I learned by doing. I made a heap of mistakes. I still make mistakes. I have friends all over the world who once in a while drop me a note and say, don't forget, you spelt this wrong, go and change your copy. And I just leave it, because that is kind of authentically who I am. There are a few mistakes here, and I'm no expert in wine.
It's a perfect way to get some traffic, right? Make a spelling mistake.
Yeah, what a pleasure. All I need to do is get the numbers wrong, and then I'll be on YouTube and News24. It's strangely enough, it's because I believe that I'm actually just a person who loves wine. I don't have any of the funny acronyms that follow my name. I'm really impressed by people who've dedicated their life to studying in wine. My experiences in the number of bottles I've tasted, the people I've met, and the feeling I have when I consume a product. Now I have some structure behind how I taste and rate product, but it's certainly, I wouldn't put myself up against a Greg Sherwood or these super effective reviewers and say I'm on their level. I certainly am not. But learning by doing, that's really as.
So I like that idea of just do it, because obviously with wine there's no downside. If you just taste it, there's no downside to this. But the other thing is that what makes me excited about what you're saying is the whole winelands and the story of wine and everything. It's a storytelling journey, and it seems to me that there are not enough people telling the story of the winelands, and a lot of those stories actually go by the wayside. And it's great that somebody is more interested in the people and the story and the experiences rather than all the technicalities, because that's covered so many times. But the actual human aspect and the stories about the winelands is something that needs to be documented, actually.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that is really what comes through, is that there is. Everybody says there always must be an agenda behind it. The reality is that the only agenda behind Uncork is to spark interest or curiosity for somebody in the world of the products that I enjoy, of the South African wine and the tourism industry that surrounds it, spirits, the producers that we have around there. It is so appealing to me that I just want other people to know about it. I feel like I'm walking around tapping people's shoulders saying, don't forget to look at how amazing this stuff is. Taste our product, buy our product, put it in your cellar. And I bet you now all those people are saying, I wish I'd listened to Uncork. I should have bought all this wine and put it in my cellar, because I'm sure they're going dry.
Exactly. Then now you're coming to the important thing. So, I mean, the coronavirus has forced basically everyone to rethink their business models, right? So, do you have any changes or new ideas in mind, or maybe even for wine producers? I mean, if not for Uncork itself, what are your thoughts about this, the industry, the marketing, your own business? Just you must have been thinking about all of this while sitting there sipping your. Yeah, at least you have a stash that you can sip, right? So that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt this has shaken the industry completely. I'm of the opinion that in some of the decisions made are going to really have detrimental effects on the businesses, beyond just wineries, right through the value chain, in the hospitality industry, and all. I think what it is going to do is it's going to start propping up a few opportunities for people to really start partnering where there's mutual benefit interests. Maybe just to put that in context, I think that you're going to find more and more wineries and possibly restaurants working together, closer together, where the benefit is not so much about how can you make my business grow, but how can we work together to make sure your winery is profitable, successful, and my restaurant is in the same space. And I really am hoping that is going to be something that is the fruit that comes out of all the pain that we're going through now. The other part is I think that we might get a swing in some localization. So possibly local restaurants supporting local wineries, even more so than what they do at the moment. I think general feeling is that we want to make sure that people in our community are eating and drinking and their kids are going to school. And how better can we do that than actually supporting their own businesses? And maybe the last thing, I think just innovation. It's for me amazing to watch all of these digital wine tastings, and it's not just here. I mean, winemakers doing tastings across the globe of their product as it's available. Some winemakers are only able to do that because their wines aren't obviously being able to be sold locally. But people are starting to engage more with the stories through social media, and I'm really excited to see one of the changes that the not necessarily the investment in money, but the investment in time that the manufacturers are putting into social media is fantastic, because this isn't a money area. Spending more money in social media is not the answer. Spending more time is, and I'm glad to see that that's where it's going to. More winemakers have been on social media that I've seen in the last 3 weeks than I've probably seen since the start of Uncork. And it's probably a bit uncomfortable at first, but I think that after 3 weeks of doing it, they seem to be really comfortable in front of a camera and understanding which angles work well and which ones don't.
I think that's right, and I think also that I think the next step beyond that is that people will see that people want to consume online content. Like you say, it's not about spending money; it's about creating engaging content in stories. But also, I think another area that's not been tapped yet is actual education. I think people will be hungry to learn more, and it's easy to learn this type of stuff. With I think online courses and that type of stuff in the wine industry is also going to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in general the ability to adopt technology is just it's leapfrogged. There's sometimes at the moment we're just not presented with any alternatives. So what you do with spare time if you're at home and you're not able to work, and you're passionate about this industry, you log onto the internet and you find something to read about, a new article. You go and listen to a winemaker talking, or you go and invest in actual qualifications. I think there is going to be a birth of a whole new style, and I think it's been there. I think the adoption rate is just going to be significantly greater in the months and the years to come, because I think that the idea of returning to what was normal is far-fetched. I think we're going to return to a very different normal than what we expect.
I agree with you. I think, like you say, it's just the process was there anyway. It's just been accelerated. But I think the other important thing that you mentioned is locality, right? I think because of the whole worldwide tourism industry is going to take a knock. So local tourism is going to be the first to bounce back. So people are going to be forced to provide also, I think, pricing for not for international tourists, but pricing for the local market. in terms of your whole tourism
Yeah.
experience is going to be important.
Absolutely, and it's where we talk about these, these genuine interest partnerships where all people involved have got to win. Some of these venues will not survive without local tourists supporting in the next 12 months, and hopefully we'll start gearing things in all ways. But for a restaurant to do that, for a hospitality establishment to do that, they also need the support of the really right at the supply chain. Who's providing them what product, and what role are they playing to make it more effective as well. So it is this genuine, this partnership that needs to be created, and I'm hoping that this is one of the areas that I hope Uncork will benefit, and certainly start focusing on, is the role that we can play in making sure people are aware of where there is where there are companies that are struggling, where there are companies that are succeeding, what kind of partnership opportunities exist, and what role people can play in joining together. Important part, and it's sad for me every time I open up and I see a story of a business closing. It really feels like it's a personal stab, and I'm hoping that in some way we can inspire one more person to walk into that store and talk about it, and kind of elevate the opportunity that people have to keep their businesses open.
I totally agree with you. So your vision for Uncork, after all of this and going forward, where do you see yourself going and growing with this?
So strange enough, and I think the Uncork journey is about diversification into different platforms. So I think the ask we are at the moment, we're moving to focus a bit more on a blog, and get the website up and running. I've also started expanding out a little bit outside of Uncork. So I've started a new page called Crafted in Africa. Actually, funny enough, around about the start of lockdown, I've realized that some products don't naturally fit into the Uncork world, which really is tending towards focus on premium wine and spirits sporadically. Crafted in Africa is really honing in specifically on products that are produced locally only. It tends away from sophistication of wine and talks to probably a younger audience, and also refers to quite a big focus on the craft brewing industry, which I think is really in a really tough state, I think, at the moment, not necessarily battling through some scale. I've also worked outside that into another site called Family Friendly, which is talking more to the environment where parents and children are both welcome. In fact, where kids are welcome, but parents can also come. So probably playing around the peripheral of Uncork without losing the really essence of Uncork, which I still need to continue to drive the message, is around this curiosity to just to explore craftsmanship and what we can deliver here.
Almost like a type
I'm
of
hoping
lifestyle
that
tourism, right?
Yeah, so I've done a little bit, and I've tried to work with some local hotels, restaurants, and that is really something that whilst I'd like to do, it's only where it comes across as authentic. The limitation of always this is I don't get to define where Uncork goes. I talk about the ideas in my mind, but the reason why Craft in Africa has popped up as a sideline is that whilst I've tried to explore different passions through Uncork, the reality is the community who follow Uncork have clearly called that that's not, it doesn't fit into what they want to see, and therefore it helps to branch out elsewhere. And I'm excited about that because because there's no agenda personally, it allows me to really explore what people want and deliver that. But yeah, I am kind of hoping that in the really long term, this may be a space for me to fall back on in later on in life, and expand more to how I can use this to focus on tourism. At the moment, like anybody who reaches out and asks for advice, which winery should I go and see, which region, I'm coming to South Africa, can you please give me an itinerary of what I need to do? I'm here for 3 weeks. It's a really daunting task, but it's lovely. And if just to be able to chat to them at this stage, it's purely to help somebody out. Who knows? Maybe in 15 years' time, I'm going to need to rely a bit more on Uncork for different kind of means. At this stage, it's a passion, it's a hobby. I hope to live it out as best as I can, and I hope just to bring more people on board who want to learn more about our product.
Awesome. So tell me your wine journey. Let me ask you this: what is the most important thing you learned from your wine journey so far?
So you spoke about stories earlier. I'd go one step further. That the most important aspect of any journey that I've been on, both wine and spirits, has been revolved purely around relationships. And I can't express this enough. It may be more what I've learned in the social media world than wine, but it translates really closely into what I've done with Uncork. Um, it is all about relationships. I've seen really big businesses make offers of almost obscene amounts just for exposure. We'll send you this and we'll send you this is what we pay for it, and you either take it or leave it. And the response is always from us, I leave it. I have no interest whatsoever in doing this. What I've worked with from the start is a producer picks up the phone or drops me a DM and says, hey, have you heard of our product? Are you interested in trying it? We'd love you to come out to the estate if you can. If not, can you give us an address to send through a sample? And it doesn't end there. If I do taste, I actually want to hear from them. I want to hear what they thought about the wine, what they thought about the vintage. And when I say it all revolves around relationship, it's because it is impossible to unlock that story without a true relationship. The story that you get is a marketing story unless it's told by somebody who's intimately involved with it. And I think there's nothing better for me than hearing Batu talk about Alto, about a specific vintage and how he remembers how hot it was for walking up and down through the vineyards. There's nothing. Yes, you can read about the rainfall in that year, and somebody will tell you statistically whether it was a hotter or a colder year than the other. But walking through the vineyard, talking to him about it or hearing him talk about it, it just fundamentally changes the experience. And that's when you actually live the story. The story is translated from something written down to something that you feel. And so, actually it's really advice, I'd say, to people who are toying around with exploring social media as a brand is don't be fooled into the idea of thinking that you just pushing content out and hoping it's going to get consumed like a TV advert. You've got to consider this as a conversation that you are starting with somebody. The simplest one is somebody walks up to you at the office and says, hey, you look really nice today, or those are really cool shoes. And then they just turn around and walk away and don't say anything back. For me, social media is sometimes interpreted, particularly in bigger brands, sadly, that's how it's lived out. They put out a wonderful advert of beautiful imagery and the most, a huge expense put into how to make a product presentable. And then I watch people commenting and saying, hey, this looks absolutely amazing. Where is the estate? And months go by and nobody responds to it. Like, you've just had all the options. You spend all of this money and effort getting people there that love what you're doing. And then when they talk to you, you turning your back and ignoring them. It feels to me like it's one of those old high school movies, and it's the quarterback turning around and walking away from somebody talking. It just feels that you've missed all, like, what social media, the heart of it really is.
But I think that's a misunderstanding because most marketing people are still trained in traditional marketing methods of traditional radio, TV, and magazine advertising, or the traditional advertising type of thing, where you don't you actually put an ad out there and you hope people will call you. Whereas with social media, as you just said, it's all about engagement with your it's actually talking to people, and that's what people don't get. They focus on the media part instead of the social part.
Absolutely. And the more premium your product, the less important I'd say it is to focus on the metric. It's one of the areas that we often see, like, these statistics come through about the engagement percentage rates, and yes, those are really important. I suppose you have to consider them, and they are important to know, particularly if you're spending money in this space. What you're getting back for it. But if you're an ultra premium wine, and I say you're selling a bottle of wine for 600 rand a bottle, you don't need to have 3,000 people seeing your advert and 1,000 responding to it and commenting on your post. What you need somebody who absolutely loves what you're doing, who's engaging with you consistently, and they're willing to put in the money to go and pick up your product and buy it. You need to focus on which one of those engagements out of all of the pools that come in, which are the ones that are really critically important. And the only way to do that is to respond to the conversation. And I agree with you about the traditional media components. I think so many people are trained on the old school way of marketing, and it's been really successful. And I've got to say, there's some wineries that have taken to the social media piece exceptionally well. In most cases, when the response comes back, it is generally from somebody who is intimately involved with social media from a different aspect and happens to be doing it for the winery as well. Or the alternative is that they're so intimately involved with the wine that they can't help themselves but spill the story in their conversation. It just comes, the passion of what they do just literally comes through the words as they write. I love the romantic part.
I totally agree with what you're saying. It's the difference between having a sales orientation and having and building a long-term viable brand and loving your brand. And ultimately, if you want it to work, I will put money on it that where it works is where the owners of the farm or the owners of the estate are personally involved because they love their brand.
Absolutely. Look, I think that there have been examples that I've seen of bigger corporate players, and what it always comes down to is an individual who takes personal ownership, whether they happen to be an owner or they happen to be an employee. When there is an individual who loves so much what they do that they can't help but behave like an owner, and that's really where you have the ultimate win. And to be honest, from a corporate, they get the best benefit of it. Individuals who behave that way because they're behaving as the owner mentality is just so important.
But that works in all aspects of managing a business, not just in the marketing, right?
Absolutely.
So, Fred, the last thing that I'd like to hear from you is you need to give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote.
So my very own one, I'd struggle to create. I mean, there's so many amazing quotes out there. But there's one which comes to mind, which I'd have to steal, and I wish I knew who it was authored by. But it taps on two things which are really important to me. So it goes like this: right? Wine is a little like love. When the right one comes along, you'll definitely know it.
That is a very good. I actually love that one. That's I haven't heard it before. So that sounds like something that Mark Twain would say. But it's perfect,
it does
right?
sound like it's come straight out of the poet's mouth, right? And I'll tell you that this is no truer than the uncorked journey for me. It's been this feeling of falling in love with wine and the industry, one glass at a time, one conversation with a producer at a time. It's this evolution and a continuously growing journey. I feel really privileged to have been a part of how this has developed. And yeah, I just hope that there are wineries out there that are benefiting from it. And those that would like to benefit or feel they could benefit, please reach out, have a chat. Let's see where it goes.
Now that on that page, how did I get hold of you? Where do people find you?
Well, so, and the easiest, as I said, is probably is directly on Instagram at uncork_SA. The alternative is to drop me an email at drinks@uncork.co.za. Or through any of the social media channels, WhatsApp or email are both available there as well. You'll be surprised that every comment that comes through, so you don't need to send a DM, it helps, but every comment that comes through on Uncork, I follow, read, try to get involved with. And if you struggle one way or the other, please try a different channel. And at worst, go straight onto the website, www.uncork.co.za, and leave us a comment there, and it drops straight through to my mailbox as well.
Okay, perfect. We will leave all those links, obviously, in the show's description, everything. Fred, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thanks for spending the time. I know you are a busy family man, so I appreciate it, and thank you.
Awesome. Well, and thank you very much for what you do for the industry and the people that are involved with it as well. It's a pleasure to be invited, and certainly a privilege to be a part of your journey as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
It's Dr. Peter, the cake wine lover. Welcome, hello. Today is the first time I'll be doing my live wine tasting. I'm so excited.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Thornton Pillay. He is the winemaker at Highgate Wines, and welcome to About the Winelands, Thornton.
Thank you so much for having me, Will.
It's my pleasure. Tell us a little bit, how did you get involved in the wine industry, and how long have you been a winemaker?
I was born and raised in Durban and lived a typical suburban lifestyle. My parents have been involved in the agricultural industry for many years, working at Freshmark. With regular farm visits with my dad, this inspired me to pursue a career in agriculture. I then attended high school at Western Agricultural College in Moy River, where I was able to experience various agricultural practices, such as livestock, dairy, and poultry, until I matriculated in 2009. During my matric year, I was introduced to viticulture and oenology via a seminar which was conducted by the Department of Forestry and Fisheries, known as DAF. Shortly after the seminar, I was awarded a bursary to pursue a career in viticulture and oenology, where I then applied at Stellenbosch University, and I was accepted to study towards a bachelor's degree in viticulture and oenology at Altenburg Agricultural College in 2010. This was a 3-year course, and upon graduating in 2012, I then applied to be part of the Cape Winemakers Guild Protege program. Here in 2013, I was one of 3 graduates selected to join a 3-year mentorship program, which was sponsored by Nedbank. During my first year of internship, I was placed under the watchful eye of Louis Stradom at Ernie Els Wine. During my second year of internship in 2014, I chose to be at Crude Constantia and was mentored by Bula Gerber. It was during this year that I was given the opportunity to produce my own style of wine. I had created a naturally sweet wooded muscadel. It's a sweet style similar to that of the Grand Constant. I was also given the opportunity during my second year of internship to be a part of an international harvest. The CWG program had sent me over to Burgundy, which is in France, and here I was exposed to premium quality Chardonnay and Pinot Noir at Comte Armand in Pommard. In 2015, I was then headhunted by KWV to be the assistant winemaker for the Mentos range and white wine. And after a year's worth of experience and knowledge gained, I then moved back to KZN and found that Highgate Wine Estate was looking for a winemaker. I then contacted the owner, Mr. Rudy Cassier, and my journey of growing vines and producing wines in KZN had begun.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I mean, how are you enjoying it there in being back in KZN? It must be it's quite a change from Stellenbosch, right?
It's quite opposite. In terms of winemaking, it's the opposite to the rest of the world. However, it's quite nice to also be close to my family.
Yeah, I can believe that. So could you share us a little bit of the history of Highgate Estate and how did they start making wine there in KZN?
Okay, so I relocated back to KZN at the end of 2015, and on arrival, I came across a message on a mutual winemaker group that there was a wine farm in KZN in need of a winemaker. I then made contact with the owner, Mr. Rudy Cassier, and I was then appointed as winemaker in 2016. Initially, Highgate Wine Estate was purchased by Mr. Cassier in 1996, At that time, it was a vegetable farm producing lettuce and carrots, to name a few, under hydroponics. From here, Mr. Cassier had then opened up a farm stall in which he sold fresh veggies daily to the public. By 2002, he had then opened the coffee shop at Piggly Wiggly. And in 2004, with the aid from Sadara Agricultural College, a trial was done in planting vineyards. Here it started off just under a hectare of 25 different varietals, with major plantings being Cabernet Sauvignon, Pinotage, Shiraz, and Chardonnay, as well as Merlot. In 2010, Highgate Wine Estate was the first to have certified a Chardonnay from KZN origin. And between 2010 and 2016, the owner produced wine as a hobby. However, when I joined the Highgate Wine Estate in 2016 as the winemaker, the winemaking had now become professional, and the brand of Highgate Wine Estate was established. From here on, I worked on the vineyards in getting them back to optimal production. Through major vineyard therapy, I was able to increase production. To give you an idea, in 2016, when I arrived, we only produced 1,500 bottles. 2017 went up to 4,500 bottles. 2018, we produced 6,000 bottles. 2019, we were on 16,000 bottles. And this year, we reached a high of 15,000 bottles as well.
That's incredible. How many hectares do you have under vines?
We currently just have under 5 hectares of vineyard, of which around half of it is in production of grapes, whilst the others are in their first and second year growth. Sorry.
And do you have space to expand? Do you have land to expand on?
Yes, we do have around about a 10-year planting program that we have. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, so our ultimate goal is to get around 17 hectares up to 20 hectares in total of vineyards.
Awesome. So besides, I mean, now you're making wine, and you said the owner at a coffee shop. What else if a visitor comes to you, are you open for visitors? And if somebody comes to the farm, what can they experience there?
Yes. So to date, I have created about 12 different products offered to the public to experience. At the estate, we offer various tasting options. Bearing in mind, these are 100% estate wines from the grapes produced on the estate. We do have our morning tasting, which comprises of our unwooded Chardonnay, Rosé, and Syrah, and our Chardonnay tasting, which comprises of the unwooded Chardonnay, the partially wooded Chardonnay, and the wooded Chardonnay. I also have red wine that's up for tasting, which comprises of the Highgate Pinotage, our Merlot, the Highgate Cabernet Sauvignon, and the Black Edition Cabernet Sauvignon. We're not doing a tasting of our very own grappa. This comprises of 3 grappas, a plain white spirit grappa of 43%, and 2 flavored grappas, a wild berry and a blueberry flavored, that are both 18% alcohol and sweet.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
We have a chocolate. Yes, it is. It's really a great experience. We also have, we now have a chocolate and wine tasting, which comprises of the 3 wines paired perfectly with 3 different chocolates, and the wild berry flavored grappa that's paired with Turkish delight. With this, we also have a cheese and wine pairing, which comprises of 3 different wines with 3 different cheeses. And apart from all these tastings, we also have added experiences such as cellar and vineyard tours and a wine etiquette workshop. We also open our doors to photo shoots, weddings, engagements, and corporate functions.
Oh, that's amazing. So quite a few things going on there. When you say, how many guests can you guys accommodate in your corporate functions?
We currently can go up to, I think it's around 80 guests, if I'm not mistaken. But if it's bigger, then we can make use of the external areas that we have.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support our country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation, www.solidarityfund.co.za. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
Can you stay over on the farm? Is there accommodation?
Um, there are various outlets, Airbnbs and hotels around the country
In the
area.
area?
There are places for accommodation, not necessarily on the farm, however, short distances actually.
I saw on your website that you also advertise residential real estate. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So basically, we are a country estate that comprises of various shops, clothing stores, food outlets, and the wine cellar, where the wines are produced and tasting rooms available. This is the first and only concept of a residential wine estate in KZN, which makes us unique to have the only residential wine estate with commercial shops and a wine estate that produces our own wines from the grapes grown on the estate. With that being said, we do also offer our facilities to neighboring farmers that produce grapes. However, their wines will be made solely for their personal use and not mixed in with our 100% estate wines. The residential estate comprises of 26 houses with a unique architectural design that is upmarket with beautiful views over the mountains. The spaces between the residential houses have no walls between them, but do have vineyards planted between them, which brings about a free living environment and privacy. The residents are within walking distance of the various 23 different shops we have available, which comprises of food stores, clothing stores, the wine cellar, and tasting rooms, with the putt-putt course and a zip line that goes over the vineyards as an entertainment entity. We also have a park run that we do every Saturday and a pine forest that the people can walk through, which is quite good and upcoming. Yeah.
Well, that sounds awesome. So tell us, back to the important stuff, the wines. Can you tell us a bit more about the wines you're producing and also your winemaking philosophy?
Sure thing. To date, I'm producing 100% estate wines at Highgate Wine Estate with the wine of origin, KwaZulu-Natal. All grapes are grown and produced by myself on the estate from berry to bottle. I'm currently producing single variety wines, and I have blended 2 blends, which will be released during this year, hopefully after the lockdown. In terms of my winemaking philosophy, I believe that above all other requirements, a true passion and drive from winemaking is the foundation of producing a premium wine. With these attributes, you are able to overcome challenges and discover your true capabilities. If you love what you do, it shows. This positive energy spreads to others and motivates people to give off their best efforts. Positive thinking, willingness to learn, good communication and understanding one's strengths and weaknesses also allows us to work effectively in a team, as every person involved in the wine industry makes an invaluable contribution.
Well, that sounds fantastic. So your wines, where are they sold? Are you exporting any of them, or are they all sold locally? What's the situation?
We are currently selling our wines locally. We are currently producing around 16,000 bottles, more or less, per annum, which is suitable for our local market. However, we are in discussion of entering the export market and targeting upcoming markets such as Middle Africa.
It's awesome. I think it seems a lot of people are targeting the African market because there seems to be a price premium in Africa. Do you find that to be true?
I agree. It is a market that is untouched, where the the demand is high but the supply is low. So I think if we can tap into that, we can really set the boundaries and continue to export our wines to those areas.
Yeah. So, okay, well, the other thing that's happened lately is we are all under lockdown. I think I just wanted to ask you: Are you currently you're on the farm and still working, right?
Yes, I do go in. Well, currently I'm on lockdown, but I do go in to do my necessary checks on the vineyards, and the wines actually.
Mm. So what about any new ideas during this lockdown? Have you thought about online sales or anything similar?
Yeah, so basically, since the pandemic had started, it has really brought me some time into thinking of and creating new ideas and products for the market. And now that we are on level 4, I will then begin my trials on these products.
Okay, that sounds awesome.
Nothing has been solid yet, as we are waiting to be reunited with everyone at the cellar. But as soon as the lockdown is over and we are permitted, we will be doing deliveries throughout SA with discounted rates of our wine.
Okay, that's awesome. So, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Well, for me, being able to produce wines in a challenging area like KZN has really tested the foundation of my knowledge and experience. KZN being a summer rainfall region, which is the complete opposite to the rest of the world, brings about major challenges with growing the vineyard, as powdery mildew and downy mildew becomes a threat to us. But I always say by sticking to the basic principles, these challenges will be overcome and this can be done by following strict viticultural practices.
Okay, that's awesome. So, can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yeah, so I do have a few, but I chose one that I really enjoy. My quote goes as, the best wine blend includes friends, family, and laughter.
I like that. That is actually a very good one. So, Thornton, it's been a pleasure talking to you. If people want to get hold of Highgate Estate and your wines, how do they go about that?
We have various platforms that we make use of. So we have social media such as Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as which links up to our website. And from there, all our information is available to the public. Our address is on there, contact details, email addresses, etc.
So, Thornton, thank you very, very much for your time. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Ilse Rathford from Companies Drift. Welcome, Ilse.
Glad to be with you and
Yes.
nice meeting you.
Yes, nice meeting you as well. Hopefully I can meet you in person very soon.
Yes, that would be good.
Ilse, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry.
I've been in the wine industry since 1997, so it's almost just a little bit over the 20 years.
Oh.
After I matriculated from Bloom of Gold's, I studied marketing at Boland College in Stellenbosch, and I did the prelim and certificate wine course through the Cape Wine Academy. And from there, I decided to join the wine industry. After studying, I started working as a casual on a wine farm in Franschhoek. And from there, I enjoyed it and then moved to different wine farms and to gain experience in the various fields that the wine industry had to offer.
Wow, that's quite a start. You know, you basically worked yourself up right from the beginning.
From washing glasses, doing wine tastings, and then also doing the admin. And for a few years, I also did freight forwarding before I joined the Meerless family in November 2006.
Okay, and I see Companies Drift is outflow from Meerlust. So can you give us a bit of history about Compagniesdrift and what you guys do and how it started?
Compagniesdrift opened its doors on the 1st of December 2010. So this year we will be 10 years old. And it was initiated by the owners of Meerlust, the Meyerbach Family Trust. And they were looking for a long-term investment that would have been beneficial for the workers. And originally, Compagniesdrift started out as a 50-50 partnership between the Meerlust Workers Trust and the Meyerbach Family Trust. But since the 1st of July 2019, we are a 100% Black empowerment company.
Wow, so the Workers Trust now own 100%.
Yes, and the Workers Trust consists out of 72 workers of the farms Meerlust, Compagniesdrift, Ken Forrester, and also Friesenhof.
Oh, that's an amazing story. So I see that you guys provide a range of services to clients, from bottling to labeling. Can you explain a little bit more on that?
Our main service that we offer to the wine industry is wine storage. Then we also offer wine labeling, reworks, and container loading services to our wine producers. Up to last year, we had an in-house bottler, but they moved to their own premises during June last year. So currently, I applied for funds to install our own mobile bottling line. That would also be an additional service and would be beneficial for us.
Awesome. So the storage that you do, is that in casks or in bottles? How do you store the wine?
We store in bottles, unlabeled in bins, and then also the finished product in cartons. We don't do storage of any bulk wine.
Okay, so your clients would basically bottle their wines, and then when it's ready to be sold or exported or whatever, then it's transported from you guys again,
yes,
from your facility again. Are you still involved
yes.
in the forwarding and the freight part of it as well?
No, but it helped me quite a lot. So I understand the process. It's much easier for me understanding the whole chain from as when the bottle come into us and when it leaves for exports. So I'm an admin person and a perfectionist when it comes to paperwork. So I always make sure that when we prepare export orders that everything is in order and will not load anything if it's not correct.
Yeah, I mean your storage facility itself is basically just logistic exercise anyway. So
Yes,
you're part of
yeah.
that chain. So where are your largest clients?
Meerlust, of course, and then Neil Alice, Ken Forrester, Friesenhof, and then Lismore. I'm not sure if you know or met Samantha yet of Greyton.
No, actually I haven't. I would love to speak to her at some time.
Yes, yeah. So we have 50 customers that make use of our services, but the few that I gave you now, they are the biggest.
Okay, so I see if you've also expanded to wine under your own label. Could you expand a little bit more on this?
We have our own vineyards, and currently Meerlust look after it, and they also maintain it. So, which means that we have easy access to good wine, and therefore we decided to produce wines under our own label, and we did that and started with that during 2015. We have a small range of wines. It consists out of 3 wines, Chardonnay Pinot Noir blend, a Chardonnay unhooded, and then a red wine, which is a Cabernet Sauvignon Merlot blend.
Oh, that's
So,
awesome.
yeah, and it's easy drinking, pocket-friendly wines. And we are also launching a special wine, which is a natural sweet wine very soon. But I don't want to spoil the surprise. So
Okay.
wait and see. It's a special project that I started.
All right. Well, that's good. What we'll do is when you're ready to launch a special project, I'll chat to you about that specifically.
Yes, it's very close to my heart, and it's gonna be awesome.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation: www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
So your wines that you make, your own wines, where are they sold? Do you export any of them, or they're just sold in South Africa? Where are they sold?
It's mostly in restaurants and bottle stores in the Western Cape and Johannesburg. We're not in any retail stores yet, like Checkers or Macro. As you know, that's a real mission, getting our wines into big stores.
Mhm.
And every year we try and submit samples, but we are positive, and hopefully during this year we will be able to be in a big store like Macro or Checkers. And then recently I had an export to Singapore, and then we also export to Norway. And it is my aim that this year I want to expand and like to explore and invest more into exports.
Okay, that's interesting. Could you, how easy is it for you guys to increase your production to if there's a big export demand?
Because we, for now, it's okay because we do have access to extra wine, but in future we will look at the other option to buy in.
Okay, that's interesting. So I also see you have a wine club. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, it's very small at the moment because it's difficult because we don't have a tasting room. So we only have a few private clients that order from us on a regular basis. And we also applied for funds to have a tasting room in the near future. And I think if we have a tasting room, it will be easier for us to grow a wine club and build our own customer base. But it is available, and if people would like to join, they can do so. And the link is on our website, and they can also order via our wine if they're interested.
What do people get when they join your wine club? Well, how does it work?
It's for now, it's only that they get a 10% discount, but we will arrange for delivery, and then we just send regular newsletters. But as I say, we need to expand and we need to grow, and I think it will be easier if we have our tasting room and we'll be able to build our own customer base.
Well, you guys are on the right location for a tasting room.
Yes, yes.
What
Yeah,
about space for expansion? You know, to add a tasting room and say maybe later on a restaurant. Do you guys have space on your property?
Yes, when our in-house bottler moved to their own premises last year, some of the space became available. So we do have office space that we will renovate and change into a tasting room. And we also have additional parking space. So everything is there. I'm just waiting for the funds to be approved.
Always the money that makes the world go round, isn't it?
Yes, I think that is the biggest mission. It's the process and the frustration and the delays if you apply for funding. And we are a new business, and that's the biggest thing, that we cannot afford to apply for extra loans. If we can get grants, that will work for us.
In terms of grants, are you registered as a non-profit, or is it actually a business operation, your trust?
No, we are a private company, but we receive lots of support from DEF, the National Department of Agriculture, and also from Western Cape government, and then also the new South African Transformation Unit that started up a few years ago. They also support and help us quite a lot with funding.
Oh, that's awesome. So the other thing that's happened lately is this whole coronavirus thing, and it's forced every one of us to rethink our business models. What is your thoughts about that? And do you have any changes or new ideas in mind? Maybe online sales?
Yeah, with regards to sales, I just joined wine.co.za, and I'm part of the Seller Direct sales now. And with regards to the production facility, all that we can do is make sure that we practice good hygiene. And it's actually not so easy for a production facility because mostly of our work, it's done by hand. When we have to do reworks for customers, we have to apply an additional importer sticker by hand. And also on our labeling line, we require more than 5 people to be present to do QC and actually remove bottles from the line that's not suitable for packing. But what we're trying to do is that when people come in, or our staff, we will be testing their fever and you will be sent home. If you're not well, and we will wash the hands regularly. And then we will not start with a full team. We will start with and work with minimum people.
Okay, well, I suppose that's nothing more that you can do, right?
Yes, yeah. I think it's difficult for everyone. And we just have to make sure that our systems are in place and just take it from there.
No, absolutely. So yourself, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
I love the wine industry. I don't think that I would fit in or want to work in any other industry. It's one of the most diverse and colorful industries. It has such a lot to offer. It's also an industry where many people stand together. Now with this COVID-19, I'm so amazed to see how Vinpro, Hosa, and Selba are standing together and supporting us and keeping our interest at heart. And that makes it all worthwhile. And I don't want to be any other place than in the wine industry.
Well, that's awesome to hear. So as a last question, can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
Believe it or not, I don't drink a wine.
Oh, my word.
But I can nose it. I do very well with recognizing cultivars and taste wine often and will only have it with a meal. But my favorite quote is enjoy and appreciate wine.
Enjoy and appreciate wine. I like that. Thank you so much. If people want to get hold of you guys, where do they find you?
We have our website, which is www.companiesdrift.com, and we're also available on Instagram and also on Facebook. Okay,
well, we'll put all those links in the description. Joseph, thank you so much talking to us. It was a pleasure, and I cannot wait to hear from you later on again about your new wine that you have close to your heart and you're keeping as a secret to all of us.
Thank you very much, Will. It was also nice speaking to you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Fred Hart. Fred Hart is from Uncork SA. Welcome, Fred, to About the Winelands.
Cheers. Well, thanks very much. Great to be here.
No, it's my pleasure. How are you coping with this whole locked-in scenario?
Well, it's rather interesting. We've just added a new family member to the house, so we're fairly busy and full at home. 2 kids and a newborn, and yeah, and managing thankfully to continue working new space. So busy. Obviously, very daunting to know that we might be running out of wine. Although I think I might still be safe for a couple of years or so.
Oh, that might be. I mean, I just thought we have an impending disaster coming on, but I'm glad to hear that. So, talking about the wine, tell us a bit about yourself, your background, and how you became involved with the wine industry.
Cool. Yes. Well, and I'm born and bred Durban, which is kind of the antithesis, I suppose, of premium wine and all things fine. Born and bred Durban, can't surf to save my life. I can fall off a surfboard like you can't believe, but certainly not one you can stand on. Born and bred there, and I've came down to the Cape in 2012 from a point of view, but I've always been a really big wine lover. Brought up in a family that loves wine, and like really specifically some big Cabernet and big Bordeaux blends. So as far back as I can remember, it's been a really important part of family and celebration and lifestyle. Strange enough, I can actually still remember the day that my father, for the first time, said to me, "It's my chance to go with the wine steward or the sommelier and go pick a wine from the cellar myself." It's things like that which obviously drew me to this industry, that it forms such an integral part of special moments and family celebrations. And from there on, it's just been a love story, really.
So you've been in the wine industry a lot. I mean, your dad was in the wine industry as well, it sounds like, or in the restaurant
No,
industry.
so my father was actually, he's a medical doctor, still is practicing in Durban, just passionately in love with wine. I think that he's very much been brought up in that, in the old days it was still very much acceptable to have medical reps drop off a bottle of wine to say thank you for support and service. And so many of these wines actually came from gifts from these amazing people who used to work with my father. So we just fell in love with the product, and I think the living nature of it made it just appealing and very romantic for us as a family to enjoy together.
Awesome. So Uncork SA, how did that start?
So a bit of a strange one, really. I mean, I always thought that I'd never be somebody to play around too much on social media, but what I realize is that I really enjoy all of this stuff. I really enjoy what I'm doing. I enjoy consuming and appreciating fine wine and learning about it. I think that really is the most important thing. But I found my taste and appetite for all things fine was working faster in my memory. So to be honest, when I opened Uncork SA for the very first time, the intent was to really store and keep a memory bank of all the products that I enjoyed. So it wouldn't be everything I tasted. It would be the things that I thought, one day I'm going to go back and pick this up again. I'm going to stock this in my cellar, and I'm going to, keep track of what I really enjoy. And from there, it kind of just grew fairly organically. To be honest, and very unexpectedly as well.
How long ago did you start?
It was probably three and a half years ago.
Okay.
At that stage, I was working in the wine industry, so I had the pleasure of working with one of the largest liquor suppliers in South Africa for many years. I say many years in context, eight or 9 years. And it was really that space where I was able to, my passion for wine and spirits was able to develop further, become more than just a sideline interest, but become something that was keenly aware of, and I wanted to further enhance my skills on. So as I kind of began from 2018, probably say 2018, the beginning of 2018, I started it. And within 2 or 3 months, it started clocking up a reasonable following. And I don't think I really kept track of how many people were engaging and how many people were talking or how many people were following. It was never really that exciting for me, but it felt like other people became interested in that. And obviously it's just snowballed, and the amount of time I invest in there just really started picking up as well.
So I'm interested, right? So this is now your full-time profession. It's not just a side hobby.
No, so it is still very much a side hobby. I have
Okay.
left the liquor industry directly. I now work in the data science world, in customer data science. So I've left directly that space. Although what I've realized still a keen interest is it has always really revolved around people. So even what I'm doing now is still in the same token. What has happened is since leaving the liquor industry, I've been able to really stretch out my wings a little bit further and uncork, and start digging deeper into the area that I'm passionate about. But that being said, it's still a sideline. What it means, I suppose, for Uncork in general is that it still remains a really 100% authentic recommendation site. I have been really fortunate to have something else that drives my income, which means that I don't, it's never really about charging or making money. It's the purpose of Uncork has never been a financial gain. It's really just about indulging my own curiosity for things that are luxury.
So Uncork itself, I mean, I know you've got quite a big social media following, but is it your blog is basically your real passion, right? Is that what I understand it correctly? Is that, I mean, what other places do you have, where you actually do reviews and stuff like that besides your blog? Or is your blog the main thing?
Yeah, so and really Instagram is probably the primary presence holder of Uncork. I suppose it was really designed that way. I found the visual appeal of Instagram good. It meant that it aligned very much to what I was trying to do with Uncork when it started developing. As I started crafting where I felt that it should go, and actually as I was guided by other people who follow and talk to me about it, there was some visual appeal in what was being presented on Cork. And more importantly, it helped to kind of declutter and kind of remove some stigma and overcomplication in the wine industry. A great visual, a quick description of wine, and a personal view on rating. People seem to respond to very well. So I tried a few different avenues in the beginning. I tried to play a bit more on Facebook for a while, and I toyed around on Twitter. And whilst there's presence on both, what I'm finding is, I don't get to decide myself where Uncork goes. There's a community that choose where it goes to by how they engage with the content, and the more they like and talk and want to explore different areas, the easier it is for me to understand. And I love the fact that it is very much a community. And I almost love the idea that social media is not it's not just about sitting behind a screen and being a separate person. There's a very social element attached to it, and people sometimes forget that.
Yeah, social media gets a bad rap because people don't understand it, but it's just a platform for distributing content, whether you're phoning people or doing it on social media or talking to people over a glass of wine. It's exactly the same thing. It's engagement, right? And if you're engaging, your platform works. And like you said, the platform is decided by where people want to engage. And
absolutely.
We're finding in our business that, I mean, although I think most of your big wine estates and stuff, their Facebook presence are still bigger than the Instagram presence. That's changing. And worldwide, your social media presence is slowly moving over. Actually, not slowly, it's fast moving away from Facebook to Instagram. And I think
so
that's
it was one of the areas that I did consider. I mean, thankfully, having some kind of background in the industry and having a bit more statistical support in what I do now, there's a very clear understanding of what is coming. And I believe that Instagram was a future fit choice. Whilst it didn't start that way, I think hindsight is 2020. I'll pat myself on the back and say it was a well-grounded decision, although it was probably a fluke chance, to be honest. I do find that the platform itself is the right space for me to be playing in, as like I say, specifically around removing some complication. The other areas I maintain. So there is still a Facebook presence, there's still a Twitter presence, and it's there, but it never really is something that would be a core focus for Uncork. Last couple of months, we've launched a website. The website is purely carrying some of the content from social media, and eventually will engage in a more active blog And hopefully that will become a way of storing some of the reviews in a way that's easier to search and find and explore, because obviously Instagram doesn't really allow some of that functionality
Yeah, the search
too easily.
functionality is not there, right? But
Yeah.
what I'm interested in is, are you expanding into IGTV, into Instagram TV as a medium, making maybe longer type videos and putting that onto that part of the platform or not?
So I've done one or two. The purpose, I suppose, Uncork has always been a pretty faceless portfolio or profile, and intentionally so. I suppose people would much rather look at a glass of wine than my mug, which I totally get. It's never really been about me, and I never intended to be. So where there's a really exciting way to express what's going on in the world of wine or with a winemaker, I certainly explore there. What I have done is a few fantastic pour shots. I've got some exceptional, really exquisite decanters, and they do so well in slow mo pours. And once in a while, I do that to share. And those are loads of fun. It's always a bit challenging trying to get somebody to hold a camera steady, and I'm trying to, obviously I'm really amateur in the way that it's set up. So I do the best we can, and my kids are starting to get involved and kind of telling me, Dad, don't forget to take a photograph of this drink. You mustn't forget it. So yeah, that's a bit of a family affair at the moment.
Well, if you can have fun, right? Why not? So what I want to know from you is I'm going to put you on the spot here, but what's your favorite wine and wine region?
Yeah, this is a really tricky one. I suppose anybody would answer this in the same way. It's like choosing your favorite child. It's almost impossible to do. But what I can talk about is things that are really impressing me at the moment. And one of which is not so much a fad. It must have been about 2.5 years ago. I tasted Eric Ubermair's wines for the first time. Really fortunate to have met up with her partner and have a conversation, and tasted her 2015 Cabernet Sauvignon. It is still, without a doubt, one of my favorite SA wines that I've put to my lips. Really an impressive wine, and across their entire range, there are a few others that really stick their heads up. As a varietal point of view, I think Cinsault is really interesting at the moment. Lots of cool developments there, although probably a bit more faddish. I don't know if it's going to be as sustainable as other, but yeah, tricky to pick a region. It really depends on a combination of things. I really am all about relationships and the producer and the story and the way in which they treat wine, which is probably what has really taken me back with Erica's wine. But because it's on my doorstep, Stellenbosch really does have a very close place to my heart. It's the style of wine that I enjoy. It's really focused on big and bold profiles. That I and most of the wineries that I tend to stock up on happens to be in this area. And in the short term, I've found a lot of interest coming up in the Elgin region. It's obviously picking up, and always it seems to be on the up and up. Cool wine is just something that I just find the sophistication around it fantastic. And yeah, there are a couple of wineries up there that I'm starting to explore a bit more, get a bit more time with as well.
So the whole tourism area in that area is developing a lot. You have almost like an agri-tourism hub there that's starting to develop with your wine and also other stuff happening.
Yeah, I think the diversity that we offer in the Cape is just exceptional. Previously it may have been a really finite approach to a few smaller wine regions you're going to. There's absolutely no doubt, and I'm hearing more and more, and again, not really my view, but people who I interact with really often saying, when they come to the Cape, they don't even visit this side of the mountain. They go up over the hill into the Elgin region, Hemel and Arder, and go and explore there. That is just their thing. The wines that are there are exceptional for them. They have great relationships with wineries. And I'm finding there's diversity, and they look at that in comparison to Swartland. Head out to Riva Castile and see what's being done out that side. We just have the most remarkable wineries and regions to explore, and I don't think anybody has enough time to get to them all. What a privilege to be able to explore them, even if it's just through a glass.
What lots of people don't understand what we have here in South Africa. I mean, to understand that you really need to go explore some of the wine regions in the rest of the world. And then you realize that what we have here in terms of, the total offering, in terms of how you are greeted in the whole winelands, how you are, how it's presented, the tourism and everything that goes with it is really unique in the world.
Yeah, and that's such a big part of Uncork, and I said earlier that the purpose of this has never really been to to make money. This is not it's not a personal story to tell. Yeah, the core behind Uncork is really about telling a story of craftsmanship through the lens of producing, great wines and spirits in our country. It's all about talking about people who are doing exceptional things or making exceptional things. And my only hope is that it inspires somebody to get in a plane and fly here, or get in a car and get out and go and see a winery and taste something unique. Just try something different. Obviously, when it's again possible. I hope that in some way, if there's one or two people inspired to do that, it feels like it could be a win for Uncork, and hopefully for the wine industry.
Do you ever get the wanderlust to actually also maybe do the opposite? You yourself getting on a plane and flying to other wine regions of the world and writing about them a bit, or is this not really something you're interested in?
Absolutely, and I've been really fortunate to have sample wines sent from a few other countries. Some really interesting stuff, and some not always so great. Looking just for a favourable review, I'd say. I had the privilege last year to travel through to Bordeaux and spend a bit of time over a couple of days exploring. It also is never really enough to explore the entire region. And coupled with that, I actually spent a week or so in Scotland wandering through through some of the whiskey distilleries as well. So and there's no doubt those are absolutely wonderful trips. I think they tend to be once in a lifetime trips, particularly with family. When we go on holiday, we head east to Indonesia and find ourselves on a beach really quietly sipping back on something a little less sophisticated.
Okay, awesome. So one of the things is very obviously, Uncork is almost, becoming like an influencer in the wine industry. So I would think that sometimes it's to a winery's advantage if you can write something about them or review them or whatever. So if somebody's listening from a wine estate and they want to get your attention, how did they get you to actually drive a bit further than Stellenbosch maybe, or maybe go to a place you haven't been to and get your attention to come to, taste the wines and write something about it?
I think the first thing, I almost cringe at the
You don't have to bribe
word
right?
influencer. I know exactly why it exists and how it's worked. The starting point is, I hope that wineries see it as a channel. This is just another space that you can use to market your brand. And please, I have great friends who are involved in social media, and they work this as a career. I hope they see this as a valuable channel that doesn't have cost attached to it in real terms. Pick up the phone. My number's on most of the social media channels. There's an email address online, drinks@uncork.co.za, being an email address, or through any of DM me on Instagram is probably the easiest way to get it, really. Send a message, start a conversation. What I can tell you, what you're not going to get sent back to you is a rate card and a generic response that says how to get. This is supposed to be a way for hopefully allowing me to explore more of the winelands. And hopefully for yourself, a way of getting your products exposed to more people. There obviously is, one or two caveats to it. I don't charge anything for exposure around Cork, and I never intend to do it. What it does mean is that I'm grateful to receive samples. The generosity of the industry is really vast. The samples always come at risk, and I said really clearly, I focus on the good. If I taste something and it's not to my liking, you'll find, very few ratings on a page are, in the low 80s and nothing below. And it's purpose driven, that I understand every product's got a profile and every profile has got a product. If it doesn't suit me, it doesn't do anything for a supplier to slate it. I'll talk generously about the things that I really enjoy. And I think people who follow Uncork, who align to my profile, hopefully will pick it up and enjoy it as well. But yeah, and I suppose the quick answer is pick up the phone, start a conversation. I love chatting to people who are, you're just interested in knowing what's going on. Never mind, the exposure you get, great. I don't do contracts. I don't do agreements. I do a phone call, a chat, a conversation, and that's, that is really what it is. It's who I am as a person, and it's how it's translated into Uncork as well.
I think, I've had quite a few people, quite a few big wine estates have conference facilities in that, and what they do, and I think this is where wineries can learn. They would go to professional conference organizers, and maybe invite them to come to and visit on a quiet weekend and experience what they can provide, right? And I think this is what I would think that the winery should do, is actually invite somebody like you for a lunch or a pairing or something at their own cost, and let you enjoy it, and then write your review from that perspective as a invited customer type of thing.
Yeah. So in many of the cases, that's how it does translate with Uncork. So the ability to get out to a winery, I don't necessarily always plan very well in advance, well, as you would have you would have seen, being at the mercy of all these children and a really busy work life. I'm sometimes, and I'm able to kind of plan weeks or months in advance. But that being said, we've had some really good experiences. I remember in a trip to Franschhoek where we were really blown away, and thankfully as a family, I think this journey is a personal one, but the impact is felt on a family who, I'm conscious of what it does to them if I'm running about tasting wonderful wines all over and they don't get to be a part of it. So I ask for anybody who's interested, be considerate of what the lifestyle it creates on the side, not just of myself, but anybody you're reaching out to. I suppose that is why some others may ask for financial support, because it kind of replicates, it's part and parcel of what they do for a living. The ask is reach out, let's chat, and I'm fairly open and honest about what I can and can't do. Where it's possible to involve family, and in some cases there's some wineries that it just is not, and that's also okay. And the last part, the other part, which is really really exciting, is that about 4 months ago we opened up a donation site on PayPal, which is really, it's not so much directed at producers, it's a combination of producers and followers, and it's called Buy Uncork a Drink. It's a really small entity. It's like a kind of $5. Anybody who's interested, kind of small donation. And strange enough, that is just ticked over in a very small way. Some of the producers are grateful afterwards for exposure and drop $15 or a $10 in and say thanks very much. This is for you to go and buy something, which I appreciate. It actually, if nothing else, maintains a bit of interest, and it also gives me an excuse to stock up the cellar with more wine, I suppose.
So talking about that, I'm interested in how this influencer industry develops. When I started hearing about Instagram influencers in the beginning, I was always thinking of girls in bikinis selling fashion accessories and makeup, right? But with this type of thing, you can't just rely on images and stuff like that. Surely you have to provide some value. So if you had to give somebody that wanted to become an influencer some advice, what would you say? What does it take to become a successful influencer in the wine industry?
Cool. So, and I think the starting thing is just pick anything that you're passionate about. So be it wine or natural wine or a specific region, or focus on South African wine, focus on a style of wine, or what you're trying to track. The starting point is, if you're not passionate about wine, don't start here at all. And it seems maybe like a bit of a negative statement, but it's really difficult there are loads of people who come in and try and leave, and often the case is that you have to be so passionate about it that you almost can't stop. So there's maybe the first thing, is if you pick the thing you're passionate about. If that is wine, fantastic. What a pleasure to have a new influencer on board. The second thing is try to understand what your purpose is. So once you know that wine is definitely your passion, what is the purpose of what you're trying to do? Are you trying to bring new people, young people into drinking wine? Are you trying to demystify some of the complexities that are created around wine, get people to try new or different varietals or strange regions? I think understanding some of this may also just help to make sure that your market is really finite, but also that your content is then aligned to what they're doing as well. And to be honest, it's something that I've learned in the Uncork journey, is that for a long time I wasn't really too sure how some of these spirits and wines all really tied together. So I didn't start with a really big plan, which is probably my last piece of advice. Don't plan to start and then just you kind of plan yourself to death and actually never get your first piece of content going. Just start and let your community evolve where you're going to and how that direction changes. It felt that in the beginning it was kind of anything I could get my hands on to taste, I would taste and talk about, and then it evolved into let's start being more finite about things that display craftsmanship. So what is the criteria that I'd use for craftsmanship? Is that it's something that a producer stands wholeheartedly behind, saying, I'm proud of producing this. And to be honest, some products are produced in the way to say, I'm not, this is just a I'm producing this in order to scale that I can make something else, and others are, standing so proudly behind their product. And that's obviously what I've started chasing after for Uncork, is really just honing in on the craftsmanship elements of it, and highlighting some of the characters behind the product. So, yeah, and I think if you're passionate about the industry and you understand what kind of role you're trying to fulfill, and then you allow your audience to direct you where you're going, as opposed to standing back and trying to pre-plan everything up front. I've learned social media by learning by doing. My personal profile, I think, was created 6 weeks before Uncork. So I had no expertise in this space at all. I think I fell into an interesting space. I learned by doing. I made a heap of mistakes. I still make mistakes. I have friends all over the world who once in a while drop me a note and say, "Don't forget, you spelt this wrong. Go and change your copy." And I just leave it, because that is kind of authentically who I am. There are a few mistakes here, and I'm no expert in wine.
It's a perfect way to get some traffic, right? Make a spelling mistake.
Yeah, what a pleasure. All I need to do is get the numbers wrong, and then I'll be on YouTube and News24. It's strange enough. It's because I believe that I'm actually just a person who loves wine. I don't have any of the funny acronyms that follow my name. I'm really impressed by people who've dedicated their life to studying in wine. My experience is in the number of bottles I've tasted, the people I've met, and the feeling I have when I consume a product. I have some structure behind how I taste and rate product, but it's certainly, I wouldn't put myself up against a Greg Sherwood or these super effective reviewers and say I'm on their level. I certainly am not. But learning by doing. That's really
So I like that idea of just do it, because obviously with wine there's no downside. If you just taste it, there's no downside to this. But the other thing is that what makes me excited about what you're saying is the whole winelands and the story of wine and everything. It's a storytelling journey, and it seems to me that there are not enough people telling the story of the winelands, and a lot of those stories actually go by the wayside. And it's great that somebody is more interested in the people and the story and the experiences rather than all the technicalities, because that's covered so many times. But the actual human aspect and the stories about the winelands is something that needs to be documented, actually.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that is really what comes through, is that there is, everybody says there always must be an agenda behind it. The reality is that the only agenda behind Uncork is to spark interest or curiosity for somebody in the world of the products that I enjoy, of the South African wine and the tourism industry that surrounds it, spirits, the producers that we have around that. It is so appealing to me that I just want other people to know about it. I feel like I'm walking around tapping people's shoulders saying, "Don't forget to look at how amazing this stuff is. Taste our product, buy our product, put it in your cellar." And I bet you now all those people are saying, "I wish I'd listened to Uncork. I should have bought all this wine and put it in my cellar," because I'm sure they're going dry.
Exactly. And now you're coming to the important thing. So, I mean, the coronavirus has forced basically everyone to rethink their business models, right? So, do you have any changes or new ideas in mind, or maybe even for wine producers? I mean, if not for Uncork itself, what are your thoughts about this, the industry, the marketing, your own business? You must have been thinking about all of this while sitting there sipping your. Yeah, at least you have a stash that you can sip, right? So that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt this has shaken the industry completely. I'm of the opinion that in some of the decisions made are going to really have detrimental effects on the businesses, beyond just wineries, right through the value chain, in the hospitality industry and all. I think what it is going to do is it's going to start propping up a few opportunities for people to really start partnering where there's mutual benefit interests. Maybe just to put that in context, I think that you're going to find more and more wineries and possibly restaurants working together, closer together, where the benefit is not so much about how can you make my business grow, but how can we work together to make sure your winery is profitable, successful, and my restaurant is in the same space. And I really am hoping that is going to be something that is the fruit that comes out of all the pain that we're going through now. The other part is I think that we might get a swing in some localization. So possibly local restaurants supporting local wineries, even more so than what they do at the moment. I think general feeling is that we want to make sure that people in our community are eating and drinking and their kids are going to school. And how better can we do that than actually supporting their own businesses? And maybe the last thing, I think, just innovation. It's for me amazing to watch all of these digital wine tastings, and it's not just here. I mean, winemakers doing tastings across the globe of their product as it's available. Some winemakers are only able to do that because their wines aren't obviously being able to be sold locally. But people are starting to engage more with the stories through social media, and I'm really excited to see one of the changes that the not necessarily the investment in money, but the investment in time that the manufacturers are putting into social media is fantastic. Because this isn't a money area. Spending more money in social media is not the answer. Spending more time is, and I'm glad to see that that's where it's going to. More winemakers have been on social media that I've seen in the last 3 weeks than I've probably seen since the start of Uncork. And it's probably a bit uncomfortable at first, but I think that after 3 weeks of doing it, they seem to be really comfortable in front of a camera and understanding which angles work well and which ones don't.
I think that's right, and I think also that it will. I think the next step beyond that is that people will see that people want to consume online content. Like you say, it's not about spending money; it's about creating engaging content in stories. But also, I think another area that's not been tapped yet is actual education. I think people will be hungry to learn more, and it's easy to learn this type of stuff. With I think online courses and that type of stuff in the wine industry is also going to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in general the ability to adopt technology is just it's leapfrogged. There's sometimes at the moment we're just not presented with any alternatives. So what you do with spare time if you're at home and you're not able to work, and you're passionate about this industry, you log onto the internet and you find something to read about, a new article. You go and listen to a winemaker talking, or you go and invest in actual qualifications. I think there is going to be a birth of a whole new style, and I think it's been there. I think the adoption rate is just going to be significantly greater in the months and the years to come, because I think that the idea of returning to what was normal is far-fetched. I think we're going to return to a very different normal than what we expect.
I agree with you. I think, like you say, it's just the process was there anyway. It's just been accelerated. But I think the other important thing that you mentioned is locality, right? I think because of the whole worldwide tourism industry is going to take a knock. So local tourism is going to be the first to bounce back. So people are going to be forced to provide also, I think, pricing for not for international tourists, but pricing for the local market in terms of your whole tourism experience is going to be important.
Absolutely, and it's where we talk about these genuine interest partnerships where all people involved have got to win. Some of these venues will not survive without local tourists supporting in the next 12 months, and hopefully we'll start gearing things in all ways. But for a restaurant to do that, for a hospitality establishment to do that, they also need the support of the really right at the supply chain. Who's providing them what product, and what role are they playing to make it more effective as well. So it is this genuine this partnership that needs to be created, and I'm hoping that this is one of the areas that I hope Uncork will benefit and certainly start focusing on, is the role that we can play in making sure people are aware of where there is where there are companies that are struggling, where there are companies that are succeeding, what kind of partnership opportunities exist, and what role people can play in joining together. It's just such an important part, and it's sad for me every time I open up and I see a story of a business closing. It really feels like it's a personal stab, and I'm hoping that in some way we can inspire one more person to walk into that store and talk about it, and kind of elevate the opportunity that people have to keep their businesses open.
I totally agree with you. So your vision for Uncork after all of this and going forward, where do you see yourself going and growing with this?
So, strange enough, and I think the Uncork journey is about diversification into different platforms. So I think the ask we are at the moment, we're moving to focus a bit more on a blog and get the website up and running. I've also started expanding out a little bit outside of Uncork. So I've started a new page called Crafted in Africa. Actually, funny enough, around about the start of lockdown, I've realized that some products don't naturally fit into the Uncork world, which really is tending towards focus on premium wine and spirits sporadically. Crafted in Africa is really honing in specifically on products that are produced locally only. It tends away from sophistication of wine and talks to probably a younger audience, and also refers to quite a big focus on the craft brewing industry, which I think is really in a really tough state, I think, at the moment, not necessarily battling through some scale. I've also worked outside of that into another site called Family Friendly, which is talking more to the environment where parents and children are both welcome. In fact, where kids are welcome, but parents can also come. So probably playing around the peripheral of Uncork without losing the really essence of Uncork, which I still need to continue to drive the message, is around this curiosity to just to explore craftsmanship and what we can deliver here.
Almost like a type
I'm
of
hoping
lifestyle
that
tourism, right?
yeah, so I've done a little bit, and I've tried to work with some local hotels, restaurants, and that is really something that whilst I'd like to do, it's only where it comes across as authentic. The limitation of always this is I don't get to define where Uncork goes. I talk about the ideas in my mind, but the reason why Craft in Africa has popped up as a sideline is that whilst I've tried to explore different passions through Uncork, the reality is the community who follow Uncork have clearly called that that's not, it doesn't fit into what they want to see, and therefore it helps to branch out elsewhere. And I'm excited about that because because there's no agenda personally, it allows me to really explore what people want and deliver that. But yeah, I am kind of hoping that in the really long term, this may be a space for me to fall back on in later on in life and expand more to how I can use this to focus on tourism. At the moment, like anybody who reaches out and asks for advice, which winery should I go and see, which region, I'm coming to South Africa, can you please give me an itinerary of what I need to do? I'm here for 3 weeks. It's a really daunting task, but it's lovely. And if just to be able to chat to them at this stage, it's purely to help somebody out. Who knows? Maybe in 15 years' time, I'm going to need to rely a bit more on Uncork for different kind of means. At this stage, it's a passion, it's a hobby. I hope to live it out as best as I can. And I hope just to bring more people on board who want to learn more about our product.
Oh, awesome. So tell me your wine journey. Let me ask you this. What is the most important thing you learned from your wine journey so far?
So you spoke about stories earlier. I'd go one step further, that the most important aspect of any journey that I've been on, both wine and spirits, has been revolved purely around relationships. And I can't express this enough. It may be more what I've learned in the social media world than wine, but it translates really closely into what I've done with Uncork. It is all about relationships. I've seen really big businesses make offers of almost obscene amounts just for exposure. We'll send you this and we'll send you this is what we pay for it, and you either take it or leave it. And the response is always from I leave it. I have no interest whatsoever in doing this. What I've worked with from the start is a producer picks up the phone or drops me a DM and says, hey, have you heard of our product? Are you interested in trying it? We'd love you to come out to the estate if you can. If not, can you give us an address to send through a sample? And it doesn't end there. If I do taste, I actually want to hear from them. I want to hear what they thought about the wine, what they thought about the vintage. And when I say it all revolves around relationship, it's because it is impossible to unlock that story without a true relationship. The story that you get is a marketing story unless it's told by somebody who's intimately involved with it. And I think there's nothing better for me than hearing Batu talk about Alto, about a specific vintage and how he remembers how hot it was for walking up and down through the vineyards. There's nothing. Yes, you can read about the rainfall in that year, and somebody will tell you statistically whether it was a hotter or a colder year than the other. But walking through the vineyard, talking to him about it or hearing him talk about it, it just fundamentally changes the experience. And that's when you actually live the story. The story is translated from something written down to something that you feel. And so, actually it's really advice, I'd say, to people who are toying around with exploring social media as a brand, is don't be fooled into the idea of thinking that you just pushing content out and hoping it's going to get consumed like a TV advert. You've got to consider this as a conversation that you are starting with somebody. The simplest one is, somebody walks up to you at the office and says, "Hey, you look really nice today," or "Those are really cool shoes," and then they just turn around and walk away and don't say anything back. For me, social media is sometimes interpreted, particularly in bigger brands, sadly, that's how it's lived out. Put out a wonderful advert of beautiful imagery and the most, a huge expense put into how to make a product presentable. And then I watch people commenting and saying, "Hey, this looks absolutely amazing. Where is the estate?" And months go by and nobody responds to it. Like, you've just had all the options. You spend all of this money and effort getting people there. They love what you're doing. And then when they talk to you, you turning your back and ignoring them. It feels to me like it's one of those old high school movies, and it's the quarterback turning around and walking away from somebody talking. It just feels that you've missed all, like, what social media, the heart of it really is.
But I think that's a misunderstanding, because most marketing people are still trained in traditional marketing methods of traditional radio, TV, and magazine advertising, or the traditional advertising type of thing, where you don't you actually put an ad out there and you hope people will call you. Whereas with social media, as you just said, it's all about engagement with your it's actually talking to people, and that's what people don't get. They focus on the media part instead of the social part.
Absolutely. And the more premium your product, the less important I'd say it is to focus on the metric. It's one of the areas that we often see, like, these statistics come through about the engagement percentage rates, and yes, those are really important. I suppose you have to consider them, and they are important to know, particularly if you're spending money in this space. What you're getting back for it. But if you're an ultra premium wine, and I say you're selling a bottle of wine for 600 Rand a bottle, you don't need to have 3,000 people seeing your advert and 1,000 responding to it and commenting on your post. What you need is somebody who absolutely loves what you're doing, who's engaging with you consistently, and they're willing to put in the money to go and pick up your product and buy it. You need to focus on which one of those engagements out of all of the pools that come in, which are the ones that are really critically important. And the only way to do that is to respond to the conversation. And I agree with you about the traditional media components. I think so many people are trained on the old school way of marketing, and it's been really successful. And I've got to say, there's some wineries that have taken to the social media piece exceptionally well. In most cases, when the response comes back, it is generally from somebody who is intimately involved with social media from a different aspect and happens to be doing it for the winery as well. Or the alternative is that they're so intimately involved with the wine that they can't help themselves but spill the story in their conversation. It just comes, the passion of what they do just literally comes through the words as they write. I love the romantic part.
I totally agree with what you're saying. It's the difference between having a sales orientation and building a long-term viable brand and loving your brand. And ultimately, if you want it to work, I will put money on it that where it works is where the owners of the farm or the owners of the estate are personally involved, because they love their brand.
Absolutely. Look, I think that there have been examples that I've seen of bigger corporate players, and what it always comes down to is an individual who takes personal ownership, whether they happen to be an owner or they happen to be an employee. When there is an individual who loves so much what they do that they can't help but behave like an owner, and that's really where you have the ultimate win. And to be honest, for a corporate, they get the best benefit of it. Individuals who behave that way, because they're behaving as the owner mentality is just so important.
But that works in all aspects of managing a business, not just in the marketing, right?
Absolutely.
So, Fred, the last thing that I'd like to hear from you is you need to give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote.
So my very own one, I'd struggle to create. I mean, there's so many amazing quotes out there. But there's one which comes to mind, which I'd have to steal, and I wish I knew who it was authored by. But it taps on two things which are really important to me. So it goes like this: right? Wine is a little like love. When the right one comes along, you'll definitely know it.
That is a very good. I actually love that one. That's I haven't heard it before. So that sounds like something that Mark Twain would say. But
it does sound like it's come straight out of the poet's mouth, right?
So,
And I'll tell you that this is no truer than the uncork journey for me. It's been this feeling of falling in love with wine and the industry, one glass at a time, one conversation with a producer at a time. It's this evolution and a continuously growing journey. I feel really privileged to have been a part of what this how this has developed. And yeah, I just hope that there are wineries out there that are benefiting from it. And those that would like to benefit or feel they could benefit, please reach out, have a chat. Let's see where it goes.
now that on that page, how did I get hold of you? Where do people find you?
Well, so, and the easiest, as I said, is probably is directly on Instagram at uncork_SA. The alternative is to drop me an email at drinks@uncork.co.za, or through any of the social media channels. WhatsApp or email are both available there as well. You'll be surprised that every comment that comes through, so you don't need to send a DM, it helps, but every comment that comes through on Uncork, I follow, read, try to get involved with. And yeah, if you struggle one way or the other, please try a different channel, and at worst come worst, go straight onto the website www.uncork.co.za and leave us a comment there, and it drops straight through to my mailbox as well.
Okay, perfect. We will leave all those links, obviously, in the show's description, everything. Fred, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. Thanks for spending
Awesome,
the time. I know you are a busy family man, so I appreciate it, and thank you.
Awesome. Well, and thank you very much for what you do for the industry and the people that are involved with it as well. It's a pleasure to be invited, and certainly a privilege to be a part of your journey as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Good day, everyone. Welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Pardon Taguzo from African Wines. Good day, Pardon.
Good day, Will. How are you?
I'm great. You are currently sitting in The Hague in the Netherlands, also under a lockdown, and must be quite exciting times over there, if you can put it that way.
Yeah, well, it's excitingly devastating times in terms of business-wise and also social life as well. Because we've also gone under social distancing, not really lockdown per se. The Netherlands has a different approach to this whole pandemic. So we mainly doing social distancing, but we've also closed most businesses that has quite a huge number of gatherings, etc., restaurants, hotels, events, and also the conferences as well that have been cancelled, and business has been on standstill.
Oh, amazing! So, Pardon, let's start off with something more. Tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry.
How I became involved with the wine industry. It's quite a very interesting story. Well, I'm Zimbabwean originally, and just like any other young Zimbabwean, during the time when things were not going really well, the economy was actually taking a huge knock in Zimbabwe. decided to visit the Cape where my sister was actually based. Yeah, and when I got to the Cape, it was actually in 2010, and I happened to just work at a hotel as a runner, and then after that, I got the excitement, but my visa to stay at that time was just a visitor's visa, which lasted me for only about a month. And after that, I had to go back. I had to go back home. So when I got back home, I started thinking about this short experience which I had. Obviously, coming from uh, from, from from a background that I'm quite very active in social scenes. I like to socialize with people, and that small duration of time when I was actually working at the Royal Hotel for those 3 weeks uh, gave me a different perception to the world, that I can still engage in people doing what I like to do and still earn money out of it. So then I came back to South Africa officially now, on a working visa. And fortunately enough, I got a job again at the same hotel, which is Royal Hotel in Ruby Castile. Um, and I was actually a runner. They got me in as a runner, but coming from an academic background, you always want more, and you always want to achieve more. So for me, being a runner was like, okay, yeah, okay, it's the beginning. So what's next? But I actually rose quickly through the system there. I was understanding the systems, how it works. I was also understanding as well how to talk with guests, and I was also quite friendly to people, and I was also earning quite a lot of tips for someone who was actually just arrived. So then I was offered a waiter's job. Then I started picking up tables. Um, After picking up tables, I also was switched from picking up tables, and I went behind the bar as well. I went behind the bar and got a little bit of an insight about the drinks, which when I got to the hotel, I didn't have any idea about alcoholic drinks, because I was coming from a Christian family, which means that drinking alcohol was actually uh, not was actually prohibited. You could not drink any alcohol beverages, or even smoke. Yeah, but then I had the experience of actually working in the bar, and also waiting tables as well, and I got the fascination of hearing people actually explain wine, because the guys that I've been working with, they have been at the hotel for minimum almost like 7 years, and they could understand wines, and they could talk about wines, and I just got the fascination. And with my academic background, I always want to know, and want to learn more. So I asked the guys, okay, so how do I get into knowing about all these flavors that you're talking about this wine? And just um, as colleagues, and with also the appreciation which I was getting back then from the guests, and also from the hotel owners as well. Um, my colleagues were not that willing to give away the information that where could I actually go and study, and do the studies, and actually become like them, or even more. But eventually, thanks to Google, I actually looked it up, and enrolled myself with Cape One Academy. And I remember in that time I used to travel with the train from Ruby Castile to Stellenbosch. I'd drop off at club mats, and I would walk from club mats down to close to the mall zone there. That's where the classes were being done. And then after that, I would do the same routine again.
Wow.
Yeah, so, and then, when I did my introductory certificate, and then after that, I went also to do my certificate level 2 as well, and then I proceeded also. Then I met Kathy Marston. Kathy Marston, who is actually doing the WCT, running the WCT program in South Africa. And she introduced me to WCT. Then I was like, okay, wow, this is something interesting, because of course I was thinking of not just South Africa as the place for me to explore wine business. I was actually thinking globally. And when she pitched the idea to me that, okay, WCT is actually being recognized in over 60 countries in the world, then that actually struck me I actually grew an interest, and then I also enrolled with the WCT as well. Then I did my courses until level 3, and then whilst I was doing this, I was still actually working in Rebecca Still, where I just also moved from the hotel, and then I went to a very nice, cozy Italian restaurant in the valley, which is called Mama Cucina. Then I started off there, building my first wine list. I started off a wine program there, and I also started off some food and wine pairings as well for that restaurant. Thankfully to Kuni and Johan, they actually trusted me at that time to actually take care of that part. But yeah, and I was never meant to stay at one place, which also my bosses then, Kuni and Johan, were very they were very open about me that, if we know you're actually pursuing a career in wine, if you have anything opening, please do take it. We don't want to hold you. We don't want to hold you to the same position. If you want to grow, you have to grow. So yeah, fortunate enough, I also got an offer from our Aubergine restaurant, which is in Cape Town, where I then started working there as an assistant sommelier. And also I was now exposed to more wines. We used to run a wine list which had about 650 listings on the list, and we had a very huge seller of about 17,500 bottles, which is probably the best seller in the Western Cape. Then I also started competing as well. I was the runner-up of 2017 Best Young Sommelier in South Africa.
Awesome.
And then after that, we also went to participate in the World Blind Tasting Championship as a team of 4 Zimbabwean sommeliers.
Yes. I saw the Zim sommeliers. Tell us a bit more about them.
Yeah, well, so there is a competition which is being run by Jean-Vincent Ridon, which is the South African Wine Tasting Championship. So basically you go from regionals, and then you also go to the nationals as well. But the rules of the competition is any other team can only bring one foreign national into their team. So when I participated in 2017, I was actually in top 5 best testers in the Western Cape. It also happens that we also have enough Zimbabweans as well that were in the top 15. So ideally, it was very wise for us to actually create a Zimbabwean team and just represent Zimbabwean team rather than all of us just fighting for one spot into getting into Team South Africa. So we did that, and we actually went on the journey to France, and we competed, which was the first time, and we did not have enough preparation. We came 23 out of 24. Yeah, that's basically about Zimswams, and it's actually a team which is made of 4 sommeliers.
An awesome
At
story.
that time, I was still. Yeah, it is an awesome story of wine bringing people from different walks of life together.
Well, also from a country like Zimbabwe, which doesn't really have a wine history.
Yeah. We basically do not have a vast wine history, but we have up to now I think about 4 wineries in Zimbabwe that not really that successful in actually making wines and also exporting wines as well. So basically, I can say the wine culture is not there. Me for instance, I never grew up knowing that okay, we're gonna have dinner and then we're gonna have a bottle of wine at the table. Even though I was young at that time, and my folks also did not have that kind of culture as well, let alone beer. So it is quite a unique turn and shift.
Okay, so you then at the Aubergine restaurant. So how did you get involved with? How did you progress from there? And tell us the story about African wines and how that happened.
Yeah, well, African wines was actually an idea which was birthed. It was like 2.5 years ago. I was still working at Aubergine restaurant, and I met this couple that came into the restaurant with their two sons. It was actually most arguably the fastest table I had to serve. When you go out as a family, you really want to relax. You want to enjoy your meal, and you want to make the most time of it, especially when you're on holiday. So this couple came in, and they were actually sitting upstairs, and I was called by one waiter that they needed somebody's assistance. So I went there and I greeted them, and they told me that what we would like to have a nice bottle of red wine from South Africa, and they were all having a Springbok. And at that time, I was actually thinking, okay, this is actually a traveling family. Obviously, they're not here to blow the budget. They want something which is quite comfortable with the budget, but also delivers as well with their meal. So then I recommended them Duncan Service red blend, which they liked very much. And after that, I was actually in conversation with the other son, and he was trying to offer me a job in front of my chef, and which was quite very interesting, because I was like, okay, come on, man, you cannot be saying such things in front of my boss. But then we kept contact, and this family is actually based here in the Netherlands, and they own a few restaurants, and they've been in the restaurant business for quite a while, and so we kept on talking, and prior to that, when we about to go for the blind tasting championship, which Janssen Robinson had helped us to actually do a crowdfunding. They were also the major donors of the crowdfunding for us to go to France. So yeah, and they also extended a trip visit as well from France to the Netherlands. That's when we sat down and we started talking what could be best, what could we do together, what projects should we do. And at that time, I always had thought about South African wines being making really a good mark into the world of wines, and I always had thought that they are not well represented because the entry level you get in Europe, either from a supermarket, it either gives you a good impression or it gives you a bad impression. And you don't have also other different wines which are coming from very small independent producers, which are also focusing on a bit more quality than quantity. It's either you were getting a very entry level wine or you get a premium wine which is super expensive. So yeah, so then I pitched the idea that, okay, what I would like to do is to actually move into distribution of wine. So yeah, just like that, and then we actually started off African wines, where I had to bring to build up a portfolio of wineries from the Cape, but literally from very small independent producers, and from producers that are also involved in social responsibility of their communities as well, and also giving back to the community, and also aware of the dangers of what the world and the plants are in as well. And yeah, and that just happened, and we commenced our business 2 years ago.
Oh, that's amazing. Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support our country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show. So, are you guys only selling in the Netherlands?
No. It's thanks to the EU, you have quite a very good free movement. Currently, we are selling in Belgium. We're selling in Austria. We also selling in London as well. A little bit of that, and we're also selling now in South America as well, and we also selling in Germany as well.
Oh, that's amazing. So, Paul, I see that I've noticed that you import from all over South Africa. How do you choose your wine? I mean, building a portfolio is from all over South Africa is quite a job.
Yeah, it's quite a job, man. So basically, like I told you, the fundamental principles of building this portfolio, which my business partner also was very keen in that, Belinda and Damiano de Alba, was mainly giving back to the community, and which is what is also lacking in the wine business here in Europe. So basically, we wanted to gather around wineries that do social responsibilities, wines that are being made from the wineries that are disadvantaged because they do not probably have the budgets to bring out their wines out, and wineries that also have really good wine that also counts, but also really good story as well, because everyone now is moving away from the norm of talking about the political jargon of the acidity, the tannins. People want to hear what's going to make them feel good if they purchase this bottle of wine. What is it going to change in someone's life if they purchase that bottle of wine? So that was like the fundamental principles where we were building the portfolio from.
Well, that's amazing. I saw it on your website. There is a charity button, and that explains a bit more about it. So I assume that all your wineries that you are representing have some kind of a social responsibility type of angle.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I can run you through just one example.
That would be great.
We have on the portfolio the winery which is called Black Elephant Vintners. It is based in Franschhoek, and this is actually the coming together of three partners, which is Raymond Love, Kevin Swartz, and also Jacques Wenzel. So basically, what this whole corporation is part of the BEE, which is the Black Empowerment Policy, which also the government is also supporting. And this winery, what they do, they have what is called the miracle dream, where they actually teach kids in the Franschhoek Valley how to preserve water. Due to the drought in Cape Town, which hit us a couple of years ago. So they actually teach them to recycle water. Say for instance, the water that you actually use for your dishes, you don't have to throw it away. You can actually use it for your garden. And it's quite fundamental, because that's how you can actually change things when you actually teach the kids, because they will feel actually the responsibility to actually take up such projects, and they do this project, which some of their wines which they have in their range, when they're purchased, they actually channel funds to sustaining that project. So that's quite a very interesting point, and interesting charity that we actually run with. They actually run themselves.
Oh, awesome! So, if any of your listeners out there is a wine producer and would be interested to work with you, what do they need to do? And do you have any other specific requirements?
Well, not really specific than other the fundamentals which I've just alluded to. Besides that as well, the wine has to be good, man. We here also to make sure that our customers here have the best wine at the best value, and it's not necessarily that they have to get a mortgage to actually buy a bottle of wine. They need to appreciate more South African wine, so we need to have all different categories and price points for them to start the culture of thinking of South Africa as a first choice when they get to a wine store or a supermarket in the EU.
Well, that's awesome. Pardon, now we're sitting with a situation with the coronavirus, and it's forcing everyone to rethink their business model. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
It's we actually now getting. This is now the point where personal, I think we are being socially prepared because of this pandemic. Um, this is when you actually need innovation. Um, selling more online is actually the only thing that will actually make businesses survive at this moment. And besides that, because from my point of view, we have like 99% of our business which is actually stuck up in restaurants. But now this is where we have to be innovative, start selling more online, start doing deliveries, and also start doing a lot more promotions online as well, to just keep the audience knowing about the brand, and also knowing where they can buy the wines and what best value they can actually get from such initiatives.
Okay, excellent. So, pardon, your wine journey has been quite an interesting story. What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Yeah, well, the most important thing that I've learned from my journey is to is to have a thick skin and stay humble, have a thick skin, and yeah, just most of the times listen to yourself, and just throw yourself out there, uh, work hard. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. If you never try, you never know.
Awesome. So, my last question for you is, can you give us your very own wine quote or your,
I think you
favorite
saw
one?
it in my. I think you saw it in my email, the one I sent you. In wine, there is truth,
In wine,
because I believe,
yes.
yeah, in wine there's truth, because I believe wine is a reflection of a religion. It's a reflection of a culture. It's a reflection of who we are as human beings. It's art. So there is always the truth in wine.
Awesome. Gordon, thank you so much for talking to us. If people want to get hold of you guys or want to know where you are, how do they do that?
We are available on mostly social platform mediums. We are available on Instagram. It's African Wines NL, and our email address as well is info@africanwines.nl. Besides, they can get to me directly as well at pardon@africanwines.nl. We're also on LinkedIn as well as African Wines, and we're also on Facebook as African Wines as well.
Oh, that's awesome. We'll be putting your links all in the description anyway, so people can find it there. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck with everything.
Thank you very much, Will, for having me, and good luck for everything to you too, and stay safe.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Nora Thiel. Nora is from Delheim in Stellenbosch, the wine estate. Welcome to About the Winelands, Nora.
Thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to actually speak to someone outside of the farm.
I can believe that. How did you guys cope with our lockdown situation?
Initially, it was awesome because we had no people walking here, and we live right slap bang in the middle of everything. So it's quite different to not have customers or visitors 7 days a week with us. We even had our bookies walking through our parking area, which they've never done. So it's quite special. But you know, when the cash flow dries up, then you also start worrying. So.
Yeah, I can believe that. But I must say, it must have been the first time that you actually, in your lifetime, that you had a farm to yourself, right?
Yes, yes. So I was born here and, well, in the hospital in Stellenbosch. But I mean, I grew up on the farm, and we always, since I was born, had people around us. And because my father was instrumental in the starting of the Stellenbosch wine route in 1971, you know, we've always just had visitors visiting our homes, and you often have people walking straight through your house just taking pictures and saying, I don't have to worry because they're just looking, you know. It's like
Oh my word.
that's how we grew up. Yeah.
So talking about that, can you tell us a bit of the history of Delheim and how your family became involved in the wine industry?
So I must quickly just go back to, so this year we're celebrating 80 years of the farm. 1939, Hans and Del Hoheisen, who got this piece of land above Marathi. It used to be one property called Driesprong, Marathi and Delheim, which was separated in 1908. And the upper portion, which they bought in 1939, sort of as a retirement home, just before the Second World War, is where my father came and worked with them in 1951. His mother was the cousin of Del Hoheisen, and that's where the link comes in. And he basically, after the Second World War, had no father, and his mother needed him to work somewhere, and they offered that he could come to South Africa and work on the farm here. They'd actually just built the first tanks in the cellar in 1944. They were built by Italian prisoners of war, and the first wines were actually produced in the early 50s, just before my father arrived. And then he basically walked into a business where his far off uncle and aunt needed someone to help them, and he then arrived here, and they sort of, he says on his first day when he came here and he asked them what he should do, Hans told him, on this farm everybody finds their own job. And 80 years later we are proud to be a family wine business.
It's amazing how he became found his own job and then became the owner of the place eventually, right?
Well, he worked with Hans and Del until 1971 as an employee, and then at that stage he said to them, look, he wants to be a partner in the business. So 1971 officially the company Delheim Wines was grounded, and then the next 15 years he actually worked himself into 50% shareholding. And it was only in 2003 when Hans passed away that we started buying out the other half of the portion, and only a year and a half ago that we finally have 100% ownership as the rest of the Sperling family to carry on the legacy that they started. But it's basically, I see it as one family because of the trend that, he was family of Del Hoheisen. So we celebrate it as a continuous family business.
That's amazing. So for your 80-year celebration, did you guys do anything or plan anything special?
We've been hoping to have some wonderful events, which we cancelled.
Oh yeah, of course. I forgot about that.
Yes, we were going to do some very big retro tastings now for his birthday in July. And in the meantime, we've got Emilia Bears writing up some of our stories over the past 80 years. So we're using it through our newsletter, just bringing people up to speed from way back. And it's actually amazing how many wonderful stories we've got locked up in books and have forgotten to share with people. So it's been quite a journey to I've been looking through all our albums and history and write up a bit of how much they were part of the graveyard in South Africa, which he started in the early 70s, which was unheard of, you know. So a lot of things that happen behind the scenes and stuff we just don't use to sell the wine with. It's just part of our history. It's what built us and we grew up in.
That's amazing. I mean, that part of Stellenbosch had such a history with, you know, like you said, Marathi next to you, and the whole story of Lawrence Comfer and that old history as well. So that's all interesting. Social responsibility is really a core value at Delline. Can you share some of your initiatives in this regard?
So we call ourselves a family wine business, more than just being the 6 family members that grew up and lived here. As a Sperling family, we have 15 other families who live on the property and still do. So we have, as I mentioned, a graveyard that was just part of what we thought was important for people to get buried where they were living. A creche for the kids to go to, an after school club for the kids who come back from school. So we try and just help on the education side. It's just something we do to empower people to take the next step forward. To me, it's more than just spending one day a year and going to paint a creche somewhere outside of our business. We continuously just try and work with the people that work with us to uplift them and look after their kids and their education. So yeah, that's, to me, is just what we do. I don't like to advertise it.
Well, yeah, like you say, it's a way of life, right?
Yeah, it's just how we grew up. And then people always say, yeah, but you must tell people that. And I'm like, yeah, well. We maybe just the Wine Industry Ethical Trade Association, the VITA audit that we do. They specifically then also audit us in terms of the accommodation that the people live in, the health and safety standards, the labor legislation, everything that goes around people. So we've opted to just have an external audit done as well, so that we can actually say we are not just a member of VITA, but we are an externally audited member.
I think that's very important these days. You know, the world is so concerned about where things are coming from, that it's imperative that you have to do it if you want to sell your products worldwide.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've often toyed with the idea of fair trade. Fair trade is a brand that the world understands in terms of what it means. But in our case, fair trade to me is a bit of window dressing. VITA to us is more substantial for our family business, and it works better in our business model. I think long term, it's just who we are. It's not trying to put a sticker on a label. So
I think it's so important, you know, that you actually are true to your core values rather than try to advertise it. It's because you're right. If you don't live it, it just becomes window dressing. And if you live something, you don't really feel like telling people about it because it's part of your identity. And
yeah,
it's
no,
amazing to hear
we
that.
once had a tour company who wanted to come and visit our creche with people, and I said to them, look, it's not visitable because it's not, I mean, education is something that is part of what we do. I'm not going to let tour groups go through our creche and have a look at what the kids are learning and how they're learning it, because to me that's not a tourist activity. It's just a basic activity. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. So other than social responsibility, you guys are also very much involved in conservation, and one of the things that you are involved with is you're a conservation champion for the World Wildlife Fund. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so in the year 2000, I don't know if you remember the big fires we had in the Cape. They were really bad. We basically burnt down the whole Simonsberg, burnt down in one night. And that fire jumped across from Kanonkop across the road onto our other property. It also burnt down the Klapmutskop. And in 2001, we had visitors walking up the Klapmutskop, and I got a phone call from this gentleman who said, but do you realize that you've got some very unique fynbos up here? And I was like, we didn't realize what we had there, because it was completely overgrown with pine trees and blue gum.
Wow.
And then we had the luck that Elsenburg College, which is next door to us there on the Klapmutskop, Francis Steyn, who's involved with land care, had managed to get some funding from overseas on a Working for Water project to clear the aliens on their property, which bordered us. And we managed to clear the complete copy of all blue gum and pine trees over the next 4 years. And that copy actually revealed a 300-year-old Breda River yellowwood forest, which is incredibly unique. And in 2003, we opened up the Klapmutskop Conservancy with 5 neighboring farms there to help keep the aliens out and protect that incredible find. And that Klapmutskop Conservancy, which we sort of started running out of a desk in my office, we then registered as a non-profit organization, then started doing hikes up the Koppie for people to enjoy. And that little conservancy then grew and expanded to become the Simonsberg Conservancy, which now includes 35 members around the whole Simonsberg as well as Klapmutskop. And through that, in 2004, the WWF got involved with the wine industry to help protect fynbos, because we are lying in the critical fynbos landscape. And they realized that if they don't help us to see what we need to protect, which is exactly what I didn't realize we had, they came and helped with conservation management plans and deciding what land you shouldn't be using, specifically mapping water areas that we weren't quite aware of that had special, even frogs and wildlife that we were just not, savvy to. So they started this project, the Biodiversity and Wine Initiative, which encouraged wine farmers to look at what they have in terms of conservation landscape. And if you had more than 10% of your land contributing to conservation or saying stewardship on it, you could become a champion in conservation. And it's in the last couple of years, they've chosen to carry on working only with the champions in the wine industry, which are, I think we're 42 members at the moment, that get support from WWF in terms of conservation management plans. They audit us in terms of how much we do in, with integrated production of wine audits, recycling of water from the cellar, that we do recycling on the farm, the footprint we leave when we do any spraying, least spraying possible. So it's a complete holistic approach to conservation. It's not just looking after the vineyards and the fynbos, but it's a business approach.
That's amazing. So, talking about conservation, the other thing in the Western Cape, a huge issue, water and the conservation of water. So, do you guys do anything specific in that regard?
Yeah, so we've changed the way we used to water in the vineyards to being more stress managed. You would use a pressure bomb test on your leaves of your vineyards to check how much water is actually in the leaf of the vine before you would add any water into the soil by giving it drip irrigation. Drip irrigation is also less using water that evaporates when you're using overhead sprayers. So you would minimize the amount of spraying of or watering the vineyards. We also do, interesting fact is you use about 5 liters of water to make 1 liter of wine.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah. So in the cellar, when you're producing the wine, you have to do a lot of cleaning, and all the water that then runs out of the cellar, we're one of the first people to set up a water recycling plant. So we treat that water, we mix it with some of the bathroom waters that comes out of septic tanks to make it live again, and adjust the pH on that. We let it run through a wetland, and then we pump it back into a irrigation dam, and we irrigate all our gardens with that water. So it's quite an expensive exercise, and I remember my dad, when we were doing it, he said, "You must mal," because it was costing so much money. But to me, it was just not a negotiable. So we try and reuse the water that comes out of the cell instead of letting it run back just into the fields.
Well, that's amazing. Seems to be the conservation issue seems to be your baby. Where did this love for this come from?
Where does it come from? Hans Hoeisen was instrumental. His property that he owned next to the timber, or in the Timbervati up at the Kruger Park, he owned 14,000 hectares that he inherited from his father, and he donated all 14,000 hectares to the Kruger National Park.
Wow.
And WWF gets traversing rights, a donation every year from them using that property. And he left his own inheritance to South Africa in the Hans Hoeisen Charitable Trust, which is, I think, the biggest conservation charitable trust in South Africa. And that money has actually purchased the West Coast National Park. It's made it bigger. It's done a lot of investment all over South Africa from the Table Mountain Fund all over South Africa. It's getting funding from that trust. And I was privileged enough, and Victor was privileged enough to be on his farm in the Timbervati before he passed away. And that's, I think, where our love for nature came from.
Wow, what a story. So when the public come and visit the winelands, you know, they're not always aware of what they should be doing and they should not be doing. So in terms of conservation and sustainability, what tips can you give to the public when visiting the winelands?
I think bring your empty bottles back. That would be good. Yeah, we used to give a little bit of money back for people who brought their empties back, but today recycling has become more, you know, normal in South Africa. So it wasn't just us doing recycling of bottles, but I think if people could just understand that you don't need packages for every single bottle of wine that you take with you. And in Europe, you sort of bring your own bag that you put your bottles into. One could reduce just even the packaging that you have from driving from here back to your house, and instead of just throwing another box away, encourage people to actually reuse, you know, like you go shopping in town with your bag. Why not go shopping on wine farms with a bottle bag? In Europe, they actually make wonderful bags, or even in Canada, I've seen these wonderful bags where you could put 9 bottles of wine in. You just carry them home.
Maybe there's
bring your empties back next time.
There might be a business for somebody there making reusable wine
yes,
carriers.
Carry bags for bottles, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
And
conservation.
drink the fresh farm water that we have on our farms instead of insisting on bottled sparkling water. I think that would be a great move.
I second that one. I think
Yeah.
sometimes the bottled water are worse for you anyway. So let's get into that discussion.
Exactly.
So issues like conservation and sustainability and social responsibility. I mean, you have a lot of overseas visitors and tourists coming. Are these important issues to them and also to your international wine buyers?
I think it's we've forgotten to tell all the stories that we're busy with. We've started putting up more visuals as people arrive on the property. So even just a sign that we put up last year that the Cape Leopard Trust gave us, because we have leopard roaming around on the farm. Just informing people more of what we're busy with, I think would do us a lot of good. People are looking out for it. I think it's non-negotiable these days that you're supposed to be looking after your people and the environment. So to me, it's like, you know, it's not something that I used to sell extra, but it would be nice to sell more or to tell more stories so that people can feel more part of the brand.
Yeah, I think
and I think the big thing that we're talking with the WWF about is that the little logo that they have on the championship status of conservation champions, it's not recognizable by consumers, so they don't understand what it means. And we need to work harder on making that link between conservation and the wine brands that are actually looking after the environment.
What about your buyers internationally? Do they actually compare brands and look at these things, or do they just buy on price?
I wish there was a bigger drive.
Well, let's talk about the basics. Can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
Yeah, it's that part of just enjoy the wine, don't overthink it. We've complicated the wine industry so much, people rather drink beer. If we could just make more people enjoy a glass of wine easier than being worried whether they know too much or too little about the wine. I think it's make it simple that people can just pick up even a Gewürztrum. You know, I was talking to someone about today. I said people are just scared of the name, never mind the wine, but it's such a beautiful wine. And if more people could just put a bottle of Gewürz on the table and say, enjoy this with a curry, and enjoy the simple things in life, because it is just amazing what we can make out of grapes. And we just complicated it because people think they don't know enough about it, so they'd rather not try it. Simplify it and enjoy wine more.
It's very interesting that you just said, because it just made me think, you know, you were just mentioning this, the social media side of it and stuff like that. That would, for instance, be an interesting story, because I think a lot of times people want to hear from the wine farm or the winemaker or the winery. What, you know, if it comes from you saying, have this with your curry, then people will actually have it. If they see that story coming from the source. So that's quite interesting. So Nora, just quickly, if visitors coming to Delheim, just give us a quick rundown what they can expect on the estate.
At the moment, they can come from Monday to Thursday between 9 and 5 and buy wine. That's it. And see the beautiful autumn colors on the mountain.
Okay,
we're strategizing tomorrow about when to reopen restaurant and so on. It's midwinter, and we've decided to not do, we've had to cancel our mushroom experience. We even put a mushroom box together. People can order some dried porcinis with risotto with a wine selection, have it ordered home. And we'll have to reconsider how and when we open, because it's winter and our whole restaurant team is actually working in the vineyards and helping packing wine. We've tried to keep them busy. We'll have to open with a bang later in the year, rather than sort of sit and wait for people to feel comfortable to do outings or to restaurants again. But we'll be here and we'll look after the farm for everybody until it's time to be ready.
If people want to get hold of you or they want to order wine, how do they do that?
Online, yeah. Any online platform that has Dalam on it, please support us. And then our own online platform, we've also just made it much easier. You can even use SnapScan on there, so people can order their wine home. We are available in a lot of retailers in South Africa. Otherwise, take your car and drive up here in the middle of the week. It's incredibly beautiful at the moment, the winelands.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Awesome. Nora, thank you. It's been such a pleasure talking to you, and it was so interesting.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's some people always said, oh yeah, we've been to Dalam, but like 30 years ago, you know, people forget that we're still here. But some people who come back, they said it's so nice to still come back and see some familiar things which their memory lane brings back to them. I think there's very few wineries where people can say they were here with their parents, and some of the little corners are still the same, and they have memory lane moments which are really nice to see. So look forward to seeing everyone again.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate your time, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy this. And yeah.
And thanks for having me. Yeah.
No, thank you very much.
Wonderful. And we have to see you out here as well soon.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely will be. It was one of my favorite places to come as a student in the 80s. So I hear what you're saying
There
when
you see. Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
about nostalgia at Dalam.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every week for our latest episode. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Gerard van der Walt. Gerard is the CEO of Paardeberg Winery. Welcome to About the Winelands, Gerard.
Thank you, Will. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning.
No, it's our pleasure to have you, and thank you for taking the time. I know you guys are busy.
Yeah, of course, the world is upside down, and we have to deal with what we've been given. So we are making all sorts of plans to see this through and make sure that we're continuing in business, but it certainly is a busy time.
So Gerard, what would be interesting is if you could tell our listeners how you got involved in, a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Sure. Sure. It started many, many years ago. So after I completed my articles, I decided to leave auditing, and I started as a financial accountant in the old Stellenbosch Farmers Winery. That was 1989. So I guess you can call me a veteran of 31 years in the wine business. And yeah, through starting at SFW, I worked in different departments, finance, and then later on into corporate strategy. Eventually, it took me to the US, where I launched Savannah Cider in the US for SFW. But at the same time, that's when SFW and Distillers Corporation formed Distel. So I really went over under the Distel banner. And then shortly after that, they asked me to run the European operations for Distel, sales marketing operation from London. And that's where I spent a number of years before I returned back to Cape Town, back into a strategy role at the head office of Distel in Stellenbosch. Yeah, so I left Distel, I think it was just 2 or 3 years after returning back from overseas. And for the last 10 years, I've been at Paardenberg, where I'm the CEO and looking after the business development for the company. So yeah, that's from a business point of view. But just from a personal point of view, I can tell you that I've got 5 kids, all from the same wife, and the youngest is 12.
Wow.
So yeah, I need to work for at least 10 more years, but I really don't mind because I think the wine industry is great fun, and I love going to work every day.
Where in the US were you stationed?
I lived in Boston, and yeah, so we took the family over to Boston. We were there for quite a short period of time because the merger of SFW and distillers dictated the process, and I had to after about 8 months, I think 9 months, I had to move to London. So it was a short stay in the US, but utterly enjoyable.
Okay, interesting. So Paardenberg Wines, can you share a bit of the history of the cellar and the winery?
Sure. Well, we started in 1941, so next year Paardenberg will be what you can call an octogenarian in years, but we are going to be as fit and as nimble and with it as a 21-year-old because we are still very innovative and progressive in our thinking and the way that we drive the business. But it started in 1941 with a person by the name of Jan Rousseau, who got together with a couple of farmers in the area near the Paardenberg or Paardenberg, and he decided to form a cooperative and appoint their own winemaker to basically achieve better pricing for themselves on a collective basis. So we adopted the name Paardenberg as we are at the foothills of the Paardenberg mountain. There's a bit of an anomaly. If you just look at our logo, we have a zebra. So just to clear that up, the Dutch, when they looked at these quaggas walking on the Paardenberg mountain, they said that's een wilde paard, one wild horse. Yeah, so we decided to keep the zebra, and yeah, so that's really something that distinguishes us, make us very recognizable. You'll see that through all our products and everywhere in our media. So since 1941, Paardenberg has been quite innovative. We, I think, was one of the first people to really appoint a viticulturist in those days. But I think we really were put on the map by somebody by the name of Joseph Huskinson, who was a winemaker at Paardenberg for 38 years. And he was trained under Günter Brösel at Nederburg. So he brought a whole lot of knowledge to Paardenberg and really put us on the map in terms of winemaking. And then from there on, it just progressed. Nowadays, we are what we call a group of companies, where we have 2 facilities that process grapes. One at Paardenberg in the Paarl area, and then the other one at Bottleray in Stellenbosch. We're also renting another facility from Boland in Paarl. So we have got quite a diverse and big business. We have 32 shareholders, so all producers from the area, and they supply us with grapes on a contractual basis. But Paardenberg is very brand focused. So what we've done is we've invested a tremendous amount in barrel space and small batch processing. So a lot of our brands are managed like an estate, if I can call it that way, from the vineyard, very intense vineyard management, right through to the cellar. So we have brands, we sell also wines to other brand owners. And then we've got some distribution company in South Africa. So it's quite a diverse organization at this point in time.
It sounds fascinating. Have you guys followed the trend in the 90s by changing from a members cooperative to a private company then as well?
Yeah, I think we were probably a bit later than the rest. It was 2012 when we made the conversion.
Mm-hmm.
but that was just really a statutory conversion. I think in essence, or we were already operating as a market-driven organization before that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that was the actual date that we made the conversion.
So would you accept grapes also that are not from your shareholders or buy-in, or does everything come from your historically the farms that started Paardeberg?
Yeah, I think we've outgrown our normal supply base. So we do contract grapes in as well. But when it comes to our brands in particular, we're obviously very fussy, and we really just make sure that those are from the area. And we'll talk maybe hopefully a little bit later about our winemaking philosophy and how we approach things.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think most of it is from the area.
So talking about that, I mean, you guys have expanded into more than just a winery. People can actually come there and experience things when they come to Paardeberg. So if a guest come to you, what can they expect? Or, when you are fully open for guests, what experiences do you provide?
Yeah. Well, when we are fully open, which is hopefully not too long from now, with the lockdown hopefully coming to an end soon, you can come to do some wine tasting. We've got a fantastic modern facility that we revamped, I think, about 3-4 years ago, where you can do wine pairings. We've got some interesting stuff there. We've done some chocolate wine pairings. We've done some different Shannon expressions, a whole variety of kind of trying to be unique to our environment and what we produce kind of tastings. We have a restaurant. It's called Eat at Paardeberg. It's run by Rob Hahn. Rob is actually a well-known guy in the area, but some interesting information about Rob is that he was actually one of the chefs that were selected at President Mandela's inauguration ceremony at the Union buildings. And
wow.
A few of them were handpicked, and they did a private function for him. Yeah, so Rob's got some history there. So yeah, if you want to meet the guy who cooked for Mr. Mandela, then you're welcome to come meet him at Paardeberg. There's a photo of him as well, of the event. And yeah, so we've got a restaurant. It's really a family-orientated restaurant, so very easy kind of environment. Lots of open space outside, where the children can run around a little bit and the parents can relax. We've got a jungle gym, and sometimes we also put up a jumping castle for the kids. So yeah, it's quite safe, kid friendly, and parents can relax. So yeah, good food, great wine, and then yeah, there's also some venues as well where we can do functions, and I can maybe elaborate a little bit on that if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to hear, but I see you do weddings and other events, so I'd love to hear what you actually offer. It's always nice for people when they're looking for event venues to know what is in the area.
We've got a function hall, which can, so it's got a beautiful chandelier, a roof, chandeliers all over. The capacity is 150 for a wedding. So yeah, it's got some character as well. Beautiful wooden doors that was part of the cellar from the word go. So some old wood there, and it's got a lovely view. So a balcony as well, where you can look out over the vineyards. That's weddings, and then of course seminars. So for seminars, we can probably put in a few more people in terms of the seating, and it's quite affordable as well. So if people are interested, they're more than welcome to contact us and explore the packages that we've got for them. We have an area called the Kwacha. The Kwacha is a horseshoe-shaped tasting room where we can do bespoke tastings with a winemaker. You just book beforehand, and we can do a very specific tasting for you, and a far more in-depth for the connoisseur who wants to maybe just delve in a little bit deeper into the wines and the way that we make them. And then we also do little workshop or provide workshop venues for companies that want to maybe do team building and just break away with a small group to strategize or whatever the reason they want to just hire an outside venue. And we can couple with that, of course, some fun activities. So if you want to do the team build and a wine pairing, we will do that. And we'll do that in our dryland room. It's a modern boardroom facility. Yeah, and then of course, what we're trying to do from time to time is also have some fun events. So about, I think it was 19, sure, I better think now. It was about 10 years ago, yeah, 9 years ago, that we started with what we call the Family Festival. We actually called it the October Festival because it was held in October, but there was no beer. But yeah, so the Family Festival is where we draw in a lot of people, and we basically just have music and eats and just a fun family day where people can relax and become very popular. So we've continued with that every year. And the Family Festival, hopefully we can hold one again this year. I'm just a bit concerned about when we will unlock for that kind of thing. But yeah, certainly. So we have that. We've expanded that. We've done the Pinotage and Biltong festivals at Paardenberg. We started last year with the Chenin Blanc Festival. And maybe just on that point, you know, Paardenberg is very well known for Chenin Blanc. It's just such a beautiful grape that is suited to our area. And that's why, you know, we call the function hall even the Chenin Blanc Hall. And we also have this Chenin Blanc Festival that we now plan to run annually.
Are these festivals organized by yourselves as principal? In other words, these are festivals that you actually originate and organize yourselves?
Yeah, the Family Festival is a self-organized festival. The Pinotage and Biltong was a festival run by an outside party. But the Chenin Blanc one, we started with using a third party just to facilitate, but we do plan to continue with that ourselves going forward. And just to make it a bit more, how can I put it, accessible for the wider wine public, we've decided to draw in other wine farms as well. So for the Chenin Blanc Festival, we'll certainly invite other Chenin producers to come and spend a day with us and also have their table where they will show their Chenin. You know, for us, it's important to show the capability and diversity of Chenin that our country can offer. You know, we've registered the trademark Home of Chenin Blanc. So we do see ourselves as the home.
Very clever.
But we don't mind sharing our home with other Chenin producers because we think that, you know, if everybody starts talking about Chenin Blanc, it's got lots of potential to become one of South Africa's signature wine varieties, next to Pinotage, of course. Yeah, so we do events, and then we've got plenty of plans to extend the experience for visitors to our facility. It's very safe. It's completely fenced off, the whole property. Good access control, and of course nowadays very safe. Also with regards to virus, if you're worried about viruses, you know, we follow all the right protocols and make sure that people are as safe as possible.
Yeah, which is obviously important in today's environment. You mentioned the Chenin Blanc, which brings us to the wines, and you know, this is obviously the most important thing. So tell us a bit about the wines that you are producing and also your winemaking philosophy.
Sure. So I think maybe the one thing that we need to understand about our area and our wines that you will find in our brands is that it is pretty much influenced by dry land vineyards, so unirrigated vineyards, which we have a lot of. About 60% of our vineyards are not irrigated. And what we've done is we've really owned that platform as well. So if you look at our ranges, I can quickly speak to that. You know, we have what we call the classic range. And then we have above that, the vineyard collection range. And then above that, the dry land collection. each one of those ranges will have a component of dryland vineyard wine in it. And we strongly believe that these unirrigated vineyards really produce the best fruit. I remember one day also watching a TV program on the BBC where Dan Jager, who was the buyer for one of the big supermarkets, remarked, we all know that the best wines are made from dryland vineyards. And I certainly concur with that. Because it's small berries and the fruit is concentrated. So you have a deep color, you've got lovely fruit flavors, because the flesh to skin ratio, I think is what makes the difference there. Maybe unlike highly irrigated vineyards, where you might find that the wines are not as deep in color and maybe a little bit less thinner on the palate. So dryland is important for us, and we really believe that is what distinguishes our wines. We have a viticulturist that, of course, manages the vineyards. We classify all these vineyards into their quality, their ability based on terroir, history. As you know, we've got long history, so we keep good records, and therefore, over time, we've worked out exactly which wines, which vineyards, which slopes are producing the best wines, and we've obviously matched those and mapped it to our brands across the quality spectrum. Lots of hard work in the vineyards. We do very sustainable kind of farming. It's dryland vineyards, a lot of it, and we do cover crops to protect the soils. We also use the ladybirds and some other what do you call it, that actually eat the vitrus. What do you call it? Lois. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with English here. But yeah, so we try and do things right in the vineyards. But at the end of the day, it shows in your wines. And then from a wine team point of view, I mean, we've got a whole group of winemakers headed up by Albertus Lowe, who's also been in the industry for many, many years. He's got red winemaker, white winemaker, and a small cellar winemaker. And they all work together. I think one can safely say a lot of the wine's quality is made in the vineyards. And then in the cellar, of course, you have an opportunity to enhance it or destroy it. And I have to say that our team has done extremely well over years. So if you go look at our website and the accolades that we've received for our wines, it really is a long, long list. I mean, I remember just shortly after we launched the dryland collection, completely made from unirrigated vineyards. We won the best producer of the year at the Michelangelo, and it was mostly those wines that really came through. And it was just, I think, 2013 or 2014, somewhere there. Yeah, so I really, if you want to ask me, what really distinguishes us is the fact that we have got dryland components to our wines. And also maybe another interesting thing is that we do try and bring in very unique varietals and to try and be a little bit different. So we had a straight Cinsault. We believe it's one of the only dryland bush vine Cinsauts. We have a Cinsault Rosé. We've got a Malbec in our range. We've got Grenache Blanc. These are all wines that we put in our let's call it the innovative space, and the vineyard collection is the range that houses these wines. But then of course we have got also interesting stuff in our dryland and classic ranges. We do MCC sparkling, Chenin-based sparkling, and also Pinot Noir Chardonnay-based sparkling. Yeah, so innovation is very important. We recently also launched wine in a can at the very basic level. So we've got a range called the Soft Smooth Red range. Yeah, so maybe that's me stop there for a minute.
Well, I'd like to ask you about the can wine, because that seems to be something that's going to become a trend. Do you think it'll become a trend? Will it just be a fad? I see the Michelangelo awards are going to now actually reward, or they're going to have the same thing for canned wines now that they have for normal wines in terms of their ratings and stuff.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if I have to say personally, I mean, you know, I really do like to drink wine out of a glass. But I do think we need to recognize that there's a young new generation coming up that you know, they have different conventions and different ways of thinking about things. And yeah, so we've really launched our wine in a can for that reason. So we are targeting young people across the spectrum, and we really want to, particularly in South Africa, draw also from the underdeveloped wine market. So you know, we really need more people to adopt wine and bring them into the wine category. So you know, it's early days for us, but if I just look at the reports around the world, and South Africa does seem to follow trends often. The US, for instance, has just run out of cans, and they said it's not because, you know, there was a problem with can production. The problem was that they didn't anticipate the demand. So the consumer demand was of such a nature that they couldn't supply because of a can shortage. And we find everywhere around the world, it's about sustainability as well. You know, people want to move to carbon-friendly packaging. I think convenience is a big factor. You know, weight, if you're traveling on an airline, and I think there's just so many applications for wine in a can. But the important thing, I think, to remember about wine in a can is, you know, you mustn't see it as a cheap wine alternative. We really need to put the very best wines we can also in the can. Because yeah, it's recruiting new consumers into the category, and you can't do that with wines that don't stand up to the challenge.
Well, it's very interesting. You're talking about the younger market, and I think the wine drinkers, the young market for wine drinkers are now the millennials really. And you know, they're also interested in things like you said, sustainability, but also things about additives in the wines, like, you know, vegan, the whole idea of vegan wines and stuff like that. Is this something that you guys are addressing? How do you find, you know, that issue?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, for us to go completely vegan friendly does mean that we have to make some adjustments in the cellar. But what we can at this point already tell you is that all our red wines are vegan friendly. And we've actually advertised that on some of our products, so that the classic range. We've incorporated the vegan sticker on the back of the label. We have done some trials on the white wines to try and move that over to vegan friendly. We, in all probability, will do so from 2021. For us, it was very important to keep quality. So changing your process to stay completely vegan friendly mustn't mean that you compromise on quality. And that's why we haven't moved already this year, but next year the white wine should, particularly for those branded ranges, be vegan friendly as well. It is quite big. If you look at the overseas market, again, the trends there, the Scandinavian markets are very, very focused on vegan friendly, organic, and that kind of thing. So yeah, we are very much trying to also speak to the vegan and sustainability audience.
Well, that's awesome. So we're talking about the Scandinavian markets and stuff like that. Where are your wines sold? And what is your, I mean, are you primarily exported? You sell in the local market? How does that mix work?
Yeah, so we are very much an export-led organization. So most of our wines, our turnover is derived from the overseas market, which of course at the moment is standing us in good stead. The rand that is quite weak. So export profitability is quite good. And the fact that we can continue to do business in the international market right now, although we can't do it in the South African market. But we already embarked, I think I mentioned earlier on, that we are a market-driven organization. So we started exploring international markets, sure, a long time ago already, 2009, or even before that, we were in the international market, but we really stepped it up. We've invested heavily in people. So we've beefed up our human capital infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And at this point in time, we sell all over the world. So from China, Malaysia, Hong Kong, we sell to Russia, in Africa, Kenya, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Sweden, Finland, Norway, UK. We do Canada, US, all different kind of markets. We've invested a lot of effort in exploring the African market, so there's a lot of time and money going into that, and also the Far East, so China, and then the US. Europe, we do good business in, and we continue to support those markets. But it is a little bit more mature, and we think that there's a lot of value to be derived from the US in particular, albeit that it's a tough market. It's really not an easy market. Many people have tried over many years, and it's not a walk in the park. The Americans are complicated. They've got a 3-tier system, and you've got to get through all that complexity and find the right distributor.
Interesting. It's also interesting that I've spoken to a few places who've mentioned the African market, and it seems that there's quite a bit of growth and also maybe a premium in price in exporting to Africa at the moment.
Yeah, I think, at the moment, right now, I think worldwide pricing is a little bit under pressure, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course.
We've seen, particularly in France and Spain, the guys have actually resorted to approaching their government to distill wines just to get rid of surplus. But I think, yeah, generally speaking, your on-trade is where you can achieve the better pricing. In Africa, there's a lot of tourism, a lot of on-trade facilities where you can achieve good pricing. But there's also a good market at the entry level. So at the moment, I think that side of the business, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are, is growing, at the expense of the more pricier wines. But yeah, there's if we look at the industry players in South Africa, they've really invested in Africa over a long time as well, recognizing that the predictions of Africa being a potential economic powerhouse. So we do hope that that's true. As I said, we're putting a lot of time and effort into it, and we're already seeing the benefits coming through.
Interesting. I see on your website you also have a wine club. Can you explain a bit more about that?
Yes, indeed. The good news is that there are no joining fees. So all you have to do to get yourself active as a member is to buy 12 bottles or more of our wines, and you can then activate your membership automatically. And then thereafter, we only require you to buy 6 cases per annum to keep your membership active. If you do, you can get 10% off your wine purchases at the classic range. And for higher up, you can get 15% off the vineyard and the dryland and our iconic wine ranges. In addition, you can get a free tasting for you and 3 friends every year. Receive 10% discount on venue hires for weddings, parties. And then you get invitations to exclusive wine club events where we will do wine tastings with a winemaker, educational kind of tastings. And then, of course, free delivery to all the main centers in South Africa if you buy more than 1,000 Rand worth of wine.
That's awesome. So if you're planning a wedding this year, it's a good thing to, before you buy the ring, to actually join the wine club first was going to save all over.
Absolutely. So are you planning a wedding, Will?
I don't think so. Not yet. Not again.
Let me know. Let me know.
I'll let you know if I hear of somebody. Gerard, the big thing obviously at the moment is the coronavirus, and you know, it's forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, as we are right now engaged in conversation across the electronic platform, you know, that's clearly become a new way of working. People are, you know, connecting in different ways. But you're right. I mean, you know, the whole Corona thing has slowed down the world, and people are reflecting personally and also from a business point of view. You know, am I busy with the right model? You know, where do I want to be? What do I want to achieve? And yeah, it's been no different for us. You know, I think the main strategy that we have, I mentioned already, is that we are an export-led organization. And, you know, we've invested in that channel exponentially. And we believe that this virus has really proved for us, you know, that is where we should continue to focus. It is a big world, and it's a diverse market. So, you know, the opportunities are endless. And if you just look at profitability, it certainly is by far the best profitable channel. Now, it doesn't mean that you're not going to participate in South Africa. I mean, just to point out, and maybe I didn't emphasize that earlier, we do have a distribution company in South Africa called PV Liquor Merchants that does the distribution for our own brands, but also for other brands. So we do distribution for brands like Neertlingshof and Slanghoek and others. So, yeah, I think we are committed to the local market, but the fact that we are export-led in our strategy is a positive. And for us, this time in history has really proved it, that it's not a bad place to be. But then, of course, you know, we moved to a virtual world, and we've realized that there's so much you can do electronically. I mean, we launched this wine in a can that I spoke about earlier during lockdown, and we had a virtual launch. You know, so we had a whole audience of media people zooming in with Trevor King, a bartender, who was actually bartender of the year in 2019, making wine cocktails for us. You know, and we did it all online. And the next day there was a whole lot of media exposure based on this. So we're participating in international wine shows in the next couple of weeks, business-to-business wine shows, where you will be, your wines will go over to the potential buyers, and you know, you can do wine tastings and discuss your wines across the globe, but doing it via Zoom or some other platform. So I think, yeah, definitely, you know, you can really rethink your business in terms of your cost structures, travel costs, that kind of thing. And I think the other big learning for us was that, you know, social platforms are really the communication medium going forward. We all know that. And we've already invested in that for quite a number of years, and we've escalated that investment, and it's paying off. So, you know, another learning is e-commerce and e-platforms for marketing and communicating with your consumers on e-platforms. That's the future. So get smart at that, get fit in terms of your electronic communication and engagement with your consumers. That's the way that they work. I know, you know, we all wish that at some point in time we can just chuck the phone in the bin because we spend so much time with it. But you know, it is unfortunately the way that people nowadays are going to communicate. Well, I say unfortunately, but you know, that's the reality. And we better tie into it.
I think you're right. I think also there's so much opportunity. You know, people I think always think back to the good old days before these things were there. But actually, if we had these problems we have now, we wouldn't be able to do anything. So I think technology is more of a blessing than a curse than we realize. And it's like been like that for every new generation. There's been technology that the older generation didn't like, but the new generation found as a blessing, right? I honestly would rather prefer to drive around than to hop around on a horse or any of the older things. But what I'm wondering is the whole issue of direct to consumer, right? Understand if for export driven, it's more business to business sale. What about inside South Africa, direct to consumer business, and also even internationally? Because the one thing about technology and the internet, it actually cuts out the middleman. I mean, that's been proven by Amazon and those things. How do you see that play out in wine distribution over time?
Absolutely. You know, I think consumers want to have information about their product, and they want to be able to go back to the source immediately. You know, so I mean, for instance, we've explored also opportunities like the artificial, what do you call it? I forget the terminology now.
Virtual reality.
Virtual reality. Thank you very much. So, you know, if you just engage those things, I mean, we've got the technology devices that can handle all these things nowadays. So your communication to your consumers is direct, it's quick, it's, you know, interactive, and it can be real time, and it can update at real time. So I think you're 100% correct. You know, I'm unfortunately, I'm of the old school, so I can't even think of all the potential applications of this. But it's, you know, the one thing that I've realized more and more is that you need to get smart people engaged in your business that can drive these platforms and speak directly to consumers. Now, even if it goes through the channel in which they buy the wine is not direct. When they engage with your product, they want direct contact. It's that personal thing that makes a difference. So yeah, you know, people also the platforms that people use to communicate are powerful things as well. You know, so when you give somebody a great experience, it is known very quickly by many people. If you give them a bad experience, it's the same. You know, so you really need to be engaged, I think is the word, and real time engagement.
I think that is the big thing about technology. Does not really, it exposes us for who we really are. If we have a bad product, it will expose us. If we have a good product, it will expose us, positively. And where you're right is that I think the one thing that has changed is that as an exporter, you now need to actually communicate with the consumer, whereas before you could have gotten away by just communicating with your distributor and let them actually talk to the consumer. I think that is maybe one of the main changes, what I'm hearing from you.
Absolutely right.
So Gerard, it's very interesting. If you look back over the years, I mean, you had a very interesting wine journey from, you know, South Africa, then to the States, and then to London, and then back to South Africa, and then, you know, you went to Paardeberg, and now you're on this journey. What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Sure. Well, I think the one thing I've learned is that I shouldn't stop learning. You know, just when you think that you understand the business, it gets a bit more interesting and a bit more complicated. But if I really have to, you know, say the one thing that has stood out for me, and that has really made a huge difference in my experience, is it's all about relationships. You know, a relationship is something that will carry you through when it really gets tough. And we've seen that now in the past couple of weeks as well. You know, people want to do business with people that they can trust, that they relate to, and that engages with them. So, you know, that's the one thing that one must never ever neglect in the wine business. it's a social product. It's a product that makes it easy for us to engage with one another. But it's really about relationships, and a lot of time and effort needs to go into building those, and it's something that you establish over time, but you continue to work on that. Yeah, maybe if I can add one more thing, at the business end, it's also about distribution. Route to market is so important. I've learned that you can have the best product in the world and the best message in the world, but without route to market, you're dead. So build those relationships, those distribution networks, those customer base relationships, and that's gonna just carry you through.
Well, amazing. Yeah, that's true. The platform that to get your product or your message out is extremely important. So yes, you're right. So can you sum this all up with your very own or your favorite wine quote?
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'll make it pretty much about wine. And what I will say is, a wine's beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If it works for you, it is a good wine. I think we need to embrace the fact that there's a lot of diversity in our wine offering in South Africa, and we've got different terroirs and different expressions of it, and each one of those brands have got some consumer that is going to love it, and at the end of the day, if they like your wine, then it's a good wine.
Oh, awesome, Gerard. Gerard, thank you very much for your time. Just as a last thing, if people want to get hold of you guys, or they want to come and visit you, how do they get hold of you?
Easy information, of course, is found on our website, so www.parabath.co.za. We've incidentally just revamped the platform, so it should be quite fresh. A lot of information there, and also email contacts, etc. Otherwise, they can of course phone the seller. Our telephone details are on there as well. Yeah, we happy to engage with anybody that would take the time to engage with our products. Maybe come and visit us. We'd love that.
Oh, that's awesome. So we'll put all the links down in the description of, where this is distributed so that people can get that. So I'm just looking at the description below. And Gerard, thank you very, very much. I know you're busy and you took a long time, and you gave us quite a bit of information, which is great. And I think our listeners will enjoy it. So thanks for spending the time.
Thank you very much. Well, it's been my pleasure, and I do wish you well, and whoever listens to this, please stay safe, but also stay positive.
I think that is a very important thing that you just said there. Stay positive, right? Because we need to keep our mental and our physical strength. Thank you. Thank you, Gerard.
My pleasure. All the best.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today we are talking to Giselle Coetzee. Giselle is the Sales and Marketing Manager, as well as the winemaker at Melisot Vineyards. Hi Giselle.
Hi Will, thank you very much. It's nice to chat with you.
It's our pleasure. Tell me, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry?
Yes, well, I was born in Johannesburg, quite away from the winelands, but we always had wine in the house, and you kind of get curious about how wine is made, and we always came to the Cape for holidays. And when the Cape Doctor blew, you know, we ended up at wineries tasting wine. And in those days, a lot of the winemakers and owners of the farms used to present the tastings, and this was so wonderful, and I loved the whole vibe about the industry. So eventually I started doing some wine courses in Johannesburg, and every holiday I spent in the Cape. And I completed my Cape Wine Academy Diploma 2 in those days. I didn't have the WSET courses then. I met my husband and we moved to Germany, and I became a wine consultant in Germany. And that really opened the world of wine to me. I was working in this wonderful shop, and we had over 1,200 different wines from all over the world. And my manager in those days said, "You can't sell a wine unless you know how it tastes." So we did quite a bit of tasting from everything, from white, rosé, bubbly, reds, anything. But eventually I came back to South Africa, and I met a winemaker that invited me to come and harvest for a couple of days. And then I decided, well, this is what I want to do. I want to make wine. I don't just want to drink it. And I enrolled at Elsenburg, and I completed my studies in 2013. And since then, I've been loving what I'm doing, making wine, and then obviously selling wine, and also doing the marketing side.
Wow, what a story. That's so interesting. So, can you tell us a little bit of the history of Melisat Vineyards?
Yes, Melisat Vineyards is a boutique winery in Paarl. It's situated close to the Huguenot Tunnel, so it's the other side of Paarl town. And the farm dates back to 1693, so the original Dekkers Vlei farm. And the current owner, Stephen Richardson, bought the farm in 1997, and he started making wine in 1999. In those days, the farm only grew Chenin Blanc, which was delivered to one of the co-ops here in Paarl. And he then decided, no, I don't want to just make white wine. So he started replanting, and he kept the oldest 2 blocks of Chenin Blanc. The farm is not that big. It's about 13 hectares, and we've got 8 hectares under vine, and then we also have guava orchards. So Stephen, he is a farmer. He's got a farm in the UK, but he doesn't grow grapes there. He grows barley, wheat, and sugar beet. But he's very passionate about wine, so he decided now he needs to purchase a farm where he can actually make some wine. And that is how he ended up in South Africa.
Oh, what a nice story. So you guys are part of the Paarl wine route, so welcoming visitors to your farm. So what can a guest experience when visiting Melisat?
Well, we are very small, so firstly, when people visit our farm, they may see Stephen or myself or one of the other guys working in the cellar there. And when we're all busy, all of us has a turn to be in the tasting room and present our wine. So we're very proud to be passionate and very personal about our wine tasting, and we want people to experience our passion. So when we do our wine tastings, there's always stories to tell about a wine, where it comes from, why we make a wine in a specific style. We also have a Cemetery of Forgotten Wines, which is a bizarre collection of old wines from all over the world and from South Africa that people can view in our underground cellar. And then we also have a couple of food offerings. So people can really just spend the day there in the beautiful farm looking at our mountains.
Wow, that sounds awesome. So your wines that you're producing, can you tell us a little bit more about that, and also your own winemaking philosophy?
Well, Melisat is famous for our white pinotage. We were the first in the world to make a white pinotage in 2007. And so people come from far afield to come and taste the wine because first they can't believe that there is a white pinotage on the market. So we like to experiment. We do things slightly different to other farms. And we produce also, apart from the white pinotage, Cabernet Sauvignon. We've got Tempranillo, Viognier, then also Chardonnay, and then an unwooded white blend. We've got a wonderful red blend, and also a Shiraz and a Shiraz Rosé. So our range of wines are quite big for a small winery, but you cover basically all tastes in wine. Our philosophy is that we like to make wines that reflect the terroir of our area. So Paarl is quite a warm area. We've got granite soils. So there was attention to detail when we chose the rootstock and the clones for our vineyards. And we want the terroir to show in our wine, and you can actually taste that. We also, our wine style is European. It's not New World. Stephen, because he grew up on European wines, he always wanted to make wines that can age a bit longer. And our wood component is never too much. That doesn't overpower our wine. It must just add a little bit of elegance and complexity to our wine.
So that's so interesting. So especially the story about the white pinotage, where did this idea come from?
Well, the white pinotage, yeah, we made it, well, Stephen made the first barrel in 2007, and in the late 1990s, early 2000s, red pinotage was hammered in Europe, especially in Britain, for having rubbery and acetone flavors. And I think our South African palates were just used to those flavors, and we thought, well, that is what pinotage is about. But the British wine connoisseurs said, no, that is a wine fault. And a lot of research was done on that, and it is actually a winemaking fault. But Stephen's train of thought was in those days, well, those flavors are on the skins of the grapes. So if I eliminate the skin, let's see what happens. So he made the one barrel and he sold it at a wine show in Joburg, the content of that barrel. So thought, well, maybe there's a market for this. And then slowly he increased the production. And since 2012, we haven't produced red pinotage.
What an amazing story. So where are your wines sold? Mostly in South Africa, I presume, or are you exporting?
Both really. Locally, our wines are available in more specialist wine shops. We also, it's also available in the Eastern Cape, where we're doing quite well with our wine, also in Gauteng. And then we're not really in big supermarkets because our production is too small. We produce about 40,000 bottles a year, so that has to cover our local market and exports. And our exports are mainly to Europe, so we're looking at Germany. We just sent a shipment during lockdown to the Netherlands, which safely arrived earlier this week, and then to Denmark, and then also the UK, then a little bit to the US, and we've also exported to Argentina.
Wow, that's quite interesting. Exporting to Argentina. I didn't expect that.
Yes.
You're actually the first winery I've spoken to that's actually mentioned that. So that's quite something for the books. So you mentioned a little bit about the, sorry, did you want to say something about the Argentina stuff?
Yeah, that was an interesting one, because from there our wines eventually ended up in Peru as well. So we've been in touch with some sommeliers and wine shops in South America because of that one export to Argentina, the original one.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Let me repeat that, @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So you mentioned the lockdown, and you know, we know that the coronavirus has forced almost everyone to rethink their business models. Do you guys have any changes or any new ideas in place?
Well, this this whole lockdown influenced everyone, and the first couple of days was quite you feel like you're in a maze and you can't get out of there, because you make a plan and you start working on it and then things change. So one thing that we've learned is that you have to be able to adapt quite fast, and that how important relationships are. And we were lucky that we started selling direct to customer. That's a new avenue that we explored beginning of the year. And that really worked for us during this. So a lot of people were ordering online. Also how it's different communicating with your customers in a digital way. So now you have to really rely on social media to get your message across. People can't taste your wine, so you have to kind of tell a story and make it a little bit visual. So we developed a social media plan, which was kind of in the pipeline, but we had to put it together quite fast to just reach our customers all over the place. And the other important thing is your relationships with your suppliers, your production team, your staff, everybody down the line. You need to keep in touch, and you need to be kind of positive about it, not negative. And it just it actually developed quite a few relationships, which was nice for us.
That's quite interesting. So do you think that social media is going to become more important going forward for your marketing?
It will, yes. Because we're such a small team, we have to be able to do everything. And because we couldn't get people to the farm, our tasting room manager, Alzan, she used to do a little bit of our social media, but now she's doing social media, and it's not just doing normal posts on Twitter and Facebook, and making it more interesting. And our followership platforms really grew over the last 8 weeks, which we are very happy about. So we gained a lot of new followers, and people actually ordered wine. So that was very positive for us.
That is awesome. I see you also have a wine club. So can you tell us a little bit more about the wine club?
Yes, the wine club started about 2013. It is expanding at the moment, and it's nice that people join. And it's quite easy. People can join, and they only have to buy 24 bottles a year. But we also have a wine club day. So if people order, the allocate to the farm, and basically we entertain our clients where we will launch new wines, and they will get access to some of the experimental wines, which is not for sale in the trade. So we try to keep it very interesting for the wine club. And we've got quite a few members all over the country. It's not just here in the Western Cape. So in future, because of now all of this as well, we were thinking to not just having an open day at the farm, but also do it in the various provinces, where we can invite our wine club members to come and join us and meet us and taste some new wine.
I think that's a clever idea, because I think the local market for everybody is going to become so much more important with possible tourist restrictions as well.
Yes, and apart from that, because I travel quite a lot, and Stephen as well, the owner, we go to these areas so they can come and basically meet the winemaking team. And it's not just a marketing person or a local agent that comes and do the wine tastings. It's actually some people from the farm, which I found over the years actually works quite well to promote your product, not just to rely on your local agent or representative.
Yeah, I think that personal touch, Matt, you know, for every brand just are starting to matter so much more, you know, in your modern day, and especially now that people are, like you said, things like social media to actually engage with your customers is becoming an art.
It is, and it's becoming more difficult because there's so much competition out there. Every winery wants to get their wine on a shelf or in somebody's home. So the personal touch really means something to the clients, especially when they're far away.
Yes. So, Giselle, your wine journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
Well, through the years, it's for me from a winemaking side is to understand your terroir, because we want to make wine that actually speak from the area. It must be very distinct, and it takes years to know your area and your parcels in your vineyards. So it's an ongoing learning curve, really, and it's a wonderful journey just to learn about that. And in our area, we've noticed with a couple of farms in the area that there's a very specific flavor profile where we are, which is totally different to the other side of Paarl. The other thing that is always also important for me is the relationships that you build over the years. Doesn't matter who you talk with, the wine industry is actually a very positive industry, and people are always willing to help and share ideas. And especially like a difficult harvest, you can speak to other winemakers and they will share their ideas and how they solve their problems. And that is very important. And it's a wonderful journey that in itself.
Yeah, I agree with you. The one thing I've learned by interviewing a lot of winemakers and people in the industry over the last few weeks is that the wine industry seems to be extremely collaborative. People are not shy to work together and to take hands.
Yes, that is one of the reasons why I really wanted to get into the wine industry. My first harvest that I did was the famous winemaker. I'm sure I can mention his name.
Yes, please do.
I met David Nieuwoud from Cederberg many years ago, and one day I got a call and he said to me, he's looking for a female winemaker to just come and help during the harvest for a couple of days. And I said, yes, I'll definitely be there. And that just will actually share that information and not be shy to bring people that he doesn't know from anywhere into his cellar and to come and help to make wine. How I would like to educate people on wine, and this is how we will succeed.
So are you finding that young people are, the younger generation are interested in wine and the industry?
Yes, not as much as when, but there's a lot of young, what is it like? What is the industry like? Is there but I find that young people are probably a little bit, they drink. I mean, the whole trend is changing. So it means that we also have to adapt to what the young people are drinking. But from a job perspective in the wine industry, it's very diverse. You don't necessarily have to make wine. You can be in marketing. You can be in one of the other industries that supplies the wine industry, like barrel suppliers, like suppliers that supply all the products for winemaking, yeast, and all those things. It's very interesting. So you don't have to physically get dirty and work these long hours during harvesting. And I don't think people understand this actual size of the wine industry.
I think that's very, very true. So the question I ask to everyone is to actually give us a wine quote. So can you give us your own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
There's one that has been in our tasting room now for many years, and it's not a philosophical one. It's a little bit more like a joke, but I love that. It says, "Of course, size matters. Nobody wants a small glass of wine." And in these days, I think now that we can drink wine again, it's very important to have a nice glass of wine, but drinking responsibly.
That's an awesome quote. I love it.
Thank you.
It's been such a pleasure talking to you and interesting. So thank you very, very much to spend the time. If people are looking for you guys, how do they find you?
Well, on our website, people can visit our website. The website is www.melasat.com. And the directions are on there. Our email is on there. They can phone us, they can email us on social media. So we are on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And our tasting room is open, well, under normal circumstances, 7 days a week. We welcome everybody to come and visit us and experience our personal and passionate attention. We're a small team, and you'll probably see Stephen or myself there. And yeah, I would love to see everybody out there.
That's awesome. And at the moment, your online shop is open for business, right?
Yes, people can go to our website or seller direct.
Okay, that's awesome. Giselle, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very, very much for spending the time. I know you're busy, and I'm sure people will appreciate the information. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Will. I appreciate chatting with you. It was very nice chatting to you, and I hope to see you at the farm soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, wineries businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast.
Hi everyone and welcome. Speaking to De Bruin Steenkamp. De Bruin is the owner of Friesland Wines in Stellenbosch. Hi De Bruin, how are you?
Hi Will, yeah, great talking to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Well, welcome. We're very interested, to hear your story. And can we kick off with that? Can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry?
Thank you. Yes, so fourth generation on our Steenkamp family farms. That's in the Bottlery Hills outside of Stellenbosch. So we've got two family pieces of land, Groenland and Friesland, and they are adjacent. So I grew up there, and then initially I wanted to be a lawyer, so I qualified as an attorney. And I did my master's in trade law, and I decided I'd rather go into wine. So I started working for this 4 years in London, looking after the European wine business, and I met my wife there. Also did my Cape Wine Masters, and then I got back, and then I worked at KWV for 7 years. And then I just thought it's now the time when I turned 40 to do my own thing. So then we launched the Friesland wine brand about close to 2 years ago, say about 20 months ago. And it's been real fun. So it's me and my wife, Marilise, and my sister Maurice, who's also a winemaker.
Well, that's awesome. So you have known from a young age that you're going to be in the wine industry, although you went and studied law, right?
Yes, yeah, listen, it's in our blood. And the nice thing now is that luckily I could use some of my experience obviously in contracting internationally and traveling internationally and working with importers and the commercial piece and the legal piece of the business, which I think is very, very important. It's one thing making wine, but obviously to develop markets to sell it profitably is something else. So yeah, I think that stands me in good stead.
So if I hear you correctly, Friesland is more than a wine. It's also, you know, it's also part of the history of a farming enterprise. Can you tell us a little bit more about the history and how did you decide on the name
Yes.
Friesland Wines and your brand and everything?
100%. So the big farm is called Groenland. That's one down the road, and that's fourth generation. Interesting enough, it comes through the lady. So my mom grew up there. My dad came from the Karoo, and then he married my mom. My grandfather passed away, and then my dad sort of bought the farm from his in-laws. And that's where I grew up. And then my dad acquired Friesland, which is a 36 hectare farm just up the road in 1999. So Friesland came to the family business a bit later, and it's been formed as two economic units, but by my father and my brother Piet. And then I said to my dad, yo, before we all get too old, why don't we launch our own trademark? And then I launched Friesland, as I say, October 2018. So the vineyard or the farm has always been there, but now I've launched a trademark to go with a farm called Friesland. The nice thing is we are all from Dutch stock originally, and Friesland is a province in the northern part of the Netherlands. And the first teerkoms came from that area in the late 1600s, so there's a nice tie back to our Dutch ancestry way back. And that's a nice story.
Do you use any of the Friesland images? I actually had a Friesland whiskey once, which was quite interesting.
No, so at the moment, no, all the imagery we use at the moment is tied back to the farm, which is the view on Table Mountain, Table Bay. There's a little windmill, there's the beautiful vineyards and all that. And then we obviously plan that Dutch heritage, but at this stage it's quite focused on the farm imagery and not yet the Dutch piece of the visuals.
So before you had your own brand, did you basically send your grapes to somebody else? Or did you just sell your grapes?
Yes.
Okay, so have you established your own winery now as well with your buildings and everything? Or are you making
No, so that's a good question. So Groenland with Friesland have been, I think, the longest supplier to KWV, Distel, and then quite a few other smaller wineries also buy from us, very well-known farms. At the moment, we use the Groenland wine cellar. They've got a red wine cellar, which is gorgeous. It's a beautiful old cellar built in 1932. And we use that for making the red wines of Groenland and Friesland. That's made there. We don't have a white wine cellar. So there we've got a little JV with our very good friends, Dari Stater from Kaapstad next door. And he assists me on the white wine side. So Friesland is a virtual brand. Most of the wines come from Friesland and or Groenland, and then we add in a bit from the Botterey Hills we needed.
Okay, that's excellent. So tell us a little bit about Friesland itself. You know, I see that you're welcoming guests there. What can a guest experience in visiting you guys?
Yeah, so we decided to try and be really modern, and by that I mean two things. A, our sales strategy is focused around B2C, so direct business to consumer. So we don't really do the retail thing. We sell directly to customers and we work with wine clubs. And when it comes to the experience, it's exactly the same. We decided, obviously it's very expensive as well, but we're not going to have a big tasting room. Groenland has got a beautiful tasting room down the road, but we've got a tasting deck in the vineyards. So we're focusing more on experiences rather than, let's say, bricks and mortar. And we've got a tasting deck in the vineyards with a gorgeous little aftak lapa thingy, and you can also braai there or have snacks or whatever, and then we welcome guests and corporate groups of say 10, 20, 30, 40 people, and then we do tastings for them in the vineyards. So that's what we do. That's our angle, obviously weather permitting.
That's very interesting. I think, I mean, we know that the whole world is going from direct to consumer route. So that's a very interesting marketing perspective. Did you decide that because of your international sales experience and the way you saw the industry going?
I think so, yes. And obviously you can now see with the whole C19 thing, I think I was lucky enough that it now happened at the right time. But we just thought that's the way to go. I can see that, I mean, even if you look at Europe, where there's quite a deflationary type of environment, people can't work through middlemen all the time. And then it's also the high fixed cost when it comes to appointing salespeople and big kickbacks to trade and all that. We just can't afford that. And we just thought it just makes much more sense. And people, I think the youngsters, they are into authentic brands and perhaps not all the corporate brands, with all respect to them. So our little unique story is to have a good story to tell and go direct to the consumer.
Well, that's very interesting. I just saw online that there's a brand in the US, I don't know if you know them, called Empathy Wines. They started 18 months ago and they were sold to Constellation for 8 figures in dollars.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's a big dream, eh?
They grew empathy wines from nothing. You know, just a label. With the social media influence into a massive brand, and like I said, it was sold to Constellation. So there's definitely, I think this whole business to consumer thing in South Africa is still very much in its infancy, and it's going to grow. So,
yes, absolutely. I can't agree more.
No.
Yeah. Now I'm just saying, and then obviously I forgot to mention that what we do as part of that is we do corporate tastings. And people want to see the wine person itself. So I will go to Gauteng or in the Western Cape and I'll do tastings with people, and there's a real tangibility to the brand. And people understand it, they've seen the wine person or the owner or the winemaker, and then they get really loyal, and then it's obviously word of mouth, which is really, really powerful.
Well, that is, and that brings us to the important thing, is the actual wines. So can you tell us a little bit about the wines that you are making, and also your winemaking philosophy?
Okay, so we've got 5 wines in the range. I'm quite a Bordeaux fan, and I think thinking Stellenbosch, obviously Cab and Merlot have to feature. Our Merlots are quite big and robust. And I thought on the red side, I'm going to start with the Merlot Cabernet. It's about a 51-49% blend. So our Merlots are really powerful, but they're still very silky, fruit driven, and obviously Cab jabs it for structure. So I love Bordeaux, so I've got a Merlot Cab, and as you know, Merlot's the biggest selling red variety in South Africa, and the ladies also love that. So I think that's a nice sort of unique point, because we don't have so many good Merlots in South Africa. And then I've got a Sauvignon Blanc, which is really good. It's more of a tropical fruit flavor style, but it's still very dry, with a residual sugar of less than 3 grams. And that's just for really great enjoyment every day. Then we've got 2 reserve wines. The one is called Brother and Sister Shiraz Grenache, because we also like those big, hearty, sexy, spicy wines. And the Shiraz is the brother in the blend, and the Grenache, obviously the more feminine, delicate sister in the blend. And there's me and my sister Marie, Brother and Sister. It's 85% Shiraz and 15% Grenache. And then we've got a beautiful, lightly wooded Chenin Blanc called Berg en See, Mountain and Sea. Obviously, honoring our beautiful type of mountain that we look out towards, and obviously the sea that we can see in the distance. And that's lightly oaked, and that's a straight Chenin Blanc. And then we have already bottled it, but we're releasing our top flagship, top Cabernet called the M-Class, named after my wife, Marilise. We're going to launch that October, November this year. And I don't think we want to keep our range too big. That's really our plan. Obviously, Bottleray, Stellenbosch, well known for red varieties, so there will always be a strong red wine focus. But then with a Chenin and a Sauvignon Blanc to complement.
Oh, that's awesome. So it sounds to me like we need to incorporate tasting, and also the way your wines are named, that you are very much focused on the local market. Is that correct, or are you exporting as well?
Yeah, it's a good question. I like the international markets a lot. I mean, obviously you get all the Forex advantages and all that in ship FOB, and there we go. But I think we all agree, you do need a strong local footprint, without a doubt. So I'm focusing here. We're doing it town by town and bit by bit. So we're selling quite a lot of wine in Paarl and Stellenbosch and the northern suburbs, Pretoria, Johannesburg, and so forth. We've got a strong following here. And then I've had some international shipments to Scandinavia and Canada and the Middle East and all that. So definitely open for exports. I think that's also where the future lies, because the world is so massive, and I'm not sure how the economy is going to stack up in South Africa. But yes, it's very much strong footprint in SA and then rolling out internationally.
Oh, very interesting. So, I mean, you've been involved with a bunch of other stuff as well. I've seen on your website you have a thing called Banner Global Wine Solutions, which seems to me is a consultancy business. And then you're also director of a Dutch trading company. Can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, sure. So I do 4 things in one at the moment. So I've got Friesland. Then I work on a contract basis for the Paardeberg Winery, which I really enjoy, because that's a different type of business. They're very big and successful, and that's more Swartland and Paarl. Then I've got Banner, where I do consultancy and I do some private label work internationally with some partners, and we're also looking at an interesting project there. And then Excels is very interesting. We are now launching. We have set up a cooperative in Netherlands. Obviously, the Netherlands is a very compliant jurisdiction, and our plan is to help agribusinesses to internationalize themselves. So I don't want to bore you with all the details, but the long and the short is, if you're a big wine, food, or fruit exporter, and you want substance in the Netherlands, and have a real legitimate basis there, and you want to tie into preferential debtors financing, trade financing, capital grants and all that, and have bank accounts internationally, then we can help you set that up. And that's quite exciting.
That's a very interesting business, and I think one for the future. Do you guys have a warehousing in the Netherlands as well, or is it just a office?
Yes, so outsource. So what we do is we have got suppliers that will still ship directly to their, say, retailers in Europe or otherwise, and then we will just manage sort of the finance piece in the middle. But yes, we have got a strong logistic partner with warehousing set up in the Netherlands. So yeah, it's a bit of both.
And you do all kinds of agricultural products.
Yes.
I understand fruit and so. What about things like flowers? Are you involved with that as well?
That as well. We haven't got flowers on board yet, but yes, all agri goods, even innovative things, whether it's pulp or extracts or whatever it may be. So it's everything within the agri space we do.
No, that's very interesting. Okay, that's you know. All of this has been turned on its head in the last few months or this year with the coronavirus, right? I mean, it's been turning the whole world on its head, and it's forced all of us to rethink our business models. Have you given any thought, or are you coming up with any new ideas in this area because of this?
Yes. So on the one hand, I think business to consumer is going to be increasingly important, and by that I mean it's a very strong e-commerce solution. So if I was sort of convinced before, I'm now very convinced. So I would strongly advise you need an e-commerce solution where you sell online direct to consumer. There's no other way to go. I'm not sure how well the on-trade is going to recover or how quickly. Retail, yes, retail will always be there, but obviously they're also now under pressure with the lockdown. So you need a very, very strong e-commerce solution. And I still believe there's value to be found in people that's got a strong brand recognition, that like the people behind the brand and that pass on the message. And obviously, I don't need to tell you that the margins are also a bit better. Obviously, if you go through all these other channels or middlemen, there's not a lot of money left at the end. So the direct way of going, I think, is the way to go. And this is now just the ideal time for that. So I'm busy with the whole project there. And then, as I say, also to internationalize ourselves through Excel or otherwise, and then just build a great brand and try and have a lot of fun whilst doing it.
So would you, this is an interesting concept, would you actually expand your direct-to-consumer business to sell direct to consumers in say, Europe as well, from a base in the Netherlands?
We're going to try that.
That's going to be very interesting, because I think you're going to be one of the few people that actually do that from South Africa, which is actually very exciting. In terms of your direct-to-consumer in South Africa, your logistics, I think that's been one of the reasons why South African hasn't caught up onto the whole internet craze of buying, Amazon type thing, is because of maybe a logistical problems. How is it going so far? Is this improving?
Okay, so it used to be good. Obviously, the past month was crazy because we have got a logistic partner in, say, Johannesburg. And what we do is we ship a pallet or two of wine up and it stands in the warehouse and then we have it delivered. Okay. But they are really geared to do business to business, to licensed outlets. And now everyone is now ordering from home and they just couldn't cope with a big load. So I think in principle, yes, everyone is set up, but no one obviously expected this whole craze to happen now during the month of June when everyone just started ordering. So usually in South Africa, you've got a few options. Either you sell to a wine club and they sell on, or you use a courier company directly from your home. That's expensive, but it goes quicker. Or thirdly, you've got a warehousing solution where you carry stock in the regions and then you deliver from there. So it'll take you a bit of longer time to get it to the consumer, but it'll be more affordable. And unfortunately, courier charges, sometimes people see that as a barrier to entry. They think it's too expensive. But I still think overall, I think it's still worth your while rather than having to go down to, say, a supermarket or a restaurant and buy the wines there at an even higher sort of markup. But no one has really figured that out. And obviously, wine is different from other consumer goods. If you go on Takealot or Amazon, it's easy to buy something that's really sort of a consumer item. But wine, people still want to taste the wine, feel it. There's sort of a tangibility there. So people are getting into wine business e-commerce wise, but I think it's a different way of telling a story relative to other consumer goods.
I think I just wanted to ask you before I ask my next question is things like a third-party solution like Takealot, is that a solution or not really?
It's hard to judge. I know about brands. I mean, Takealot's a fantastic brand, make no mistake. I'm not sure how big they are in wine. For some people it is. For other people, they say, no, rather spend your time on your own wine club, sell it or like just online, or go to wine clubs that specialize in wine sales. I think the jury is still out of that one.
Well, I think, I talked about empathy wines, and I think the secret was actually exactly what you're saying, brand. The guys managed to build a brand in a very short time, and I think that wins the game in the direct-to-consumer business. But so on that is, how are you going to differentiate your brand from other? Because I mean, every wine business now is putting up an e-commerce shop and trying to go this route. So how are you going to differentiate your brand and build your brand in this area?
And that's an excellent question. We said we've got one of two options. Either we try to be unique or we try to be ourselves. And we thought we'd rather be ourselves. So, there are thousands of wine brands out there. We can't be 100% unique. That's just impossible. But what we are going to do is we're going to try and be focused and disciplined. So we say, A, we're a family business. B, we are Stellenbosch. So all our wines are one of origin Stellenbosch. That means that we're not going to compete at different price points in different regions. That's what we do, even if it costs a bit more. And then we're going to focus on that, let's say, handcrafted, bespoke storytelling image. Even our marketing on social media and otherwise, just focused on that, on just good, honest wines delivered to your door, one of origin Stellenbosch, sense of place. Here's the vineyard, here's the view on Table Mountain, and this is the type of wines that we sell. Hopefully, quite a, let's say, a humble, accessible type of approach, rather than being too big and flashy.
I think what you're saying is right, but also, the fact that you're going to be yourselves means that, and you mentioned the concept of storytelling, and also social media. I think social media is the perfect platform to tell a story. I mean, we've got all the things like YouTube and Facebook and all those things. So how are you guys actually? Are you investing in that, in getting your story documented and telling that story? Because I think long term that story is what builds your brand.
Exactly. So what I strongly suggest is that if you want to do something, have a strong content plan. You can't just start telling a story. So what we do is, for instance, there are 4 weeks in a month, and we say every week we do something else. We've got a fan of the month, then a recipe of the month, then a newsworthy event of the month, and then I recorded a video series with my dad. And as I say, unfortunately, he passed away recently, but that's a great 7-series sort of series where I interviewed him. We talked about Friesland, and every month I'm going to post one of those. So it seems like it's very spontaneous, which it is to an extent. But at the back end, I strongly believe that there's got to be strategic planning. And so if you want to tell a story, what is the story? And then how do you tell it? And make sure you sort of make it in a very disciplined, focused, strategic journey that you actually take the consumer on, rather than just saying, hey, I'm having a good sip of wine. Do you like my wine? Because that's a bit empty. I mean, everyone can do that. So the story must be very, very intentional.
Very, very interesting. I mean, you can see you have international experience, and your KWV experience comes to mind. So that helps. So,
yeah, well, listen, I must just say, it's not easy. Eh? There are so many wine brands, and the one is cheaper than the other. It's not easy, make no mistake. But I believe you can't take over the whole world, but there will be enough people that like your wine, and then I suppose that must be good enough for you. And for us, it is. I think to win in the direct consumer business, it's really that you've got to build brand rather than go for short-term sales. You've got two concepts. You've got the one where you've got a sales funnel. You have a mailing list. You have a special. You collect email addresses, and then you just keep on selling. But ultimately, I think that's going to lose to somebody who's building a long-term brand that has a story that people start telling to other people. Yes. In the short term, it takes a bit longer, but in the long term, I think that is where we are going to. Because if you think about yourself and your use of your smartphone, how many times do you actually consume content, and how many times do you actually look at an ad? I think the world of advertising is gone. It's all about your right content, right? Exactly. So that's very, very interesting. Your wine journey, I mean, it's been quite interesting and diverse. What is the most important thing that you've learned? I know it's going to sound cliche, but relationships are really everything. Most of the people that I work with these days are people that I've met along the way and that I got along well with, and they're still friends and partners in some sort of way, whether it's getting wine from or selling wine to or marketing or working together or importing the market. So that's critically important. I think in the wine game, it is a feel-good game. When you go to a big wine fair internationally, people are still laughing and toasting, and you should never sort of lose that. So yes, it's a business. You need to be commercially astute. You must understand your product costings, the value chain, what it ends up on shelf, what all the AMP or the marketing stuff and the operations that you need to spend. So you need to understand the numbers, make no mistake. That's one piece, but then as I say, relationships are critically important. If you can get along with people and make decent wine and understand numbers, then I think you've got a winning recipe. It's easier said than done, but I think that's the ideal.
Oh, that's awesome. So the brain, I need to, I mean, you're in the wine industry, so you have to give us either your own wine quote, or you can steal one from somebody else, your favorite wine quote.
I'm going to say add value. And that means everything. Add value to life. Just be a decent person. Make decent wine. Don't try and be difficult or make life difficult for your consumers or try and screw anyone. Just add value. If you're a decent person, you sell a decent bottle of wine, you're going to make decent friends and you're going to have a great time.
Oh, very, 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 very good quote. Thank you very much.
It's quite simplistic, but yeah, that's the motto I live by.
I like it. I like it. Add value. I mean, that's what we try to do in life, right? To everyone we meet. So, if people want to get hold of you, I mean, you were just saying direct to consumer. So consumers are listening. How do they get hold of you, Debrine?
Yeah, thank you for that, Will. So obviously our website, www.frieslandwines.com, or they can send an email to me or my wife. Mine is Debrine, DEBRUIN, at frieslandwines.com, or my wife, Marilise, MARILISE, Marilise at frieslandwines.com. But everything is on our website as well. And obviously we're on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram, and the Friesland Wines.
Okay, awesome. So what we'll do is we'll actually put we put all the links in the description below this recording, so that people can get that. And all that's left for me is to say thank you, Debrine, for spending the time. I know you've been busy. You're busy, and also, you know, you have to make new plans because of recent events. So thank you very much for spending the time, and it's appreciated.
Thank you all, and please come and visit me when it's spring. We are going to sit there in the vineyards and we're going to toast on good times. We're going to have a great glass of wine together in the Stellenbosch vineyards. Thank you so much.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Will. Talk to you soon.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Wine. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, wineries businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Morning, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Vincent and Fiona Beure from Saxonburg. Hi, Vincent. Hi, Fiona. Welcome to About the Winelands.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Good morning, Will. Yeah, pleasure to be on, and good morning to all the listeners.
Yes, I mean, I think the listeners are going to really enjoy the show, and you guys have such an interesting story. So tell me, can you guys give us a bit of background of how you became involved in the wine industry?
Absolutely. So I'll start off. I think it was never really for me in the beginning in the plan to go into the wine industry, and my father very much had the philosophy you have to do what you enjoy and what you love. So he never pushed any of us into going into the wine industry. And I had been working on another project in South Africa, and I was living on Saxonburg and loved it so much being back on the farm. Because I had been studying abroad, that I asked if I could join the Saxonburg team. And I thought in the beginning I'd just do a 6-month stint. And I joined as I got the position of the Cape Town sales representative position. And 6 months went by in a flash. And I noticed that that's a drop on a hot stone, and that you can't really achieve that much in 6 months. And I just have a huge passion and love for Saxenberg. So I decided to, of course, stay on, and I stayed on in that position, and then grew from that position and took over the Johannesburg market, and did the sales there, and then I did the national sales, and just grew from that position. And you know, before I knew it, 10 years went by in a flash, and I'm still with Saxenberg, and now running the estate with my brother. So that's how I got into the wine industry and starting working for Saxenberg, which I'd been in a whole different industry beforehand.
Oh, interesting. And you, Vincent?
So yeah, well, on my side, it was to some extent obviously similar. I mean, we had the great fortune of growing up on this farm, so obviously there was always a real connection and to the place, and I think when you're that close to any industry, you end up loving or loathing it. And you know, both Fiona and myself, it was the case of falling deeply in love with it. And so after university, also I had actually chosen a different path. I ended up in finance, and then within a few years realized that there was a real sort of strong pull to go back to South Africa. So at that time I was based in London, and get involved as well. And you know, for us it was very much about learning about all the facets of the business, to really get a deep understanding, because it is a fairly competitive certainly industry, and it's also one that's been undergoing tremendous change over the last 10-20 years, if you will, with the inclusion of technology and globalization as well. And that all of a sudden the supply chains had changed a lot. And so my early sort of contribution was also in the sales side, but I was going much more on the international markets. In those days, 15 years ago, we started pushing quite heavily towards Asia. And so I was spending a lot of time in Southeast Asia and also East Asia, and building up those markets with the team we had there. And then about 6 years ago, I found my way back to Cape Town, and I moved onto the farm and started getting involved on the managerial side. And to fast forward to today, obviously Fiona and I run the farm together.
Amazing. So your family, can you tell us a little bit of how your family got involved in Saxenberg, and maybe also a little bit of history of the farm itself is always, you know, that's always interesting to our listeners.
So the farm itself dates back to 1963. So it is actually one of the oldest estates in South Africa. And the name also Saxenberg exists already since 1707, because the first owner was von Sachs, and then it went on to the De Berg brothers, and they kind of combined their names, and that's why it's called Saxenberg. And also the first wines were planted there in 1707 already. And it was always used for wine or mining. Actually, Saxenberg has a lot of, had a lot of silver and granite, of course, and zinc. And so it always went between the two over its history and its course. Then my family purchased the estate in 1989. My father always had our family has been in the wine for 5 generations already. And my father traveled extensively through South Africa with his brother, who actually was studying at UCT back in the days. And he had a huge passion and love for South Africa and the land. And he just saw an opportunity because, you know, South Africa was closed off, and he's always wanted to have a wine estate, and he saw an opportunity in South Africa at the time for him like no other country, where the terroir was exceptional, but it wasn't opened up internationally yet, and he knew he could be part of a change. And so he traveled there in 1988, and he looked at a few wine estates, and he didn't actually find any. And then on his way to the airport, he stopped on Saxenberg, and he said when he entered it, it was like entering home, and he immediately knew that was the farm. And once the terroir analysis was done, it was a perfect match. And so my parents purchased the wine estate in 1989, and then we're actually one of 5 children. So it's Vincent, and then I have an older brother and 2 younger sisters. And my parents moved us over all in 1991 and committed 100% to Saxenberg. And I think the 90s was very much focused onto replanting, because actually when when Saxenberg was taken over, it was in a very derelict estate, and it was, we would say, a lump of coal, which we then tried to turn into a lump of gold. And it was actually planted mostly with Chenin, Riesling, and Cinsault at the time. And I would say 90% of that was pulled out and replanted. And the estate was, the estate itself is 200 hectares, and nearly 100 hectares were planted. And we didn't, or they didn't follow trends at the time at all, but they went with what their terroir has to offer. And they set their own trends in the time, especially in the 90s. I would say they were trendsetters, that they then planted Shiraz, which was very uncommon in the early 90s. But, you know, Saxenberg is the ideal location for Shiraz. The whole top of Saxenberg is a decomposed granite field. And so that actually became our main varietal. And then our first winemaker back in the day, in the 90s, was Van Rensburg. And then they got Nico van der Merwe on board, and then he was out throughout the whole 90s and the beginning of the 2000s. And, you know, then in 93, Saxenberg won, I think, it did win 5 double golds in the Veritas and a General Smuck Award. So it catapulted Saxenberg, I would say, on the map. And so that was, in the 90s, it was all about, you know, making a reputation and replanting and building the brand Saxenberg. And in the 2000s, we very much concentrated, when the market was open, on growing internationally. So I would say that's a very short history of Saxenberg.
That's amazing. I want to ask you, you are a brother and sister team, and I said, the question I wanted to ask is, how do you share management responsibility? But I think that's my nice way of asking you guys, how don't you kill each other?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's, look, there's certainly the wonderful thing about the family businesses is that, you know, the saying always goes is, you know, you get upset at a friend, it's very hard to get to forgive them. You can be upset with family. We've been having idle fights for 30 plus years, you know, and we're still here to tell the tale. So, you know, family just has the sort of bond that obviously is very advantageous, but comes with its sets of challenges. And I think we trust each other very much. I think we complement each other also, in the sense that we share, we share all of the decision making, and certainly the essential one. And it's good to have each other as a sounding board in that sort of sense. But at the same time, in terms of roles, they're really sort of clear cut and defined roles that everyone operates within. And, you know, Fiona, being the first to actually go back to the farm, has cut herself a very strong role in the sales side of things, and the marketing and the branding of the estate, and has really built that up for herself. Whereas myself, I spent most of my time on the farm, and I got sort of involved in all aspects from the land, so viticulture, into the winemaking as well. As much as I'm not at all a winemaker, we have an excellent winemaker on the farm, but to get more involved in that sort of process, and then the all-encompassing management part of it. In terms of vision and strategy, we take the decisions together, and then execute, obviously, in those departments respectively.
That sounds fantastic. You touched a little bit on.
We have the advantage that we actually get along really well. so it's actually nice to work together with somebody that you get along with so well, and that you're actually friends with.
Also, the issue you mentioned about trust, I think that trust that you have within a family is, you know, that's something that you can't really find anywhere else. So that's great. You touched a little bit on the Shiraz, and this is what Saxenberg is famous for. I think it's Graham Beck that said you guys make the best Shiraz in the country, or maybe I think you could have even said in the world. So tell us a little bit about the other wines you are making, and also your winemaking philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so important. Look, the wine industry is one in which you always take a very long-term view, and you need incredible patience for this, because you're dealing with nature, and so by default you're never too sure what hand you're going to be dealt for any specific harvest or during a growing season. But you can certainly work very well around the sort of the aspects that you can control of that, and most of those take place in the vineyard. So, you know, I think our first philosophy in winemaking is that 80% of any good wine is made in the vineyard. And with that, we take a very sort of rigorous approach to the vineyard and the way that we respect that terroir. We're lucky now that in some ways we have 30 plus years of experience of knowing the land, understanding the specific sites, knowing how certain clones react in specific sites, and we've managed to play with that and adapt to it and enhance it. So that would definitely be the first step of how we look at the philosophy itself. And then obviously it's being close to the market. When I say long-term, we have a vision, or our parents rather had a vision in the late 80s, early 90s, that Syrah was particularly well suited for that. And so, today it represents 60+% of our total production. And we are building on that every year as we learn, obviously, as well. And so it's never been about chasing trends. It's being really sort of firm in the belief that what we're doing is the right thing, that we can improve on that all the time. But that's the kind of discipline and long-term thinking that it takes, and that we enjoy doing, and then some years, the varietal will be a bit more unpopular in some countries, and other years it will be there. But, we certainly would like to think that is something that we can do very well. In terms of the other varietals, we've got incredible diversity on the farm itself. So the farm is about 200 hectares, of which 70 are planted to vines. And we're adding to that every sort of 2 to 3 years. The varietal breakdown is very much in terms of what is suited there. So we have Saxenberg sits, for those that don't know it, Saxenberg sits on one of those old sort of hills outside of Stellenbosch. And it gives us a 360 degree sort of geographic aspect, if you will. Some of it is facing the Stellenbosch winelands, and some of it is facing Table Mountain and the cooler False Bay slopes. So according to that, we plant, and obviously the soils we have as well. And there's again a great diversity of soils, from sort of heavy clay to decomposed granite to heavier sort of gravel soils and Table Mountain sandstone. But basically what we've done is we've allocated the varietals. On the red side, we've got Syrah, obviously Shiraz, which leads the pack. We've got Cabernet Sauvignon, which for us is very representative of Stellenbosch. We've got some Pinotage as well, which to us is kind of the celebration of, a typical South African varietal. And then for our entry-level blend, we've also got some Malbec and some Cabernet Franc. And then we've got a very small portion of Pinot Noir on Champagne clone, which we use for our Méthode Cap Classique. And on the white side, I mentioned earlier the exposure to False Bay. We've got higher elevation, so 200 plus meter above sea level. We plant Sauvignon Blanc, and that makes up the biggest portion of the white wine. And we've also got some Chardonnay, some Chenin Blanc, and also some Semillon, which we have in smaller quantities.
To add into that philosophy, I think what we were saying is that from our winemaking philosophy, but also for our daily philosophy with Saxenberg, is always to work with respect, and respect that comes to all aspects, respect to our work, to the terroir, to the wine, to the people around us, to our team, and then passion that we need, for the wine itself. Passion comes with everything for us, and then of course always relevance, and that's to stay relevant with our product, relevant in our message, etc. And for us, also the number one thing that we work is in our philosophy for wine is that terroir is everything, and we should that we need to work with our terroir and respect that. So I think those are the 3 words that are the most important for us in our philosophy.
Oh, that's awesome. So when you arrive at Saxenberg, it feels like you're going on safari. So can you share a bit more about the wildlife on the estate?
Yes, absolutely. So let me give you a little bit of a backstory to why that is there. So back in the day, that was actually also planted with vine, but that's 40 hectares when you go into the bottom of Saxenberg, and it's actually quite a sandy soil. So as you know, we're out for only quality wines, and we could not produce a quality wine on that kind of terroir. So we decided that we would do a safari park there, and also just because we have a huge love for animals, And I think also, you know, a lot of people come to the Cape in dressed in their safari gear, and they're wondering what all the wild animals are. And turns out they're not running around here freely. So for us, it's also a wonderful opportunity to have some of that, those wild animals. And we have mainly, of course, zebra, which are reproducing happily on the farm, let's put it like that. And then we have springboks and wildebeest and a few others that are roaming around there. And we just said, you know, let's have something African, let's have something we all love and can nurture there, and use that terroir for the wildlife. So that's why we have that feeling when you come in and all those animals there.
Oh, that's very, very nice. So tell me, what else can visitors experience when they come to Saxonburg?
So we started commercializing the farm. Obviously, the concept of the typical, or many of the South African farms, I should rather say, is very much about having a tourist attractive sort of activities and on the farm, and which are almost their own little profit centers. So we have a tasting room on the farm that you can visit 7 days a week, and which we completely refurbished actually just over 2 years ago. And then on the farm also we have a number of guest cottages, which we also renovated at the same time around the end of 2017, which are 2 doubles with all ensuite sort of bathrooms, and then there's a bigger cottage which has 3 ensuite bedroom bathroom also available. They're completely self-catering, so they all come equipped with kitchens, and the smaller ones with more of a kitchenette. And then you have access obviously to the outdoors. You're within sort of a couple of 100 meters from the game park itself. You can organize sundowner drinks out on our in the lovely sort of on a platform within that little game park, and enjoy the wines there. You can there's access to a pool, and obviously there's also a braai facility. So that's another aspect of it. And then on the farm itself, we don't at this point, sometimes when we have bigger groups, we have an outdoor LARPA area where we'll organize, especially more for the sort of overseas visitors, we'll organize typical sort of snook braais or meat braais as well, and then take them through our wines in that sort of way. Obviously, these are things that have been badly affected now by the lockdown and obviously the continuing sort of regulations, but typically these are very active participants of the farm.
Oh, amazing! You mentioned the coronavirus and the lockdown, and it's basically forced all of us to rethink our business models. So Fiona mentioned that you guys have spent the time working. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
So as I said, I think we took this lockdown as a real time to sit down and put our minds together and really use this time effectively. I think we've done the opposite of saying let's lock ourselves down as well. We've literally said, what can we do with this time? And I think the main thing we've been focusing on is building a relationship with our end customers. So we always had you have a strong relationship with your partners abroad, with the restaurants, with your liquor stores, and that we've been very much concentrating on. But we wanted to, know our end customer, become a friend to our end customer, and introduce them to our team, introduce them to the brand more, introduce them to what's happening behind the scenes, and really take them along on our journey. So we've been very heavily focusing on our social media. We've been putting informative videos out there. We started a YouTube channel. We've been doing weekly webinars. I don't know if you saw where we've invited incredible speakers to join us on the weekly webinars, and it's not only about Saxonburg at all. We've been talking about corks and where corks come from, what do they mean, or the same with barrels, or what do glasses make for a difference. So we've try to give the customer, an educational experience and really take them along on our journey, but also giving them an opportunity to create a dialogue with us. And I think we've never been as interactive with our customers, and it's extremely rewarding and so nice to hear from them. And we've been really working on, our slogan is Saxonburg Wines Creating Moments. And what we mean by that is we want, life is all about the moments that are happening, and we really want to be part of those moments. Are they small or big moments? Are they celebratory moments or lonely moments? Doesn't matter, but most of those moments are around a glass of wine or around a nice meal with a glass of wine, and we want to be part of that journey, and that's what we've been focusing on. And so we've also taken that time to actually make a new website. So look out for that, because it will be launching very soon, and we've created a whole new website where all of this, we've just been talking about, will be integrated, and it will just make a much nicer organic experience for our customer.
I mean, I suppose the only things I can add to that, obviously, is, earlier I alluded to the fact that in the wine industry, everything is about long-term planning. I think obviously with, as Fiona said, with a crisis comes opportunity. It's been devastating in so many ways, but it also comes, brings with it certain silver linings that you can then either act on or not. And for us, that was very much building out our sort of direct to consumer offering, is creating content, not just creating content, but also giving, becoming more personal in the way that we interact, giving a sort of peek behind the scenes, presenting the team, and then also just opening up to customers and saying, ask us all the questions that you've been wanting to ask them that never maybe had the platform to ask, and we'll share them with you and any other listener that is willing to listen. And I think you just, in terms of your planning, what changes is that because there's so much uncertainty, we sort of at the moment we work with what we call our sort of 3 months vision strategies, and that's basically, how do we operate within these 3 months, and what sort of view do we take? But the focus is very much direct to consumer. It's technology is going to play a tremendous role. We are now looking at a concept that is also introducing a virtual tasting room. Not so much, obviously, on the one hand, because people will be for some time more reluctant to set foot into certain establishments, but also because we are speaking to a wider audience now, that may be far away, that cannot get in the car and just drive 20, 30, 40 minutes and be at the farm, and to also bring them in and make them part of the experience. So it certainly changed in that sort of way. Also, I think a spirit of collaboration has come from this. We are working currently, we're very proud of our sort of area, obviously Stellenbosch, but to be more precise, the Polkadry Hills. We've been working during lockdown on an initiative as well, which I can't divulge just yet, but which will be coming out in the next months or two, with a few of the farms that are in the area. And we think that, this is a time to be collaborative. This is a time to pool resources and kind of find a common denominator and spread the same message, trying to reach a wider audience, and with our products and our wines. So that's definitely another thing that we've been working on. I think a way in which the business model has changed, but very much in a favorable way.
Well, that's, it's great that you've guys been proactive. And it seems that you're going to continue on this road going forward. I think people underestimate the amount of engagement you can create. And you're right. I think you mentioned, Fiona, or it was actually you, Vincent, that said your customers have the first time that you really can communicate with them on a almost a bigger scale. So that's amazing that you guys have embraced this. And I think this is really the way of the future. What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Well, I mean, one of the most wonderful things, and I think it's probably 99% of the reason why, anyone that's involved in wine or is producing wine or selling wine is involved is because of the product itself. The sort of journey from vine to bottle. The people you meet in the industry are exceptional, whether locally or abroad. Always with this sort of zest of life and adventure and very close to nature and outdoors, and that is the way that we're sort of shaped as well. So I think that's a tremendous appeal. But the biggest lesson is definitely to have patience, in my mind. Everything takes a long time. We plant, plant new vines, we play with new plant material, new clones, new sites. You know, you plant them today and you won't see the fruit of that labor for many, many years to come. Even bar the commercial aspect of it, you know, these things take a lot of patience. And then very often it's the temptation of not sidetracking. It's the temptation of not, you know, taking up other projects or following trends. So I think patience and discipline are definitely a big sort of part of the learning process in this journey.
For us, it's also, you know, not, as we're saying, what already my parents started, is not following trends, believing in what we're doing, setting our own trends. And then also, you know, there's so much amazing wine out there, especially in South Africa. There's just amazing winemakers. And so just get inspired by those people and surround yourself with people that inspire you. You know, the thing is with the wine industry, it's a constant learning. And that's what we thoroughly enjoy about it. And that's, you know, you constantly adding on. And I definitely believe that's something I've taken from that.
Oh, excellent. I'd love to hear from you guys and get your favorite wine quotes from each of you.
One should wake up with a smile in the morning and end the day with a glass of wine. And I like it because for me, ending the day with a glass of wine or two is like ending the day with a smile. So you started with a smile and you ended with one.
I love it.
I mean, there's so many great and so many cheesy quotes, I think, in wine. But one that really resonated with me is the one that says wine is bottled poetry. And the reason it was, especially more recently, is I've been tasting endless amounts of wine during lockdown as well with our cellar master, Doug van Sale, as we were sort of putting together new blends and, you know, obviously tasting our way through the 2020 vintage and, you know, getting ready for the 2019. And it's very interesting. The more people you bring together, it's always great to surround yourself with experienced and good palates. And, you know, it's interesting that everyone always interprets a wine in a different way. And I guess, you know, a little bit like poetry. It reminded me of English literature. You know, you asked to interpret one of Shakespeare's poems, and it's like, okay, everyone has a kind of a, you know, draws a different inspirational meaning from it. And the same way in wine, I think that's the beauty of it, is you know, it's you interpret it in your own way and you associate through it a memory or a time, or you mark an event. And so I love that. I think it's so true for wine. And I think the more time you spend tasting wine, the more that becomes the truth.
Excellent. Guys, that was awesome. If our listeners want to get hold of you, how do they actually, you know, where do they find you?
So we've, as Fiona said, we've been very active on our sort of channels. Our Instagram, you know, you're obviously always happy, and please, you know, have a look at what we're doing there. So the handle is Saxenberg Wines. And then we're on Facebook as well, Saxenberg Wine Estate. You can find us on YouTube, Saxenberg Wine Estate. We've got our own dedicated channel there to which we upload all of the content, all the videos, webinars, interviews that we've been conducting over the last months now. And then otherwise, obviously, if you want to reach us in a more sort of direct way, you can just email us at info@saxenberg.co.za, and we'd be obviously delighted to hear from anyone.
Guys, it was really a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for taking the time speaking to us, and I think our listeners will really love this. And yes, thank you very much for informative talk.
Thank you so much, Will. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, it was a great pleasure, and I hope we could share some good information with everyone.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube,
Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today, I'm talking to Blake Houwer of Constantia Wine Tour. Hi, Blake.
Hi, how are you all? How are you?
I'm great, thanks. It's a pleasure talking to you, and I'm looking forward to our chat. Are you in Constantia at the moment?
I'm not in Constantia at the moment. I now live in Hout Bay, which technically is actually a little bit part of the Constantia wine route.
It's a suburb, right?
Yeah, it's a suburb next door to Constantia, and it's quite nice on the way to collect guests to town. You get to take the coastal road and avoid all the school traffic compared to when I was living in Constantia. So it's it's nice out here.
Oh, excellent. So, Blake, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Cool. So, I went to London on a gap year and worked in hospitality and service. That was 2006. And I've always worked in hospitality and service since then. I enjoy sports, I enjoy the outdoors, enjoy photography, and enjoy showing people a good time. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell. And I do love wine. So this was always close to the heart. And basically how I got involved in the wine industry was just from enjoying hospitality and tourism, and growing up in Constantia. We were on the farms quite a bit growing up. So it was something close to the heart, and having a bit of experience in hospitality and service just made the blend come together nicely.
Oh, that's awesome. It's nice if you can do something that you love and also something that obviously suits your personality.
Yeah, no, I'm very grateful, and it took a while to find something that I enjoy as much as this, and it's it takes away the weekends, most weekends. It's you got to bite the bullet, eh?
Yeah, it's a weekend business. Can you tell us a bit of a history about your business, the Constantia Wine Tour, but also with that a little bit to our listeners about the Constantia wine route?
Sure. So the Constantia Wine Tour began towards spring 2012, and basically that is how it got going. Just going around to hotels and guest houses, meeting the people on the wine farms of Constantia, and getting to understand the lay of the land better than what an outsider would. And just marketing the tour to online booking platforms, and also basically from the beginning, it was always important to make this tour very authentic, in that we create our own articles and provide information not just about our tour but about all of the wine farms that make it possible to do the tour. So that's always been a big part of it, is to try and promote Constantia, the tour, and also the wine route from within, and basically just trying to draw in a crowd, of people that enjoy the finer things in life. In terms of the Constantia wine route, so technically speaking, the Constantia wine route has been going from about 1685.
Wow.
As this was the first time vines were planted in Constantia. And it's about 335 years of wine production. That was originally from the whole of Constantia, which used to be one farm. And then over the years, 335 years, Constantia has been sold off and to other names. And basically there's a newer wine region now farms like Eagle's Nest, Constantia Glen, Silver Mist, High Constantia, and those farms form the newer boutique wineries of the Constantia wine route. Then you have your more traditional, like Groot Constantia, Klein Constantia, which was the first subdivision of what used to be one farm, and Steenberg, Eitzig, Bateson, Verwachten. Basically, these farms all support Constantia Wine Route, and Constantia Wine Route is a brand now, which is run by a very dedicated lady, Karen Wiltshire, and she represents the farms at events like Condé Nast. So the Constantia Wine Route fits in the Constantia Valley, and it's a very well-run marketing effort.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, I think one of the big advantages you guys have there is that you're so close to the city center.
Yeah, that's it, eh? Literally, if you drive from a hotel in town, by the time you've gone over Weinberg Hill and you're looking to your right into the Constantia vineyards, I mean, that only takes about 15 to 20 minutes. And then it's about another 5 to 10 minutes to when you park at the farm. So very convenient. And then, of course, if you're finishing off your tour, either at Silver Mist or Glen, Constantia Glen or Eagle's Nest, then it's nice to go back to town along the coastal road. That's very nice. I mean, the guests get to have a view of the ocean and sometimes even some Cape fur seals on the rocks on the way back. So that's the lovely thing about Constantia, is that you see the ocean. You see where the winds come from, which cool the vines. So it's a maritime climate, and to be able to see where the winds come from is quite nice.
That's awesome. Tell me, Blake, can you expand a little bit more on the experiences that you offer to your clients?
Yeah. So we pick up our guests from their accommodation and drop them off at their accommodation, unless they want to go out for dinner afterwards. They often ask us, you know, where would you recommend we go for dinner? So that's quite nice. You never have to worry about, you know, staying under the limits. You can actually have a nice time and enjoy the wines. There is food on the tour, which is included in a once-off fee. So you don't have to, you know, settle any bills or worry about getting into a restaurant. So the nice thing about the tour is that, yes, you do drink quite a bit of wine, but there's also food to line the stomach, so no worries.
So it's basically an all-inclusive experience.
Yeah, and sometimes we will get a winemaker if they've got a private tour or a customized tour, tailor-made tour. If they are doing a ultra premium tour, then they would do a 4x4 vineyard tour, usually through Klein Constantia or at Silver Mist, where we have the winemaker and farm manager come on. And at Klein Constantia, the staff there are really well trained, especially since the new ownership from about 2013. They've really stepped it up a level in terms of their service, and also the quality of the wines and how they make it is really special. And you can see this through the vineyard tours. And often these vineyard tours are done by a wonderful gentleman, Alan Wickstrom, who's a really top guy. So in a nutshell, it's a 5-star rated experience on TripAdvisor. And also the guides. Yeah, and also the guides we use are very knowledgeable of Constantia, so are able to answer most of your questions. If we can't answer your questions, we find out from the farms while we're at the farms. And also our guests can get, you know, priority to certain places on certain farms.
Awesome, that's awesome. I see that a part of your packages is like a corporate experience or corporate tours. How many people can you accommodate?
Yeah, so when we do corporate tours, which are anywhere from the United Kingdom to, you know, Johannesburg or even local in Cape Town, we usually do a maximum of about 50. We could do more, but 50 is pushing it.
Okay. Well, I see that, you know, Cape Town is such a big conferencing and event hub basically with the CTICC and all other all kinds of other conferences happening there. And a lot of time people would come to Cape Town for say a 3 or 4 day conference, and then they would, but they're not going to fly all halfway around the world and be in South Africa only for a few days. So they'll probably spend a few extra days. And do you find a lot of customers from that type of business?
Yes, once had a guest from Switzerland, and I didn't know exactly what his business interests were, but he actually went to a talk at the convention center where our president Cyril Ramaphosa spoke, and he was actually quite confident in investing in the country, and what better way to feel good about an investment from a nice meeting from the president. What a nice way to finish it off with a wine tour.
Oh,
So
awesome.
yeah, people are very aware of wine from the Cape. So it's what most people want to do when they're out here. So it goes hand in hand. And again, it's just around the corner. So that was nice.
That's awesome. So where do you find your customers? Locally, internationally? I would assume that most of them are tourists.
Yeah, it's about 70% of our guests are from overseas, mainly from the United Kingdom and the United States, and then a gathering of people from all over the world, sometimes Australians, quite a few Scandinavian countries, especially Norway, and Brazilians have become more popular recently. And now even people from India that don't drink wine want to come and just see what wine is all about, what makes an industry tick over for 335 years. And it's not always about actually drinking the wine. So the majority from overseas, and then sometimes we do local people. And once we collected some guests from the airport for a day tour from Johannesburg, and after the tour took them back in that same evening. So people literally fly down from Joburg, even if it's for a day.
Wow, that's amazing. I never knew people did that. It just shows you, right? So
yeah,
something interesting I saw on your website is that you offer a pop-up wine experience. What on earth is this?
So this idea of a pop-up experience was initiated from public relations from us. And she put me in touch with some people in Mthatha, actually. And in Mthatha, there's some nice hotels there. Mayfair Hotel, where a lot of universities will stay if they're playing sport. There's a nice stadium there, and it's quite a central part of the country. So we did a wine pop-up experience for a practice, and the people from the area were not so familiar with wine, but what they did like to hear was that red wine is pretty good for you in small moderation. It thins the blood, keeps you calm, and it was a really cool.
Don't forget, it makes you creative. I just read an article on that a red wine makes you very creative.
Oh, okay, that's the first time I've heard that. That's pretty cool. Well, then I probably won't stop drinking red wine.
I'll send you a link to that. That's a quite interesting article.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so that was the first time we did it, and but we've done a few tastings at like a fair or like a market. Yeah, so the wine pop-up experiences in a nutshell is where we take the wine to a place anywhere around the country, even a business here in Cape Town, where people want to hear stories and enjoy.
Is this something that you're looking to expand?
Definitely. We do more marketing for actual tours and try and grow an audience so that people do tours, but it's there, it's on the website, and it is something I do want to grow on, but it's not the it's not the main focus. But I enjoy it, so we'll definitely be doing more of that.
Okay, excellent.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support our country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
I see also that you have a dedicated social media person living in Durban. So, how important is social media in your business?
Yeah, very, very important. Yeah, that's Jessica Cocking. She is fantastic. She came through one of our many internship programs from the School of Red and Yellow. And she was very good, very dedicated, definitely passionate. So, yeah, it's not about where you are, it's who you are. So wherever you are in the world, we've got internet, even with a bit of a lag now with the bandwidth. You know, that's what's most important. And it is important because you keep people in the loop, especially with our mailers. You keep people informed of the happenings of the Constantia wine route. And also, you know, you can use seeing one of these mailers as an opportunity to get your mum a gift for a wine tour, or your cousin's wedding as a build-up event. So a lot of people do use these advantages of social media to purchase gifts, and yeah, it's good to keep it going.
I see that's a thing that a lot of our people that I chat to actually lack in, is actually building a mailing list, and it's awesome that you guys are doing it. That's very, very good. Tell us a bit more. I see also you've got some charities that you support. What are these about?
Okay, so yeah, there's three. So the Rotary Foundation is a non-profit corporation. Okay, it supports efforts in, you know, to achieve world understanding, peace through international humanitarian and educational and cultural exchange programs. Okay, so that's the Rotary Foundation. Okay, that was, I think it was founded in 1917, back in the day. So we do vouchers, gift vouchers for them. So if they had an auction and they auction off the gift voucher, people will auction off the voucher, and then some people will come on the tour. Then there is the Sunflower Fund. It's a non-profit organization also. And this basically fights blood diseases, especially ones like leukemia. And basically they do this through recruitment of stem cell donors, maintaining a registry of potential donors who are committed to helping anyone in need of a life-saving stem cell transplant. So this is a more recent one, founded in 1999. And then, so it's not directly from us, but through one of the farms that we go to. There's one called the Western Cape Raptor Research Program. So Eagle's Nest, which is very well known for their Shiraz and Viognier. Eagle's Nest, they support the Western Cape Raptor Research Program. So every time our guests make some sales, this will go towards that as well. And basically what they do is they monitor the nests during the breeding season. The program also performs important conservation activities, such as tagging nestlings, so that they understand where they go after they leave the nest. And yeah, this is mainly for the black eagle or the roe eagle. There used to be about 4 nests. Okay, now there's 1. So they're doing what they can to try and help a local eagle.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, very, very good. So at the moment, I mean, your business is like everyone is standing still because of the coronavirus and the lockdown, and also your business are dependent upon, you know, getting out and taking people around. So the coronavirus has forced everyone basically to rethink their business models. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind that came to you while you while you are thinking about what to do next.
Yeah, cheapers. Yeah, first the unprecedented dose of fear and anxiety was something we all had to endure, and then reality hits, and you think, okay, well, what can we do? So we were quite fortunate. This happened by luck. A guest that was going to come on the tour from British Columbia, Canada, had to cancel. So we gave him his refund and said, cool, you can have a discount when you come back as well. And hopefully he does come back to visit Cape Town. And he was very grateful. So he made what he calls a caricature edit of one of our photos. And this caricature edit is now posted on the Constantia Wine Tour Facebook page, and it looks pretty cool. So basically, if people want to, they don't want to do a tour, but they want to have a fun edit of a wine experience, or even if it's just sitting with their dog at home on a couch, or drinking wine in the garden with their loved ones, or it doesn't even have to be wine, but so that is something we're trying to promote. We have been doing a little bit more articles as well, and just to try and create more of an audience and to get more followers. So this also motivated us to start Cape Town Wine Route. So basically, we can write more about other wines around the Cape and basically create more of a following on Cape Town Wine Route, which will enhance tours of Constantia. So this is another thing we've created, this Facebook page, Cape Town Wine Route. And basically it's everything in the Cape. It's not just Cape Town. There are many towns within the Cape, therefore there are many small Cape towns. So basically it's to promote all that is wine. So while people are sitting down and not able to travel, at least they can read more about wines of the Cape and therefore see more about the Constantia Wine Tour. So those are some things that we've done.
Well, that's amazing. So basically, if you've focused on content creation, have you thought about, you're not planning to have any other products beside tours that you would be selling? Is that something in the pipeline?
Yeah, so the caricature edits, as we've just mentioned, is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanna order one, you can get in touch with us as well. We'll help you with that as well.
Okay.
Put you in touch with the right people. We don't actually do it ourselves, but we can help you. We know what wines you might want, so we can help you, put you in touch with the right distribution people. And that's pretty much, that's pretty much it for now.
So like your wine journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
I think dedication, dedication. There's quite a few. I mean, you have to bite the bullet, sacrifice weekends that you could usually, go away with friends and that sort of thing. Customer service is something that I have learned before whilst working in London. So definitely learned more about that. But I think dedication,
Excellent. So can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
My favorite wine quote. Okay, well, my very own. I think wine. Wine is a ticket to icebreakers, conversation starters, and sophisticated conversations.
That's awesome. That's a good one. If any of our listeners want to get hold of you, or want to book a tour, or how do they get hold of you guys? Or they want to order one of these things you were talking about? How did they get hold of you?
So basically, if you want to get a caricature, you can find Daryl at Daryl the Artist Daryl, spelled Daryl, the artist. So if you want a caricatoon, you can do that. The reference to use is TCWT20. If you're wanting a wine pop-up experience, or you're planning something for spring, for a gift for a tour for your family, your loved ones, parents, godfather, whatever it may be, then email bookings@theconstantiawinetour.co.za, or you can just find the website www.theconstantiawinetour.co.za, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, awesome. I'll put all these links in the descriptions and stuff like that as well. Blake, it was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for spending the time, and good luck with everything. And yeah, have a great day.
Appreciate it, Will. Yeah, really appreciate it. Very grateful, and all the best with the rest of lockdown.
Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Before we start today's show, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor, Lisa Loves Wines. Lisa also shared with me that she has a very special offer for our listeners. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe, and I personally think that South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Big is Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a 20% discount on the Chronicle 1.5 liter from Remoorte. This is a 1.5 liter Magnum, and I will ask the winemaker to give us a bit more information on this wine later in the show. This is a great deal. Father's Day is just around the corner, so I would suggest that you go grab this. We will leave the details and links on how to get this awesome offer inside the description. Now, on with today's show. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Rob and Chris Bouwstreet from Remoorte, a brother team. Welcome, guys, to About the Winelands.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Will.
So I think our listeners will be really interested to hear how you guys as brothers ended up working together and how you managed to work together without killing each other.
Good question. Okay, I'll just give you a bit of a background. So Chris and I, and our family, we're originally from Johannesburg. Our father was involved in construction. They're mainly developing lodges and that sort of thing, game lodges. but always very passionate about wine. And in 1993, him and my mom decided they wanted to make the move to the Western Cape and, actually get into the wine industry. And in 1994, they found a property end of 1993. And in April 1994, we moved down during the elections. Chris and I were young. I was 10, Chris was 12. So we grew up here in Stellenbosch. And that's how we arrived here. But we went to school here. After school, Chris studied winemaking at Stellenbosch University. And then when I finished school, I went more the marketing route and ended up in the beer industry. So Chris, after traveling internationally in that, he came back in 2007, and then I came back in 2011. And then in terms of working together, I think, we're quite lucky that we both got very separate sides of the business and separate sort of interests in terms of Chris loves the vineyards and the winemaking side. He's obviously also very helpful with the sales side, but I prefer more the business marketing side and don't tend to get my hands dirty as often as Chris does. So I think that's important for us, is that we've each got very separate sides to the business. And although we, as a family business, obviously we do help each other out a lot in each other's department, but we sort of, we focus on our separate interests in the business, really.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think so. And then just to add to that, so just about Remwerchte itself, the farm, we obviously bought in 1994, as Rob mentioned, and moved down, but the farm's we still got the title deed from 1812, and it was going before that, but that's kind of a year when they gave out a lot of the title deeds to the area, and we actually the third family to own and live on the property. And then we're obviously me and Robert, obviously second generation. We took over from my dad on the farm itself.
Interesting. Have the farm always been under vines, or did you guys start the winery? Or
no, it's always been under vine. So we actually, a few years ago, a lady from Australia emailed us, and she was researching her family history. They were originally from South Africa. One of her ancestors was the constable, or the local police captain at Klapmuts, which is just down the road from us. And he was there from 1790 to 1792. And then on the records, it shows that after that, he made a living making wine it was then De Remwerchte. It's now just Remwerchte. So we know it was going from then, and they mentioned winemaking then, but when we took over, there was no winemaking happening. It was just growing, but vines have been here from the beginning. But obviously it's changed a little in that all the vines were planted kind of in the valleys and lower down, where since we've moved all the vines higher up, so up onto the slopes, looking for more exposed sites and sort of steeper slopes, better sites for vineyards.
Well, that's interesting. So you guys actually were the first people to actually make your own wines. I assume before that it all went to a cooperative or something, the grapes.
Exactly, yeah. So like a lot of the South African wine industry, it was, especially in apartheid, it was very, everything was kind of quite controlled, and most of the stuff went to cooperative sellers. There was very few independent sellers. But my dad made the first wines here in 1995.
So you have your wines are exciting. Can you tell us a bit about your wines, and also the free to be wines? What does that mean, and how did it all start?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, we're passionate about being an estate. So from vineyard to bottle, we do on the property itself. So, I mean, the Remwerchte range of wines are quite established. Obviously, my dad having started making them. I think myself and Rob, we've refined it a little in that we've cut one or two lines and sort of refined our portfolio. So we have 6 main wines that we produce now, which are, we do 2 Chenin Blancs. So Chenin's our main white focus under Remwerchte. And then we do a varietal pinotage, a varietal Merlot, then our Chronicle, which is a Cape blend, and then our reserve is our Sir Thomas Cullinan. So we've got 6 wines under the Remwerchter stable, which, as mentioned, Remwerchter quite established. We've been making it for a long time. We've got to stay consistent, and so people kind of know what to expect. Where Free to Be, we started about 3 years ago, or 4 years ago now. The idea behind the Free to Be was to just allow a little bit of space in the cellar to be a little bit more creative, to try different techniques, maybe different varietals. So it's basically wines that are not under our Remwerchter, they're not, they don't have to be as consistent as the Remwerchter wines. So we try and keep it interesting with the Free to Be by changing, varietals or styles every year. So we do a red and a white every year, and there's no kind of recipe on what it is. But generally the reds, we try and make fresh, light, and, really juicy, easy drinking reds. And then the whites we've varied. We've done a skin ferment Chenin, Weisse Riesling more recently. But so the Free to Be is basically very limited quantities, but something that allows me to play a little bit in the cellar.
Well, that's interesting. Do you think that the actual market is also changing? Maybe, a lot of people I talk to mention that millennials are changing our tastes a little bit. Is this part of the reason why you guys are experimenting?
Yeah, definitely. I think, the Free to Be created an opportunity for us to to make exciting wines that opened up possibly new outlets for us. High-end restaurants, something that sommeliers could really get excited about, skin ferment wines and interesting cultivars. So it's basically opened up a few doors for us where, like Chris said, the Remwerchter brand is very consistent and long-running. And the Free to Be is more of sort of a natural style of winemaking, and which is obviously on trend at the moment. And internationally, we found as well with our importers in the UK and the USA, there definitely is a market for a wine like the Free to Be. There's a lot of excitement about really minimal interference, natural style winemaking, and interesting methods in the cellar as well. So that wine has opened up some doors for us in those markets. And I think, like you said, it tends to be the millennials.
What is the situation with vegan wines and that whole issue?
So I mean, vegan is basically no animal products. And as I'm sure you know, with wine, the additives or stuff that you're allowed to add would surprise most people. I think, the number of the number of products you're able to add and where they come from is pretty scary. But I think one of our things from when my dad started was that we believe wine's made in the vineyard. So when it comes to cellar, we don't want to add anything and we don't want to take anything away. So we want what you taste in the bottle to be what comes from the vineyard. So we do across all of our wines, we have a sort of a minimal interference or intervention philosophy. So put a lot of work into the vineyards to getting the grapes right, bring them into the cellar, let them ferment, mature them, and then bottle them. So maybe just a little bit of sulfur before bottling, but everything's unfined, unfiltered, and just basically trying to keep our wines as authentic as possible. But vegan, I mean, so one of the main, especially in red wines and white wines, one of the main sort of animal derivative products is protein or albumin from eggs, so that they use for fining, specifically in reds. And fining obviously is removing some of the excess tannin, and it's kind of a rounding and sort of softening process in the wine. But obviously by adding that, it makes the wine not vegan. So it's a bit of a loaded kind of sort of subject, but I mean, we don't, because we don't add anything, we are sort of considered vegan. We're not just certified by anyone, but that's basically that.
I think it's going to be an interesting space going forward. So you guys are also involved with craft beers. Can you tell us? That sounds like like also a bit of fun. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I think the craft beers came about. So I worked for SAB before I came to the business, and I left SAB in sort of middle of 2011 when craft beer was really starting to get onto the scene. I had a few outlets of mine in Cape Town that started delisting mainstream beers, and they were just listing the craft beers, and there weren't a lot around back then. Chris and I have always enjoyed complex, interesting beers, particularly Belgian style. And through friends of ours, we realized it is possible to make your own brewing setup. So we made a 50-liter setup. We started brewing some beer. I found it quite boring, but Chris enjoyed it. So he made quite a lot of beer, and it was more than we could drink. So we just started selling it from the tasting room, and there was quite a lot of interest, quite a lot of demand. So we developed the brand, which is Wild Beast, which is named after the wildebeest, which we have in our game camp here in front of the tasting room. And we started selling out of the tasting room, like I said, and then there was interest from other regions. I had a friend who had a distribution company in Joburg. He wanted another guy in PE. So then we built a bigger setup, a 500-liter setup, and yeah, by the end of 2012, we were brewing flat out and selling a lot of beers. And that was the early days of the craft beer sort of industry before all the other breweries popped up all over the country. So it went quite well. And, our focus has always been wine. So that was sort of a side project. And, as soon as it became a bit more competitive and everything like that, we decided just to focus on the wine. So we still sell the beer from the tasting room. We've got a few retail stores in and around Stellenbosch that stock it. So we don't make a lot. We actually outsource the brewing now because we needed the brewery for wine storage. So we've got a friend who brews for us, and so the Wild Beast beers are still available, but just from the tasting room in a few retail outlets around Stellenbosch.
Oh, that's amazing. You mentioned the game camp you have. Tell us a little bit about the game on the farm and what you guys are doing in terms of conservation.
So I mean, basically the game started just as moving down from Johannesburg, we used to spend a lot of time in the Lowveld. And like Rob mentioned, my dad, before we came down here, he developed a few game reserves, and wildlife has always been a passion of his. And I think when we set up down here, we removed a lot of the vineyards, as I mentioned, in the valleys. So the valleys were then standing open. So we've now put some springbok, wildebeest, zebra into camps in the valleys, and it's more just a fun to have around. They're kind of like pets. So it's area that we can't, or that we wouldn't really use for vineyards anymore because it wouldn't give us the quality we're looking for. We've now kind of dedicated to indigenous fauna and flora. So it's something interesting for visitors to have a look at. And it's just a fun thing for us to have around, rather than having the land just standing open. We've put some wildlife on. So, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. So you mentioned Cullinan and the Cullinan diamond. I'd love to hear that. I think everybody would love to hear that story.
Yeah, so that was, it's a bit of our family history. So obviously that's why we wanted to give his name to the wine, to our reserve red. He came over with his parents it was the mid 1800s, and his dad started a transport company, and they were transporting obviously with ox wagons sort of up and down the coast, up into the Eastern Cape and that. And on one of the trips, his dad died quite soon after they started it. So Thomas Cullinan was quite young. He was our great-great-grandfather. He took over the business, but it was never really his passion. And he ended up, so he was about geology, and obviously at that time he kind of started following a bit of the diamond rush and the gold rush, and went to Kimberley and got there too late, and then eventually ended up in Johannesburg. And he started a building company, so he was sort of out of any kind of mining or anything like that. And then he used to go out and sort of look for semi-precious stones and then polish. It was kind of his hobby, polish them up and sell them. And in yeah, he found, in doing that, he found a volcanic chute outside Johannesburg. It's where the town of Cullinan is today, where he thought he might find diamonds, and ended up buying the farm where this volcanic chute is on. They started mining it. And in 1903, found the biggest, it was at the time the biggest uncut diamond that had ever been found. It's still the most valuable, it's not the biggest anymore, but it's still the most valuable in terms of clarity diamond that's ever been found. It was 3,000 carats. And South Africa was in the process of gaining their independence from Britain. And as a parting gift, the Transvaal government bought this diamond from our great-great-grandfather and gave it to, it was then the King of England. And they then cut it into two stones, well, two main stones. There are lots of other stones that came off it, but the main or the biggest portion is now the main diamond in the scepter of the British crown jewels. And then the next biggest portion is the main diamond in the crown of the crown jewels. And it's called the Greater and the Lesser Star of Africa. But the Cullinan diamond is what the diamond was called. But he, at the time, he basically gave the diamond away. The Transvaal government determined the price, which was very low.
And they taxed it as well.
And they taxed it as well. And so
nothing
he got
has
knighted.
changed in that area, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he got knighted, obviously because it was such a unique find. But unfortunately, yeah, the Sir doesn't get passed down. So me and Rob aren't Sirs. But we've named our Reserve Red, which is a Bordeaux-inspired blend, after him, the Sir Thomas Cullinan.
So tell me, have you guys at least been invited to the palace for tea at some point, or not yet?
No, our gran's been. My gran and her sister have had tea with the Queen over there, and then when she was out here. But we have not. I went to the Tower of London. I've been to go and see the crown jewels, and I told the guard that my great-great-grandfather found those, and he just told me to keep moving. So yeah, there's no kind of relationship there still.
Well, it's an amazing story, right? Unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah.
So when visitors come to your farm, what else can they, they're going to taste wine, they're going to see the wildebeest pets, and, they're going to hear stories. What else can they expect to experience with you guys?
I think, obviously there's a lot of tasting rooms in Stellenbosch, and everyone needs to have like the unique offering or, some form of differentiation. So I think how we try to be different is that the tasting room is, although we're on a busy road, it's not an extremely busy tasting room. We're on quite a sharp bend and people often miss us. So we try and keep it very, welcoming, and there's never big crowds here. So the service is very intimate all the time. And we renovated about 2 years ago. So there's a beautiful sort of outside area and inside area where you can sit with amazing views of Stellenbosch. So you see like this whole 180-degree view of the Stellenbosch Mountains with the game camp in front of you. So it's a very beautiful place to sit and do a wine tasting. And then other things we offer is we obviously have the wine tasting and the beers. And in terms of food offering, we do flatbread pizzas. We've got 3 different flatbread pizzas that we make here, and cheese platters. But the focus is very much on the wine. So we don't have a restaurant or anything like that. The idea is just to offer really special wine tastings where people can, enjoy the wines in beautiful scenery, with beautiful scenery.
So back to the wine, where are most of your wines sold? You guys export?
Yeah, so it's roughly 50-50. So in the past, it was more 80 export, 20 local. We've put a lot of focus on the local markets in the last few years to develop a stronger sort of footprint locally. And so now we had about 50-50. A large portion of our local sales are through the tasting room, probably about 30% of our local sales. And then obviously just the traditional wine markets like Gauteng and in the Western Cape, PE and the Garden Route. The Lowveld, we've got quite a good partner there who sells to the lodges and a little bit in the KZN. obviously now we started an online shop, which has done really well over the lockdown period. And then in exports, we've got quite a few international partners. So we work from the US, UK, Belgium, Holland, Germany. Then we've got an importer in Mexico, Singapore, Japan, a little bit to Mauritius, and then, you know, locally, well, closer to home, it's, you know, Botswana and Mozambique. So it's sort of all over, but I'd say the bulk of it is the US is our biggest market, and Europe, split between UK, Belgium, Holland, and Germany.
Okay, interesting. You mentioned your online shop, and obviously, you know, this whole coronavirus has really forced all of us, everyone has to rethink their business models. Do you guys have any other changes or ideas in mind?
You know, I think, you know, through this, it's clear that direct sales are going to just get more and more popular. I mean, people wanting to buy directly from the seller in the comfort of their own homes, whether it's online or through other channels. But yeah, I think we have put more of a focus on our online shop, and we've had help from our sister with, you know, making sure that we're keeping active on social media over the lockdown period, just to not lose momentum. So I think going forward, you know, the taste room is important for us, but trade is still the most important. I mean, you know, our wines, we really want them to be drunk in restaurants and where people can really experience them. And then once they have, follow that out and go and get it from retail stores. So we're not really at any of the big retailers. It's mainly the smaller independent wine shops and bottle stores. But going forward, I think everyone realizes that direct selling and online is more important than it has been in the past, I think.
I think that's true. So what is the most important thing that you guys have learned from your wine journey?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I suppose, you know, we haven't been in it for that long. So I've been on the farm for 13 years, which I suppose is actually quite a long time. But I think just to stick at it and be consistent. I think, you know, we were talking to a French friend of my dad's when we had just started, and he said, you know, the wine industry is only tough for the first 100 years, and then it gets much easier, you know. So I think it's just keeping at it and staying consistent. To be a little bit careful nowadays in following fads and fashions and what's in and what's not. You know, I think we just want to do what we do the best we can, and try not to follow these sort of fashions and fads, you know. So, I mean, we've been looking at what varietals to plant over the last little while. And, you know, we know Bordeaux varietals and Pinotage, it's what we do best, you know. So we're going to stick at that. And what we're planting now has got to be working for our kids, you know, in 20 or 30 years time. So the vines are still going to be there, and they're going to be producing fruit at its peak. So I think it's looking long term, not really living in the now, and not following fads, which is very kind of, it's foreign in the environment that we kind of in at the moment, you know, in the kind of everything must happen now. You know, it's looking at stuff long term is, I think, something that we've really learned to do, and not to get kind of flustered or phased about what's happening in the short term.
I think that's a very important business lesson. You know, if I'm just thinking back to, if you look at a place like Champagne with its history, and they've always they followed the fads in marketing, but the product remained consistent over the years.
Yeah.
So I think that's quite interesting. Can you guys give us
Absolutely.
your very own wine quote?
Sure.
You can invent one if you don't have one. Or steal one.
A wine quote.
A wine quote. I'm quickly thinking of one.
Wow.
Sure. That you really put us on the spot.
Yeah. We will have one after this.
That's for sure. Maybe you have a glass of wine first before you guys can come up with one.
Yeah. You'll come up with a few then.
Yeah. I can't think of one now. I think,
Well,
yeah,
anyway,
stumped.
while you guys are thinking, I'm sorry I stumped you there. I've heard Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines whispered in my ear that you know that she's looking at doing some campaign on Magnum bottles, and you're producing one called the Chronicle. Can you tell us a bit more about this wine? And also,
yeah, so the Chronicle, we actually, the wine itself began in 2002 as our estate blend, and the concept behind the wine was to make, you know, we've got our Merlot, Aspect Merlot is very site specific. It's a single vineyard. We do a very site specific pinotage. So our single varietals are from very specific sites on the property. And I think one of the things that makes South Africa unique in terms of a wine area anywhere in the world is just our diversity in a very small space. So, I mean, we've got a 55 hectare farm. We've got slopes that face every aspect. So we've got north, east, south, and west facing slopes. We've got about 17 different soil types. They're obviously all similar parent materials, but very different soils depending on where on the slope you are. So I think, you know, we've got this incredible diversity in a very small space. And the idea with the estate blend, which became the Chronicle about 5 years ago, we wanted to make a wine that represented the estate as a whole every vintage. So we take a component from every one of our vineyard blocks, and I use the amounts of each component vary every year. So there's no recipe to the blend. We just try and make the best blend we can each year. But I use a component from the whole farm, or components from the whole farm. So it basically chronicles every vintage on the farm, where the Pinotage, the Merlot, our Sir Thomas gives you kind of a very site-specific snapshot, is like an overview of the whole property. So it's a Cape blend. So it's all 4 red varieties we grow on the property, which are Shiraz, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Pinotage. And basically, I make everything separate. I keep each block separate for a year. After a year, we'll make up blends. So we rack it, go back to barrel for another year. So it's 2 years in barrel, all French oak, and then racked and bottled. And the idea with the magnums of the Chronicle is that we wanted to, just specifically on that wine, do a magnum. So obviously 2 bottles at a more competitive price. So it's less, it costs a little less than what 2 bottles would cost you. But the great thing about a magnum, you know, if there's more than sort of 3 or 4 people at a dinner, a magnum's an awesome size bottle because it lasts a little longer. It does more than 1 round, and they're just really fun to have on the table. You know, there's something about drinking wine out of a magnum, and then also it matures really well in magnums. So there are a lot of benefits to larger format bottles, and we wanted to basically bring that at a good price.
So that's interesting to me, you know, because in Europe, it's becoming a bit of a fashion to take a magnum to a party and stuff like that. We're just talking about fashion and fads. Do you guys think it's going to be something that will take off in South Africa a bit more and become a fashion?
I don't know. It's such a good question. It's very difficult to say because people still always tend towards 750s, you know, to normal size bottles. I think. It's a strange, maybe it's just habits and what people are used to, but we hope it will. I mean, for us, the magnums have been doing really well, especially around kind of, around the festive season. So like around Christmas, New Year, then again in Easter. I think whenever there's sort of big gatherings or big family gatherings, people love the magnums. But general everyday wine shopping, I mean, I think it'll always be 750s. But, you know, I mean, the other thing, the magnums they're big to carry. They, you know, to fit in a fridge, they don't fit as easily. So I think hopefully it's something that takes off, but I don't think it'll ever overtake 750s.
Yeah, I think, well, at the moment, there is something coming up where magnums could be a little bit of a gift, and that's Father's Day, right? is soon.
Yes, absolutely.
So anybody listening should go grab a Magnum from you guys for Father's Day. I think it's a fantastic gift.
Yeah. Cool.
So guys, how do people, if people want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you guys? How do they buy your wines? What is the way?
The best would be through our website, which is www.remhoogte.co.za. We've got all our contact information on there, and info. There's tasting notes on each of the wines, a bit of information about our accommodation and our tasting room. So that's got all the basic information. Otherwise, anything more, they can contact us directly. So email addresses and contact numbers are on the website as well. Otherwise, Instagram, we Remhoogte Wine Estate, and the same on Facebook, which is a good way just to see what we're up to as well.
And then also just to add to that, I think we've got a YouTube channel. So if you just YouTube Remhoogte or Remhoogte Wines, we've got tasting notes. I've sort of gone through every one of our wines. So if you're drinking one of our wines and you want to know a little bit more about it, have a look at that. They are also on our website, but you can check those videos out. Yeah, so I think Rob's pretty covered everything.
Yeah, the YouTube one is great because Chris has done a tasting video on the Chronicle. So for those of you who buy the Magnum, that's a good opportunity to get a detailed tasting by Chris on the YouTube channel.
That's amazing. I mean, I think that is also a way forward, right? To get that information and awareness about your wines and stuff out on platforms like YouTube is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, it's been such a pleasure to. Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, I think that was also a result of this whole lockdown. You know, just trying to be more like I usually. So Rob generally does Europe and the East, and then I do the US twice a year, and it doesn't look like those trips are going to happen this year. So we started it for them, you know, to do basically have videos where sales staff could show when they are doing tastings, and we've had good feedback just from the general public. So it's a cool thing to check out when you're tasting one of our wines is to actually have a look at the tasting itself.
Well, that's awesome. Guys, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. I mean, it's been very interesting. Thanks. I know you guys are busy, so thank you very much for spending the time. And good luck with everything. And hopefully we will be back to normal before we know it.
Thanks, Will. Thanks for your time as well. It's been great to tell you a bit about Remhoogte.
Yeah, thanks, Will.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Just a quick reminder that you can get that 1.5 liter Chronicle at a 20% discount. So hurry and get in touch with Lisa at Lisa's Loves Wines. The link is in the description. This is, like I said before, the perfect Father's Day gift.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Paul de Villiers. Paul is the owner of Landskroon Wines. Welcome to About the Winelands, Paul.
Thank you, Will. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon talking to you.
You have a long history in the wine industry. Can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry?
Yeah, maybe I should take it back a bit further. It all started in 1689 when three de Villiers brothers arrived in South Africa from France. They came from a little town called Niort in La Rochelle, and they started farming in the Franschhoek Valley. One of the brothers, my ancestor Jacques, acquired the farm Boschendal that we still know today as Boschendal. They farmed there for about 100 years. and in Franschhoek. Then they moved to Boschendal. And then in 1874, the family decided to move to the Achterpaal where we are now. They started on the farm Weltevreden. And then later on, my granddad bought two adjacent farms. And in 1963, my late dad and his brother bought the farm Landskroon. So we consolidated the 4 pieces of land and we farmed it under the name Landskroon since then. Wine has always been made on the property and was mainly sold in bulk. But in 1974, exactly 100 years after they moved here, we started bottling our own wine under the name Landskroon. The first one was a Cinsault. And I, of course, grew up on the farm and enjoyed, working on the farm during holidays and so on. And I think that's where the love for farming and eventually winemaking comes from.
Oh, that's amazing. Amazing story, right? And you've been on the farm, obviously, your whole life. Are you one of the winemakers as well?
Yes, and when I started here, I actually, after, the normal studying I studied at Elsenburg and I took a course in cellular technology, first viticulture and animal husbandry, and then cellular technology, and I did my practical at Paardeberg Wines in 1979, and towards the end of 1979 I started here with my dad, who was then the winemaker. And within the next 2 years we made quite a few changes because the business excelled a bit, especially with the establishment of estate wineries. I think when we established the Landskroon wines, there were only about 27 private owned estate wineries, and then of course a number of co-ops. And where we've got today, probably about 500 small wineries. So it grew into quite a large business over the years, the whole wine industry as such.
Oh, that's interesting. Tell me, Paul, our listeners would be interested, what is the difference between an estate and a cooperative winery?
In those years, it was the establishment of an estate grapes or sell grapes if you're registered as make wine from the grapes from your own farm. We later deregistered, so we were only then known as Landskroon Wines and not Landskroon Estate Wines. That enabled us to buy in grapes if we wanted to, or buy in wine and then blend with our own wines. But still today, most of the time, everything that we produce or we sell in the bottle comes from our estate. If there's a shortage of some wine at a certain stage, or we had a bad year, for instance, for pinotage or whatever, then we can buy in. There are not a lot of estates as such remained, because I think most of them saw the benefit of maybe buying in some grapes at a certain stage, or maybe buying some wine. But at that stage, I think it was a good idea to establish this own private bottling of wine and have the terroir and also the specific area demarcated as an estate or a private cellar.
Oh, that's interesting. So when people come to your estate, what can the guest experience when they come there?
Landskroon is probably more well known for their reds. About 90% of our crop is red. We have 15 different cultivars, ranging from Cinsault, Pinotage, Cabernet, Merlot, the whole range. We've got a few not so well-known cultivars as well, like Petit Verdot and Malbec. And then we also have 4 port varieties that we use to make port wine with. Nowadays, we're not allowed to call it port anymore, but that's the style we make. We call it Cape Vintage. And that's normally a blend of 4 different cultivars: Portuguese, Tinta Amarela, Suzhou, which are one of the few cultivars that has got a red juice. And then Toriga Nacional is the 4th one. So those we use mainly for making port left over. Then we'll make a dry wine from it and sell that as a dry red in bulk. We don't bottle that as such. And then, of course, the stalwart whites, the Chenin Blanc, a little bit of Chardonnay. Sauvignon Blanc we buy in because the area is quite hot here, and Sauvignon Blanc doesn't work that well, but we've got the market for the Sauvignon Blanc. And then a very well-known cultivar or wine is the Blanc de Noir, which means white from red. If you translate the word Blanc de Noir, which is a French descriptive name, and we make that from Pinotage. It's an off-dry pink wine, lighter than rosé, so it's very popular in summer, and you can actually just drink it or have it with something like salmon or something like that. So that's more or less the range that we've got. So we've got 20 wines on our wine list. So that makes, when people come here, you know, they can taste these wines. We've got a food and wine pairing, 2 different ones, a more expensive one with Paul de Villiers wines, which is a range that we select the grapes and put more of that wine in newer oak. We mature it a little bit longer. So that's a more expensive one, and we use that specific pairing with those 4. We've got 4 wines in the Paul de Villiers range, 4 reds and 1 white, which is a Chenin Blanc, which we also ferment and mature in French oak casks. Then, of course, there's what people enjoy here. It's normally a bit quieter than some of the other very busy estates. We've got a lovely view. People can have picnic lunches here if they, organize that beforehand. We can organize a picnic lunch for them, and there's some nice play area for the kids. We've also got walkways through the farm that people can walk around, and then we've got these bicycle routes that people can do the mountain biking. I think there is a link on our website where they can have a look at how that is done.
Well, that's awesome. You also have a cottage on the farm where people can come and stay. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, we've got a cottage here, and it sleeps 4. It's normally for like a family, small family, you know, and it's self-catering, and it's, you know, this cottage is, of course, during the week or over weekends. They can also have a look at the website, or they can just phone the farm and find out if it's available. And also a very nice view, you know, if people stay in the cottage, they can look towards Table Mountain in the evening, and you've got that lovely view of the area from the southwestern slopes of Paarl Mountain.
Wow, it sounds fantastic. Paul, tell me, your wines, where are they sold? Are you exporting any of your wines? Are you concentrating on the local market? How do you do it?
Yes, we make use of Vinimark to distribute right through South Africa. And then about 50% of our wines, just a little bit more than 50%, is sold locally. But we've got about 25 countries that we export to, some, you know, small, others a bit bigger. We do quite well in Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and then Tanzania, and also Zanzibar and Uganda. We tend to do quite well in those countries. And I think it's mainly because of all the lodges and sightseeing there and a lot of tourists coming to those countries. And then we have a company in Minnesota, in the USA, which they service a few states from there, and then different agents that sell our wine there. And also in China, we've got an agent there that we export to. So it's we try to cover the area, the bigger area, if we can, and we try to get new agents in different countries. We're busy now with one in Turkey.
Oh, that's interesting. So the other thing that I was wondering, it sounds like you've got a global footprint, but the coronavirus, the coronavirus has forced everyone to rethink their business model. We've been in lockdown now for a while. Things are reopening. But do you have any new changes or ideas in mind?
Yeah, I think all of us tried the online business, online sales, and it worked quite well. But what we found is, the delivery of those orders, there seems to be a backlog developed for those orders, because a lot of wineries have done that. And I think the companies that do deliveries didn't really expect the online orders to grow that as it did over the last 2 months. We of course couldn't deliver everything we couldn't deliver, so we had to wait for the next stage to open up that we can start delivering. So there was quite a big number of orders that had to be delivered suddenly, and I think that was the one problem. But I think that's a thing that one can look at in future as well, when everything gets a bit more calm. That the type of sales that a lot of wineries will look at and will try to make better in future.
I was wondering about delivery. Do you think that because of everything happening that more courier companies will come to the party and that delivery charges nationwide will actually start dropping a bit?
Hopefully that will happen. I think after this period that a lot of deliveries had to be done in a short period of time. One that does that type of business, I'm talking about the courier companies now, will probably relook their whole strategy and how they will handle it in future. But I think the biggest problem was all of these orders, although it came in over a period of 2 months, maybe had to deliver everything. All of the wineries experienced the same problem. That was such a big vast amount of wine that had to be delivered, and that's now the problem.
Well, everybody wanted their wine
But
on the
hopefully
same
that
day,
will,
right?
within the next week. That's the thing, because everyone was starting to run dry. Hopefully that will be sorted out soon.
I think it looks like things are slowly creeping back to normal, and so hopefully that will happen. So Paul, your wine journey has been long, and what is the most important thing you've learned from your wine journey?
I think the whole wine making, every year there's a new thing that you learn and that you try from time to time. One has your recipe, that works for you. Later on, which cultivars work better on which soils, and the styles that you think will work better in the marketplace. But it's an ongoing, making a change here and there, small changes, because you can't really make big changes and then change your style completely, because you've now got a number of wine lovers that like your wine. So nothing really happens fast in the wine industry, if I can say that. You've got to take it just too quickly and do the basics right. It starts from in the vineyard. Make sure that you plant that on the right soils. Do the basics right. Don't let the vines bear too much, because with red You know, you want to keep the quality, and you don't want to have too much quantity. Then eventually your wines would be lighter in style, not as it should be. Rainfall might have been lighter, it might be a drier year, so as we had about 2 years ago, and you've got to make changes in your winemaking process to adapt in that instance.
Okay, that's interesting. So, Paul, if you have to give us your favorite wine quote, or do you have your own wine quote? I would love to hear that.
I think there might be a few ones, but I think it's important to enjoy a good glass of wine every night. You don't have to buy expensive wines, but if you think the wine is good, then you can drink that. You hear a lot of comments from different people how the wine must be tasted and what you must look at. The basics you can do, but if you like, or you get that question many times, you know, what is a good wine? Good wine is a wine that you enjoy, and then you build on that and take it from there. Your taste will change over the years. A good wine that you like.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. If people want to get hold of Landskroon, how do they get hold of you guys? And if they want to order, how do they do that?
The best would be to go to the website. There is a page where you can order, or you can just phone Landskroon on 021 631 1039.
Okay, that's awesome. We'll put all these links down in the description. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Very interesting. Thank you so much telling us a bit more about Landskroon. And I'm sure that you're going to be able to welcome visitors to your farm again soon.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Hi, Patrick James Robertson from the Fishwives Club Boutique Winery. Just had a fantastic swim here at Camps Bay Tidal Pool. You can see behind me here the 12 Apostles. It's absolutely stunning. Really beautiful scenery here in Cape Town. The water's nice and chilly on the Atlantic side. It's perfect for swimming and really waking all parts of you up. But my message today, we have another lockdown on sale of alcohol, and really the South African businesses are really suffering under these really draconian that our government is taking, and we believe incorrectly, and there's a lot of protests going on to save South African businesses and all the people it employs, because there's just no support from the government at all. And my message out there to business owners and entrepreneurs is that we just got to work together and look out for each other and pull together. This is when it really counts, and this is what we do best, is pull together and support each other and buy from the family-owned businesses and buy from the smaller businesses, the businesses that have families putting food on the table, uniforms on their children, and basically the struggle's real for so many business owners and for people in these circumstances. So my message is also to just persevere. It's really tough, but this is what makes you. Makes you or breaks you, and you've got what it takes to pull through, and you've got everything you need, even though it doesn't seem it. We've just got to have faith and dig deep and pull through, and we will pull through, and we will succeed. We will get through it. We'll survive, one way or the other. So just have faith, love each other, support each other, and let's get through this together. Let's win together.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Carolyn Miller-Kroch of Zevenwacht. Hi, Carolyn.
Hi, Will. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Enjoying the time to be able to chat to lots of people, using the time productively yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been good. I've spent some precious time with my daughter. I travel a lot, so this has been a time to catch up and just have some good family times. But it's been good, and obviously having a little bit of wine on the side helps too.
That's always awesome when working for a wine business, right?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry.
Well, currently I'm the national sales manager for Zevenwacht Wine Estate. I've been in the industry now for going on 21 years. I think the wine industry almost found me by coincidence. When I was studying, I decided to work at Constantia Wine Estate, just as a sideline job while I was studying. So I was in the cellar door and I did cellar tours and listening to the senior staff and listening to the winemakers, the bug really bit. So growing up in a family that always enjoyed wine and always used to sip along with my mum and my dad, but never really understanding what it was all about. And I think from those Constantia days, I decided I'm going to follow the wine path and see where it takes me, and here I am today.
Amazing. Were your studies related to wine at all?
Well, I actually started off with law and then proceeded to move into marketing and public relations. So it was an interesting combination. And then subsequently, I did my Cape Wine Academy diploma. So it started off in a very different level, and then I made a kind of move into which would be more relevant on the wine side.
Wow, amazing. How long have you been with Zevenwacht?
I started last year, March. So just over a year now.
And before that?
Before that, I was at Thelema Mountain Vineyards. And then I was at Distel, Kleine Zelze, Steenberg, Glencarlu. So some really amazing names that I can, add to my CV.
Oh, that's amazing. So Zevenwacht itself, can you tell us a little bit more about the history of Zevenwacht?
Yes, of course. Zevenwacht actually has a wonderful history, steeped in a lot of interesting tradition. And the property itself has always been on the farming side. And then probably in about, I think it was about 1903, they discovered cassiterite, which is the raw ore that is made into tin. So the mine was basically built. So there's still the original winch and boiler on the farm today, and we actually still have the shafts on the farm, hence why one of our tiers is called the Tin Mine Range. And then that ended probably just before World War I, and it went back into farming. Then in about 1992, Harold and Denise Johnson bought the farm as a going concern. So it was already planted out to vineyards. But what Harold and Denise then decided to do is upgrade the entire facility. So there was a lot of vineyards that were pulled out and replanted. So effort was put into understanding our true terroir and what really suits our farm. We're in a wonderfully unique position. So, and we're very much driven towards a Sauvignon Blanc because of where we are situated. And that went right through to the vinicultural side too, and looking at the cellar and seeing, best practices. So that's a bit of background on who we are. So Zevenwacht actually is a Dutch word, and it means 7 expectations.
7 expectations, right? Talking about expectations, what can the guest expect or experience when visiting your estate?
So we are very fortunate to have a beautifully sized estate. And there's so much that you can do on it. For those who haven't been to Zevenwacht, I think to drive in through those gates, and the first thing you see is just beautiful vineyards, and you drive down this oak-lined road, and that will give you of what to expect. So we see ourselves as a lifestyle estate, and we encourage people to visit our farm, not just to taste wine, but come and jog on the farm. And we've got mountain bike courses. There's a 4x4 course, which the 4x4 club manages. Just simply enjoying our conservancy and and nature itself. And then over and above that, we obviously have our wine tasting center. So, and there are different choices that you can to choose to enjoy a wine. So whether it's a cheese and wine pairing, whether it's a chocolate and wine pairing, or it's simply you just choosing which wines you would like to taste. We also have a restaurant, and part of that restaurant is our picnic area. So our restaurant is very much towards South African style cooking with a nice twist. Chef Henna heads up the kitchen. We have lovely reviews that come through from that side. We obviously then also have our country inn. There's 13 rooms in total. We have Bequena Spa that forms part of the enjoyment of the farm with gorgeous views. Yeah, so there's quite a few choices to be made when visiting Zevenwacht.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, it seems to me like there's been a progression in your tourism from just first it started off with wine tasting and then into a concept called wine tourism, and now you've got it seems like everybody is going into a complete package of a sort of lifestyle tourism offering in the winelands. Do you offer anything like lifestyle packages where people can do that type of bookings where they come for a certain time with all kinds of stuff included, that type of thing?
Yes, most definitely. You'll see now, specifically going into the quieter months, never mind the fact that we're overcoming quarantine, but traditionally going into winter, we generally come out with very nice packages. So it's like a eat, sleep, stay concept, stay for 2 nights. It includes dinner at the restaurant, a spa package with a wine tasting. So we do a collaborative effort with all the entities on our farm, so people can truly get a full experience of what we can offer and see how beautiful the farm itself is. Once you're on Zevenwacht, there's no reason why you have to even leave, if you're there for a couple of days.
That's true, and your location is very nice as well, close to the airport and close to the rest of our experience in the winelands.
Exactly, yeah. No, we nicely, so we still form part of the Stellenbosch wine route, so we on the Stellenbosch side, but the nice thing is, like you said, conveniently close to the airport and surrounded by amazing other farms too, to form part of that route,
Well, on that point, on the airport side is, I see you've got a conferencing and event team as well, or you are offering that you have.
Yes.
I suppose that's something that you specifically look to build during the winter months to fight this whole tourism winter.
Most definitely. We are very reliant on the corporates to assist us through the quieter months. So we have lovely conferencing packages on offer, again, including the different entities on the farm. And then we also advocate for functions and weddings. So if you are interested, I would suggest anyone visiting our website and linking through to our banqueting team for functions and weddings, and through to our hotel team to assist with conferencing.
Oh, that's awesome. So now the important stuff. Tell us a bit more about the wines you are producing, and also the Zevenwacht winemaking philosophy.
So our philosophy, and I think we're probably not the only one, but it's something that we live true to, is that wine making in essence starts in the vineyard, as we all know. And the wonderful thing is, again, going back to who Zevenwacht is from a position point of view. So we are positioned at quite a high altitude, and we have influences both from Table Bay and False Bay, from a sea influence that cools down the the vineyards completely, especially in our hot Stellenbosch summers. With that said, most of our vineyards are also south to southwest facing. So that also assists from that intense heat. We find that we can have longer hang time, for example, for the grapes. We also have a lovely soil structure, mostly decomposed granite. Like I said, we focus, our biggest plant planted to vine is our Sauvignon Blanc. One of the few Sauvignon Blancs that I think when you actually have, you can enjoy the lack of huge amounts of acidity. You don't need the Rennies while you're drinking it, you know. And that obviously comes along with all the elements that make up to where we can get a beautiful, well-structured wine in general going across all our cultivars, really. So Haugen Viljoen is our cellar master, and he's been with us now just over about a year and a half. And he's on, because of where we are again, on the Rhone cultivars, specifically our Syrah. And then also we have an old vine Chenin Blanc on our farm. So that's become a large focus of ours too. And Chardonnay. So those are basically the three cultivars that we can see formulating with where we are from a placement point of view as our focus wines, you know.
Oh, that's amazing. So your wines, Carolyn, where are they sold? I see you're exporting worldwide. Tell us a bit more about your markets.
We are. So luckily for us, one of the great advantages of working with this brand, we have 4 different tiers to the wine. So we have from our Z collection range, which is our top tier, right through to our lifestyle range, which is our sevens range. And with that, and obviously a few in between, like our tin mine and our estate. So with that said, it's so great to be able to target different markets with the different tiers. The majority of our market sits in our own backyard. We have a huge national presence, of which the majority of that sits in Cape Town. And then, yes, we have a global stance as well. Our biggest markets are Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, UK. And with that said, you know, we are spreading as much as possible. So yes, we are in America, we're in Canada, we're working on towards getting into Asia, and I am personally working on spreading our wings throughout Africa too, because what we've seen is that there is a larger request for well-priced premium South African wines in other African countries. So that's one of our biggest 2020 projects.
That's very, very interesting. Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show. With the local market, I assume that you know that is going to be, especially with the current situation, that's going to be extremely important when things get back to normal. Are you doing any? I mean, your local market. If you say Cape Town, I assume that's mostly restaurants, or that also retail stores.
Yeah, I think that whole question of what is the new normal is a very interesting one, and it's a big concern across the entire industry. You know, the restaurant and hotel industry is so closely aligned to the wine industry, and I'm on quite a few different chat groups, and it's very interesting to see what people want to do from an initiative point of view. So yes, there are going to be huge amounts of changes. To be honest with you, I think for at least the rest of 2020, people are going to be very aware of the fact of remaining with the whole social distancing, staying more to themselves, keeping at home. So from an off-con perspective, so from a retailer perspective and an online sales perspective for home deliveries, so for example, we've just started our own online wine shop from Zevenwacht. That is advantageous for us. That, you know, we can see huge growths forthcoming after, you know, quarantine. But on the other hand, sadly, the restaurants and hotels are really going to suffer. So collectively, we've been sitting together as an industry and coming up with initiatives that we can put forward and assist. And, you know, what do? We have to reach the consumer, assist with them coming into a restaurant, be aware that obviously, you know, again, tables will have to be far apart. There's going to be huge amounts of sanitization going on. There's going to be less people being able to sit in a restaurant. How can we help them? Is it from a discount structure? Is it from, you know, getting an initiative to assist with a, you know, group funding? So yeah, there's a lot under discussion. What is viable and what isn't, time will tell. But we will be in this together, and we stand together.
Well, I mean, that's the message I get from everybody I'm talking to in the industry. You know, everybody's working together and, you know, rethinking basically their business model. Is there anything else that you have in mind? I mean, of course, I mean, wine sales is one aspect of your business. The big advantage of a place like yourself is that you have an outside experience as well, which means social distancing is a bit easier. And I think people will be more keen to go to outside spaces than maybe in inside spaces.
Definitely. So again, it's a bit of a tough time, you know, with us going into cooler weather. For those who are, you know, prepared to carry on running through the wine farm. Every day when I arrive at the farm, it's so wonderful to see groups of people arriving to do the jog around the farm or the mountain biking trails and stuff. So obviously that will still remain open. And, you know, from a health perspective, it's wonderful to be able to get out there once we have all been, feels like, you know, the four walls, clawing down the four walls, getting some fresh air and exercise. But we will have to maintain, as much as we see ourselves as a wine brand, we also have a restaurant and a hotel on our farm too.
Yeah.
So we kind of have a foot on both sides. So we will have to look at different ways of encouraging people to enjoy our facilities, but being aware of, you know, what, like I said before, the new normal is going to be. So that, yeah, we've had conversations. We'll sit down, you know, in a group and have larger discussions of the next 12 to 24 months and where we can assist the best we can. And that goes, I think, from a global discussion. It's not just South Africa. So it's going to be a very interesting rollout. And to be honest, I think time will tell. We can put initiatives in place and it will be adjusted and changed. We'll literally have to be able to go with the flow and be flexible, you know.
It's going to be interesting times. Carolyn, I see Zevenwacht is a member of this BWI, the Biodiversity and Wine Initiative. What does that mean?
Yes. So we actually, again, like I mentioned, we are very lucky to have a fairly big farm. 100 hectares are under vine, but then what we've done is actually, so from about 2009, apologies, we became a member of the BWI. What we've done is we've put 80 hectares of a very special biome aside called Renosterveld. So it's under a lot of stress. There's very little Renosterveld left within the Western Cape. And through a conservancy as part of the Butler Conservancy, so it's ourselves and our neighbors that have put a certain amount of hectares of Renosterveld aside. That obviously encourages soil health, protection of birds of prey and smaller mammals. You know, we've got about 150 to 200 different species of flora. So it's just assisting and having that balance between the farming factor and the mother nature factor, and making sure we're not intruding and not being greedy as to, you know, what we need to do to make sure everything is looked after efficiently and sufficiently. And it's also about farming methods, you know, ensure that we're not using anything that's going to affect the natural flora and fauna, and just be careful how we manage what we do use in the vineyards and so on and so forth. So keep it as natural as possible.
Well, I think this is a growing trend worldwide, and especially your new markets, your millennials, your new, you know, they are, seems to me,
yes,
they're more interested in this type of thing than in the old, you know, traditional wine history and that type of stuff.
Completely agree, and it's quite interesting when you speak to the Nordic countries. One of the first questions is around, you know, the conservancy and how we protect our farms and how we look after, you know, flora and fauna, going through into how our people are looked after too. And the other question is whether we're vegan as well. So those are two very definite trends coming out, and we can happily say we are now vegan. We're offering vegan wines. We've walked away from all animal products within the winemaking process.
I was wondering about that. I always assumed that all wines are vegan, but now it seems to me there is a difference. So can you enlighten me a little bit more? It's quite interesting.
Sure, yeah. It's a lot of people don't really realize that, exactly as you said, we weren't vegan. But when you go into the larger process of how the wine is made, so for example, when it comes down to the filtration, so the fining of the wine, collecting the solid particles out of the juice itself, for example, we used to use certain animal products. So for example, you can actually basically use egg whites, and that almost works as like a consomme. I don't know if you know the soup consomme. So it's a clear soup, and they add the egg white to attract all the solid particles so that you end up with a beautiful, bright, clear soup. And it's exactly the same concept within the winemaking side. But obviously, it being egg white, it's, you know, it's an animal product.
Mm-hmm.
And there are different methodologies. I'm trying to remember the other one. I think it's called an isotope or something. It's like a fish bladder powder, something like that, that is added. But again, obviously, it's an animal product. So officially, all wines from the 2019 harvest have moved over to being vegan. So now we've moved over to different methods where we use only plant-based, or for example, bentonite clay. So there are different versions, and there's different products on the market, basically from like a starch version through to a kelp version, and like I said, like using a clay. But more and more brands are moving towards using plant-based, and it's I don't think it's just going to be fad or fashion. It's not just a trend. It's now becoming more of a way of life, a healthier way of living, you know.
Definitely. I mean, it's a huge trend. So Carolyn, been interesting so far, but now what I would like to hear from you personally is, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Sure. It's been a very long journey. Like 21 years later, there's a lot learned. You know, I think in the early days, the complete naivety to obviously being an older now. I don't have to give my age away.
No, man, I can hear you're still a youngster. So stop teasing us.
Thanks, Will. It's so sweet. But you know, for me, I think the biggest lesson I've learned, bar many others, but one that really sticks with me and which I apply to my day-to-day workings, from putting strategy together right through to when I actually am speaking to consumers at wine shows, for example, is the KISS methodology. So keep it stupid simple. There's no reason to overcomplicate the way we talk about wine, for example, or strategies that we put together. At the end of the day, keep it as clear and simple as possible, that everyone can understand where we want to go and what we want to do. I think that for me has been the biggest lesson learned. And it's through trial and error, and it's through mistakes. And as you well know, we all learn from our mistakes. But if I can recommend for anyone to stick to that simplicity of understanding wine, explaining wine, when you speak to your consumer at the wine show, they don't really want to know about pH, acidity, barrel ferment, malolactic fermentation. I mean, yes, you obviously have the people who will specifically ask for that, but your general wine consumer actually just enjoys that liquid in the bottle. They want to learn about your brand truth, the history, who you are sometimes, and just have good, honest conversations. It doesn't have to be complicated.
I like that. So, Carolyn, can you give us your very own wine quote or a favorite wine quote?
Well, there are lots of wine quotes that I don't know if it's appropriate.
That's okay.
I think for me, wine should never be seen as an unattainable subject, whether it's from an understanding perspective or from a pricing perspective. Wine shouldn't be put on this pedestal, sitting at some mountaintop, and we have to change the way we talk about wine, the way we express the subject. Let it be less intimidating and let it be more inclusive. So at the end of the day, I don't care how you're going to drink my wine or with what you're going to drink it. If you have chosen to buy my wine off the shelf or chosen my wine off that wine menu, I love you. Full stop, thank you, done. That's deal done. That for me is just very important going into this new cycle. We have to expand our market, and it's not necessarily from a country perspective. We have to expand our drinking market, who we are talking to, who we want part of a broader conversation. And currently we aren't able to do that with the way we are expressing wine conversations and brand. It has to just be simplified, more open, more honest, less intimidating.
Very, very wise words. Carolyn, how do people, if people want to get hold of Zevenwacht, where do they find you? How do they get hold of you?
The best way is to go onto our website. All information is on there. So it's www.zevenwacht.co.za. So whether you want to speak to myself, my details are there, or the office for general queries, from banqueting through to booking accommodation or wine tasting, all the information is on our website.
Okay, excellent. We'll put those links in the description. Carolyn, it's
Great.
been a pleasure to talking to you, and thank you for taking the time, and enjoy the rest of your lockdown.
Thank you. Well, it was wonderful to catch up with you, and best of luck for the lockdown to you too.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Kathy Brewer. Kathy is from Valera Wine Estate. She's the sales and export manager and also part of the family business. Hi, Kathy, how are you?
Hello, Will. I'm very well, thank you.
Thanks for spending the time with us. I know you must be busy.
I'm always happy when the topic is wine.
Yeah, wine is the topic. So, Valera, can you tell us a little bit of the history of the farm and your family on the farm?
Yes, sure. the Greer family bought Valera in 1983. At that point, it belonged to an Austrian gentleman who was not, and the brand was not that well known in South Africa. And most of the wine at that stage was exported. And then, you know, there's sort of no big secret as to how Valera grew. In the mid-20s, my generation of the business, when we were in our mid-20s, that was our generation, ended up with this wine farm, and it was fairly run down, and it produced around 4,000 cases of wine. And I'd say our success is due to many hours and lots of hard team. We had a lot of fun along the way in building our brand. And there was also a lot of luck and good timing too. Jeff and Simon basically started everything, my brother and my cousin, and I joined in '87 with my computer background, and I left that business and I went and studied food and wine at Prue Leith in London. So in the winter months, I wrote a program to look after our mailing list and all of that. And in the summertime, I cooked tapas-style lunches and champagne breakfast, or you can't say champagne, Cap Classique breakfasts.
Mm-hmm.
And our biggest break really came with meeting Jean-Louis Denois, who came from the Champagne region. And we had a 10-year royalty agreement with him. And that's how our bubbly started, which is mostly what we're talking about today. No one would have known that the brand we started then called Tradition would have grown into what it is today. And yeah, becoming one of the top bubbly brands in South Africa.
Well, that's amazing. You know, it's what a change from doing spreadsheets in one season and cooking tapas in the next, right? That must have been quite. So which is your favorite pastime, the tapas or the spreadsheet?
Neither really. So now my husband cooks everything, and the spreadsheets are done by people that are much better at it than me. And I look at a computer today and I can't believe that I used to work with these punch cards and feed them into this huge, massive thing that took up a whole room. And now we're talking to each other on, you know, podcasts and Zoom and all these fancy things, and I'm feeling a bit lost, but I manage. I prefer the people side of things and the marketing and, yeah, meeting good people, talking about wine. So more the marketing and the sales than the computer and the cooking side.
Well, that's awesome. So you mentioned the Champagne region. What a lovely place to visit, and you know, to have a license from somebody there must have been, you know, just a dream. You know, you said bubbly. Now everybody's talking about MCC. Can you tell our listeners a little bit about what you're doing at Valera, and you know, how this became the driving force in your business?
Yeah, so Cap Classique is for sure our driving force. It's about 40% of what we do. And we've continually innovated this area because you can't just stay in the same place. So we've now introduced Zander Greer, who's our nephew, to this category. He's looking after our Cap Classique production. Jeff Greer, my brother, was the one that really got it going. Between him, I think we've looked at every category, and we continually do look at it, because otherwise you just get left behind.
Quite interesting. So, where are your are you selling worldwide? Is your customers mostly South African, or what is your split between exports and the local market?
Our local market is strong, so we're 80% local. You know, with bottle fermented bubbly, it's not so easy to get into the export market, although the Cap Classique Association are trying very hard to lift the category. Because, you know, here we can give top quality Cap Classique, which no one really from outside can compete with. Once you get into the export markets, you're looking at the lower end champagnes, which come into our price category, and they've marketed themselves so well. And they're not the same thing because it's not bottle fermented, but it's capturing the imagination of the younger crowd, which is also good. It's getting them drinking bubbly. And Cava from Spain And you just got a wide range of things, and Cap Classique is just one small little dot on the map. So we have to work quite hard to get that recognized. But it is coming, and there's a lot of good quality Cap Classique being produced at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's exciting that it's coming, right? I mean, I think you're right. Your younger people are, you know, the new market. So that's going to be interesting to see how that is changing. But yeah, it's tough competition from the French in Champagne. They've always been at the forefront of marketing ideas and really pushing that. You have a footprint in France called Domaine Gruyere. Can you tell us a bit more about this?
Yes. Now, Domaine Gruyere is in the Roussillon, which is in the south of France, is in the foothills of the Pyrenees.
Mm-hmm.
And it also actually happened because of Jean-Louis Denois, who introduced us to bubbly. And he phoned my brother in December in 2005 and said to him, you know, there's this piece of land with your name on it. You've always promised you'd come and do something in France after all the years he'd spent here in South Africa. And so Jeff flew over there with this beautiful patch of land with Syrah, Grenache, Carignan. There was the youngest vines there are sort of 40 years old. So we're looking like at a serious piece of vineyard in a beautiful climate, Iranian climate. And the guy that owned it was going to take the Euro subsidy and get out of the wine business completely.
Wow.
And so basically all we had to offer him was a little bit more than what Brussels were going to offer him. And we ended up with a wine farm in France. And yeah, I think our success there has really been with rosé, which is not what we were planning to do in the beginning. It's a Grenache Carignan blend. But, you know, if you make a classic French for something minerally with good fruit, not too alcoholic, dry. In the South African market, the category is a little bit more confusing. You're not quite sure whether it's going to be sweet or dry or fruity. And so it's become our top seller, especially at Woolworths in South Africa. And quite a bit at a time. And I have to say that Woolworths is by far our biggest customer. They also take a wine called Lacaduc. In the area we are, there are these beautiful old Cathar castles and aqueducts, and the Lacaduc is named after aqueduct near to our vineyard, and it's a blend of Syrah, Carignan, and Grenache. And then we have a Chardonnay and a Merlot. We bought 2 hectares of Merlot near to our original vineyard, which basically all goes to Woolworths. And then they have a Grenache. On Valera itself, we also have a Gruyere Brut, which is of course, we had to go there, make a bubbly, and it does. It's made from Macabou, which they most in Cava in Spain, Carignan and Chardonnay. And then we have a Odyssea, which is all about our journey to France. That's a Syrah, Carignan, Grenache. We have a premium red called Olympus, which is made from 100-year-old vines, and that's Syrah and Grenache. And then we have a white called Alba, which is Grenache Gris and Grenache Blanc, very unusual from old slate soils, very low production, quite special.
Wow, that sounds amazing. So, you know, that's quite interesting. South Africans buying French wines. Do you think that is a market that's going to grow over time? You know,
South Africans are very loyal to locals, so it's a niche market. But we always say it's not so foreign because it's owned by South Africans.
Well, there's also, I suppose, a price issue always, right? Imported wines are always much, well, traditionally been more expensive than local stuff.
Yeah, fortunately, full containers, which brings the price down.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have, you know, euros on this side and importing as well. It helps us to bring the price down to value.
Oh, that's awesome. So, in terms of the other, you know, sustainability and the environment, this is a hot topic these days, and you know, you guys are also quite involved with that. So, what are you doing in terms of sustainability and also environmental awareness?
Well, thanks for bringing that up, because this is a very important part of Valera and what we do. You know, there's two sides of sustainability. There's the environmental side, and then there's the people side. And we have many different projects. So I'm just going to mention some of them. We can't go into detail on all of them because we've got a rainwater harvesting, we've got solar power, we've got a indigenous tree planting project where we planted hundreds of thousands of indigenous trees, which basically make up for all the carbon that we emit in making our wine, and then some. And then we have a wildlife sanctuary on the farm, and that I'll talk about now more. But we also have the Pebbles Project, which is a profit organization that's based on Valera, and it looks after thousands of kids in the winelands, their education and health side of their lives, and it's really made such a huge difference. But you can look up the Pebbles Project. It's just something amazing. And then with our wildlife sanctuary, we basically have an area on the farm that's not really that suited to vineyard, and we decided to return it to its natural state. And the, you know, the environmental part of our business has become more and more important to us and to our customers as well. I mean, some people actually seeking us out because of our whole sustainable environmental credentials. And so it's becoming more and more a part of people's lives. And the Wildlife Sanctuary is a big project. It allows us to show visitors firsthand what we're all about in a way that they won't really forget. Because if you come here for a 2-hour game drive and then you go on a wine tasting, you will remember it. So it adds a lot of value to the tourism part of Stellenbosch. And apart from game that we've introduced, like giraffe, gemsbok, bontebok, wildebeest, kudu, many bird species, some of which we're facing extinction in, and the secretary bird. And I think it's just because, you know, if you've got a big area like that, it becomes a safe haven to a large number of animals who then come there naturally, not something you've introduced. Like we've got lots of the Cape chameleon. So really, you just need to come there and we can explain it and show it all to you. And then at the same time, we can tell people about all our other projects while they go on a game drive through the vineyards on their way to the wildlife sanctuary.
I love it. What a concept, a vineyard game drive. I mean, just there's nothing you can't love about that. So, Kathy, if you have a lot of visitors on your farm, and sometimes the public, you know, are not always aware of environmental issues and stuff like that, like they should be. If you have a tip for somebody visiting the winelands, what's the one thing that you would say they can do to you know, to actually help with sustaining our environment?
Well, they I suppose need to think about recycling and not bringing bottles of water in plastic and discarding them. It just becomes a way of life. Everything you do, you think of. And I think this whole coronavirus has actually made people more aware of all of that. Although, you know, things have become more and more packaged, I've noticed, but hopefully
That's true, right?
Hopefully that's just a temporary thing.
So it's interesting you're mentioning the coronavirus. I mean, everyone has been forced, you know, to rethink their business models. And do you guys have any changes or new ideas in mind on your side?
It's difficult because we've been thrown into this and you all become so busy trying to fight the fire. But I think the logical thing to do is to cut out areas that create a lot of stress and time, but add very little to your business. And these could be wines, for instance, that you put a whole lot of effort into and they don't really sell because they're wines that people aren't drinking anymore, or they're wines that there's so much of that you're just fighting in a big pond. Or we might change the way we manage our tasting room. I mean, we were talking the other day about, you know, the dispensers, so that you don't have too many people handling bottles. We might not go that way, but there's lots of different things to think of where you might have spent a huge amount of effort for very little gain. And I think those are the kind of things that will probably cease to exist after this time. Yeah, and then I think everybody's looking at putting direct to consumer business, but there you need to be careful that you have your logistics sorted out, because that has become such an issue, and you'll see a lot of complaints on a lot of direct websites but the delivery hasn't been fulfilled in a proper way. But it was exceptional circumstances. I think people just needed lots of patience.
I think also in that regard, don't you think that your couriers and that type of businesses will come to the party over time as more and more deliveries start happening?
Yes, for sure. And a lot of them had to adapt very quickly. They had to double the size of their warehouse. And, it's one thing getting a whole lot of new drivers. That's easy. But keeping up with all of that is, and having to keep social distance from each other and minimal staff, it's not so easy.
No, it's been a challenge. So talking about challenges, I mean, you've had a long wine journey. So tell us, what's personally the biggest thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
I suppose I've learned that you never know it all, and you have to be flexible consumer. And it is vital to look after quality across various price points. I mean, you can have a less expensive wine that over delivers. It's still, quality in that particular price point, which Valera is quite well known for. And then I suppose, I've discovered that there are a lot of great people attracted to this industry. I've met wonderful people all over the world through my journey in wine. And then I love wine, like Lisa. I agree with her.
There we go. So, talking about loving wine, now I have to ask you, can you give us your own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
Now I have to bow to the superior talent of people like Winston Churchill and Madame Lily Bollinger, because I'm not so good in that area. Whatever I say sounds a bit corny when it comes to quotes. I'd say something like, a glass of Cap Classique a day keeps the lockdown blues at bay. That sounds a bit corny. But especially if it comes out of a Magnum. As long as your group is more than 4 people, we don't want to encourage drinking too much.
Oh, yeah. So, you mentioned Bollinger, and, the other, the ladies of Champagne, or the widows of Champagne, seems to be the marketing experts. So why do you think are women so good at marketing champagne? Is there a special reason?
I think because of its sense of style and, just the feeling it gives. And I mean, if you think of the quote, I've got Madame Lily Bollinger's quote next to my desk. I'm working from home. And she says, I drink champagne when I'm happy and when I'm sad. Sometimes I drink it when I'm alone. When I have company, I consider it obligatory. I trifle with it when I'm hungry. I drink it when I am. And otherwise, I never touch it unless I'm thirsty. Now, I mean, how it came from a classy lady.
That is amazing. So I love that. So you were talking a little bit about Lisa and the Magnums and stuff like that. I mean, Lisa's running this Big is Beautiful campaign, in which she's really promoting Magnums. And in your case, you guys are making MCC in Magnums. Can you tell us a little bit about the Magnums you make in MCC?
Yeah. Well, basically, Cap Classique, when it comes to a Magnum, is a lot more festive, and it gives you a sense of occasion, and expecting something a little bit more from their bottle of Cap Classique. They should really upgrade to a Magnum. And a Magnum stays youthful for longer. So for those wanting to collect Magnums, they can do so and keep it for 10 years if they wish, if they can. The Magnum kind of slows down the aging process, but also when you put yeast and sugar inside with your base wine and put it into a bottle, which is how you make bottle fermented sparkling wine, you put a crown cap on the end, the yeast eats up the sugar, and generates CO2, and then the yeast dies off and falls to the bottom of the bottle because it's lying on its side. Now, if you can imagine, a Magnum has a much bigger surface space than a 750 ml bottle, where that lees, or those dead yeast cells, are in contact with the bubbly. It's a process called autolysis, where that character of the yeast is imparted into the bubbly. And so, especially in magnums of bubbly, more so than still wine, there is a bigger difference. And it's just more complex than a 750 ml bottle. So if you've got enough people together, why not open a Magnum?
Well, why not open a Magnum anyway, Kathy? I think that's quite interesting. So your size of the actual neck and the is that the same as, so your area which opens is the same size as a 1.5 liter bottle has the same neck size and cap size as a 750, right?
Yes. So basically, you've got twice the amount of wine to that small, what they call the ullage, the neck part where there's oxygen in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they say it's a slower aging process over time, because it stays fresher longer because there's less oxygen. I don't think that makes as much difference as the contact with the lees part, personally.
So, in Europe, it's become quite fashionable, to take magnums of wine and also obviously magnums of. Do you think this is a fashion that's going to, something that's going to spill over to South Africa as well?
It's quite slow in South Africa, so we produce magnums in smaller quantities. We have tried it with still wine, but it's also our fault a bit because our sales team have got so many wines to sell that they tend to forget to push the magnums.
Mm-hmm.
And, in an online shop, it's also difficult because you can make the fact that you've got magnums available. Where we tend to see them selling is for weddings and big events, things like that, where it just looks impressive and grand to have this magnum.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if people had to, if they can show people side by side a bottle that from the same vintage that's done in a Magnum and done in a 750 ml, especially quite a few years later, then you can see the difference more clearly. Then it might, but it will only take on with a small portion of the population. The other category that's popular in Magnums is because then you're opening, then it's for practical purposes, because you've got a group of 12 people and you're opening a Magnum. You don't have to worry with opening 3 bottles when you can just open, or 4 bottles when you can just open 2.
And it's also less stuff to carry. Person can carry 2 bottles. You're carrying enough wine for, otherwise you've got to carry 4 bottles around.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's quite interesting. So yeah, that's what we say, big is beautiful. So Kathy, how do people get hold of you guys if they want to order something or want to visit you?
Well, all our details are on our website, which is villera.com, VILLIERA.com, and our phone number, our email address is all on there. At the moment, we are open for click and collect. So if people order and pay, they can just come and pick it up in our taste room, or they can just drive in and place their order. We obviously are careful with how many people we allow into the taste room at any time, but undercover where they can sit and wait. If there are a few people in and out of their car, we've got mobile credit card machines. If people don't feel like coming into the taste room, we can just load the wine in their car and they can pay in the parking lot. So we're trying to be very flexible. And then, of course, in Cape Town, we do our own deliveries. So any orders that are placed, we pretty fast about delivering them. We've got our own delivery guys. Our game rangers at the moment aren't working because, well, they are working. They're delivering and helping out with taste room duty because we can't do game drives right now. So everybody has actually been involved in Johannesburg. We have a warehouse of drivers. It's not just Villera. There's a whole bunch of other wines there. But they were a bit snowed down for a couple of weeks, but they've caught up now, so deliveries will be quite quick from there. And then the rest of the country, yeah, then we use couriers. And I think the couriers have caught up now too. So will be a long time before it's normal. We now have a new normal, as they say. Back to a new normal.
That's true. To take a Magnum, at least you know you get enough. You just click and it'll be delivered. Do you actually deliver?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, awesome. Kathy, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and it's been fun. Thank you for spending the time with us, and our listeners will appreciate the information you've given. So yeah, thank you very, very much.
No, it's my pleasure, Will. Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start with the show, I need to share something really exciting. I recently interviewed Patrick Robertson, the CEO of the Fishwives Club Boutique Winery, and they have an absolutely awesome offer for our listeners. As a lockdown special, they have a special where if you purchase a case of wine, they will give you an incredible 45% discount on the second case. Yes, you heard that right. You get 45% discount on the second case. And as a bonus, you will also receive entry into the new wine in a can and t-shirt giveaway that ends at the end of August. This is really worth checking out, and you can check this out at the website fishwivesclub.gr8.com. Let me repeat that, fishwivesclub.gr8.com. We will put this link in the description so you can find it there as well, but you need to hurry. They only have 1,000 cases available, and this offer is restricted to one order per customer. So hurry. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Check out the link. Today I'm talking to Justin Gous. Justin is a blogger and an influencer, and he's running a blog called Justin on Cork. Welcome to About the Winelands, Justin.
Thank you, Will. Thank you so much.
So Justin, tell me, how are you coping with the lockdown? Are you excited about the lockdown lifting as well?
I'm very excited. I think yesterday was a highlight in Cyril's speech when he said that we we will be able to buy some alcohol again on the 1st of June. So I think that is some good news for the wine industry as well.
Oh, very good news.
But I'm coping. I'm coping. I'm coping fairly okay, I think.
So are you working from home at the moment?
Yes, I'm working from home, and I think we will probably work from home for, it could be until the end of the year or when this whole pandemic has ended.
No, that's good. At least you can keep working, right? Which is important.
Absolutely, yes.
So Justin, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Well, I grew up in the Northern Cape. I was born in the Northern Cape in California, and I think my point of view in terms of alcohol was a bit different in the Northern Cape, because the norm was always people consume beer around me. So I think that was the main thing. And then came to the Western Cape, saw all these beautiful vineyards, and I got introduced to wine farms, started going out with friends, and just explored a lot with wines. And that is basically how my perception changed about, beer is not always the answer. Wine, the wine is such a bigger field, if I can call it that. So that is where my interest grew for the wine industry.
Amazing. And did you start working in the wine industry after that?
Yes. So I studied directly after school. I went to University of Stellenbosch and I studied accounting, which didn't really work out for me. Then I started working in the bank the year after that, and I realized that I'm actually not a bank person. And then I got my very first job after the bank at South African Wine Industries and Information Systems, which is called Sarvis. I got my first job in the wine industry at Sarvis. And after Sarvis, I went to work at Graham Beck Wines. After Graham Beck, I was at Steenberg Vineyards. So Graham Beck and Steenberg are sister companies. And after Steenberg, went to Douglas Green Bellingham, and now I'm at Distel. So I've been around the block in the wine industry.
So, you have this very exciting blog and also influencer business. So tell us about Justin Uncorked and what's the history? How did you start with this? And tell us a little bit more about that.
I initially started a page on Instagram called Uncork and Talk. So I focused a lot on taking nice pictures just of the wines, but I didn't really feel connected to the name. And I decided, because we always go out and I would always take nice pictures on the wine farms, so why should I then hide behind the name and not show my face? Then I changed my Instagram name to Justin Uncorked, because that essentially gives people a more personal touch to who I am. And the reason why I chose Uncorked as part of my name is, as you uncork a bottle of wine, you tell a story. And this is basically just me telling my story virtually on Instagram.
Oh, that's amazing. Have a friend started calling you Justin Uncorked now?
A lot of them, yes.
So you seem to be you seem to, in the beginning, used to focus on blogging, but you've recently moved away a bit more, and it looks like to me like you're focusing more on Instagram and social media. Is this by design?
It is, yeah. I think people no longer rely on newspapers and magazines, and Instagram, I have the biggest following on Instagram among all my other platforms as Twitter and my Facebook page. So I think I gravitate just more towards Instagram at this point in time, because yeah, it just works for me.
Okay, excellent. And how important do you think social media is going to become in the future for the wine industry?
Well, I think it is already important now. I think it is now the time that the wine industry can use this platform to put their wines out there and to promote online purchases of the wines, because like we said earlier on, the ban is now lifted, so we can now try and push online sales even more, and it makes it so much easier for us all, because we don't have to go stand in queues and put ourselves at risk to get this virus. So I don't think that it is important in the future, but now is actually the time for the wine industry to focus more on pushing online sales and putting themselves out there.
Yes, I totally agree with you. I think this is going to be a growing trend, and well, it's been a growing trend for a long time, but it's now been speeded up, right, with what's happened in the industry. So you are becoming quickly becoming an influencer in the industry, and with the following you're getting on Instagram, you must be noticed by wine producers and people contacting you to asking you to maybe do things and stuff like that. So what does a wine producer do, or a winelands business, if they want to see you there as an influencer? Because it looks to me like you're not only doing, just to backtrack a little bit, you're not just interested in wine, you're also interested more in lifestyle, in traveling, and also even restaurants and stuff like that. Am I right?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So if a business is out there and they are trying to get your attention, how do they, get you to actually write something for them or about them? What do they need to do?
So a lot of businesses use PR companies. So these PR companies would then scout for influencers or bloggers within the portfolio, for instance, wine. And the PR companies would then reach out to us and send us media jobs, and we then take it from there. So we would take pictures and tell the audience about how we enjoy the wines or food or whatever we get sent. So I think a lot of the wine farms or wine companies use PR companies to reach out to influencers and bloggers.
Okay, so that would be the avenue to really if somebody's sitting there with as a smaller producer or with a small restaurant and is thinking, yes, I'm seeing this guy Justin on Instagram, maybe if he posts something about my restaurant, I'll get more sales. They can just DM you right on your Instagram page. So
Yes,
right if I
yeah,
say that?
yes, you are. So it can be a DM or it can be an email, any form of communication.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So what is your long-term vision for as an influencer? What is your income? What would you like to do, Justin? Where would you like to take this?
I think when I started this blogging thing, my goal was to, see more or get more young people involved in drinking wines, and realize that wine is not just to get wasted, if I can call it that, but you can pair wine with food, with different types of food, and so I think essentially my focus would be to just reach out to more young people, the people that needs more education on wine, but not just education, just to connect with people and tell a story to them, and also just to make people aware that wine is not expensive, and going out to wine farms, you literally just need like $200 to have a decent wine tasting and just enjoy the views of the wine farms. I mean, we in Stellenbosch and Paul, we have such beautiful wine farms. So that is ultimately my goal, just to reach out to more young people to get more involved in the enjoyment of wine.
So if you look at your social media following, what would you say would be the the demographics, the age groups, and the split between male and female, that type of thing?
According to the demographics, I think more male follow me. I think it could be over 60%. And then the age is between 32 and 40. So it's more or less, in my age group where people would, and it's actually a good thing that more males follow me in this case, because it's nice to know that there are young guys that also enjoy wine.
That's true, and it's interesting that it's a growing group. So if you look at the way they are interested in wine, like the traditional, I think people older than 50 are more interested in the older type things, right? Where does the wine come from? The history of the farm, the winemaker stories. So your age group, what are their interests? What are they looking for? Are they more interested in price? Are they interested in experience? What do they like?
So I think people in my age group are more into the experience, going out to wine farms and, have a bottle of wine with their friends. But the price also plays, a role in wine, in them purchasing wines. So it's a bit of both, I would say, but more so enjoying the wine and the experience of it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So something else that's I'm just thinking of that's popped up lately. I've seen that there's a few brands coming up with wine in a can. I don't know if you've seen this. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's actually a brilliant idea because you can literally just have your wine in your hand. Personally, I haven't really had wine in a can. I did try MCC in a can, which was great. I really loved it. I think it was JC LaRue. But I think it's technology evolves and the world is changing every day. So it's important to try out new things and see how people feel about it. I mean, you can have, as a beer, you can have or a cool drink, you can have your wine as well.
Yeah, that's nice. And also, I think the big thing is, I was thinking specifically like wine bars and stuff. One of the biggest problems are spillage, right? They open a bottle of wine and then maybe somebody buys somebody buys a glass, they have to open a whole bottle. Whereas if
absolutely,
that's a nice convenient size, a 250 ml can actually work quite well.
Absolutely, yes.
So just in the coronavirus, I mean, it's locked us all up. We have to change our business models. Have you thought about this? What are your ideas? And even for producers, what do what would new ideas that you thought of while sitting there in lockdown?
I haven't really given it a lot of thought, but what I would say now at this point, it is to utilize social media, utilize the platforms such as Instagram to push for awareness of the different brands, and just make people aware that there is discounts when purchasing wines for this period of time, or just push your online sales.
Yeah, I think that is right. So from your wine journey, what would you say is the most important thing that you've personally learned?
I think number one is that not all rosés are sweet. I always had this perception that a rosé wine is a sweet wine, and I'm not a sweet wine drinker. That is number one. Number two is that, not all your cheaper wines that you see on the shelves in shops are of lesser quality, because if you are an expensive drinker, you would gravitate towards an expensive bottle because you think it's of better quality, but it's not always the case. And that wine is just nice to enjoy, and you can do so much with wine.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, so Justin, I ask everyone this question: is your favorite wine quote? Do you have your own one, or is there one that's your favorite?
I don't have my own one, but I always see on Twitter when someone opens a bottle of wine at 10 in the morning, or at 9 or at 1, someone would say, it is 5 o'clock somewhere in the world. So there's never a wrong time for you to open a bottle of wine or to enjoy a glass.
That's funny because people always say, you know, the Boeing's over, but these days you would never be drinking because there's no flights.
That's true, yeah.
But yeah, that's a good one. And yeah, Justin, if people want to get hold of you and want to connect with Justin, or you know, how do they get hold of you? What's the best places?
Best places, Instagram, so it will be just at Justin_uncorked. I'm also on Twitter, same handle, Justin Uncorked, and Facebook page, same name, and then my website. But Instagram, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Instagram's the thing. So just as we've been hammering on about Instagram, and I can see you focusing on it. Do you believe that that people you feel that people are moving away from Facebook a lot to Instagram, and that Instagram is going to become the powerhouse driving social media in the future?
Yes, I think so. And personally, myself, if I look at all my Facebook memories that pops up every day, I'm thinking, yo, I posted a lot on Facebook and the things that I said, but I'm definitely using Instagram more. I think that is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning. You go on Instagram and you check people's pictures and you like people's pictures. So I think Instagram is just growing and growing and growing. I don't know if everyone is moving away from Facebook, but personally, I definitely did. I don't post as much on Facebook anymore as I did in the past.
Oh, that's interesting. Justin, it's been very interesting talking to you, and thank you for spending the time. I know everyone's busy, and good luck with everything. And are you going to stand in line at the local Tops or wherever on the 1st of June?
It all depends. I think I'll for now I will just order something online and see how it goes. Let everyone just get their stock first.
Okay, Justin, thank you. I appreciate the time you've spent, and yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, Will.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Philip Mayberg of De Meyer. Welcome, Philip, to About the Winelands.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Well, it's such a pleasure talking to you. I mean, I've been to you. I've been to your place, which is absolutely beautiful. And, you know, I've always thought it would be great to actually interview you. So can you tell us a little bit of the history? I mean, you're the 5th generation Mayberg on your farm. Tell us a bit of your history and, you know, yourself also, how you got involved in the wine industry and of De Meyer.
Yeah. Yeah, I always say 5th generation to be farming in the area because I'm not, part of the farm is part of the old family farm, but as most family farms, pieces were, you know, different family members took over different sections and some were added on, etc. But let's say farming in Wildersvlei, 5th generation. Yeah, so it's, let's say where we are now, the part where the cellar is, that was added on in 1980. My father did that. my cousin's farm next door to me at Justenburg, and which is very nice to have. There are a lot more family members in the area, which is one is rather lucky having being in the same area for a long time, and farming with family next door. And there are also friends that are other families, not related, that have been farming in this area, the Starks, the Cedarwalls, also for a few generations. So there's quite a connection in the area.
Well, that's awesome. Have you always been farming with vines?
The farms, are, like most farms in the past, were very mixed. We've only been solely vineyards for the last, I'd say, 15 years. When probably not. Every now and then we plant vegetables, etc., but not on a large scale. We do have lavender, which is also not on a large scale. But before that, the farming was very mixed in this area. There was always vineyard, but with, say, dairy, vegetables, fruit trees. You pretty much cattle and chickens, pigs. So whatever, and sheep, whatever you can think of, they farmed with. I think my father farmed with everything. Whenever he thought of a new idea, he started farming with it, which is probably wasn't the best thing to do, but because you couldn't, bit of a jack of all trades in the end. You should focus on a few things, I think. That's what we thought. But then you have a look at the other point of view and you think, have all your eggs in one basket. I don't know. So I don't know what the answer is.
I think that answer has changed a lot now. There's a lot of people that focused on the tourism industry in the whole business and never thought that the worldwide tourist industry would come to a standstill. So, that all the eggs in one basket theory has been tested severely in, with what we're having at the moment.
You're right. I think up until sort of a week before they announced we were going into lockdown, let's say for DeMay, our most stable income was call it the hospitality side. Whereas when I say hospitality, cellar door and restaurant and venue income, and within 10 days that was non-existent.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you have a bit of a diversified business, and I'm interested to hear more about the lavender. I mean, you're bringing a bit of France into South Africa. So, did you start cultivating the lavender? And actually, what I'm interested in is where do you actually sell this?
Yeah, so the lavender, we started off just planting lavender for oil, and my thinking was probably close to 20 years ago now. It's always remained small. It's never, my idea was that if you're farming, that you could add value, that you could make products with your lavender, with the lavender oil, added to different things, which quite honestly I haven't done. So we've just been selling the oil to a few health shops and from the farm. And my thinking was as well, wine is very expensive to move around. If you have to courier it somewhere, it's costly. Lavender in a 10ml bottles it's very affordable to move around. It's also high value. So if you're looking at the same volume of lavender oil and the same volume of wine, you sort of can't compare it. It's very valuable. So I also thought it was something different to do, although there are a few farms that have it now, so we're not unique. And then a few years ago, we started planting a different variety, which we sell as cut flowers. So that's a lot simpler. We started last week. We pick and bunch, and we sell it just very much locally in Stellenbosch, Paarl, to the few shops, delis, etc. And it's kind of a nice extra business to have, particularly in the winter. And it's also something if we're dropping off wine, it's very easy in Stellenbosch, it's very easy to have a bit of lavender, a few lavender bunches in the vehicle and doing that at the same time. It doesn't, they work well together.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So, I mean, your like you said, your hospitality business. Tell us a little bit about that. You have a restaurant called The Table. I've been there. It's very, very nice. And then what type of events and stuff do you actually host?
So when I say hospitality, it's the table restaurant doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to the domain, although it is on domain. It belongs to Brendan and Lee. They took over the restaurant in September last year, and it's been going for 9 years, over 9 years now, excluding this period with this funny period we're going through at the moment. But it's been going for over 9 years. And when you asked her what other events?
Yeah, I mean, I do events. What else do you offer there when at the farm?
Oh, so besides the restaurant, we've got the old dairy's been turned into a venue, which we host weddings, any kind of. We've had weddings, we've had birthdays, any kind of celebration, small seminars, conferencing. We plan to do a few music events as things open up for the summer.
How popular is live music in the wine areas?
I think it's if you can get it right, it is rather popular. If you can do it where you have a space where it starts sort of in the late afternoon or in the afternoon on a lawn on the grass with food and light sort of picnic style food. I think that's quite popular.
And it will go on until sunset, but not much later, because I get the idea that people don't really want to go out too late when they've got to drive.
I think you're right. I think it's harder to if your hours are later at night, it's harder to get a big enough crowd to make it a viable event. And a lot of people don't like to drive out or drive back when it's dark. The countryside, they know street lights, etc., and you get people complaining. So.
Well, at least you're not far from Stellenbosch. So in case of a wedding and stuff like that, do people then stay over nearby?
We have a list of about 10 or 12 guest houses in the area within an 8K radius, but often we find people say it's close enough, you don't have to stay over. And you see people arriving with shuttles, with Uber, etc. And you never know how many cars are going to come. Some of the larger weddings, I've always been surprised that sometimes it's even fewer cars than the other weddings because people do carpooling or share lifts or the shuttles. So you never really know. But it means we're close enough to we're close enough to Stellenbosch, Paarl, northern suburbs, just around the corner.
Oh, that's great. So, Philip, your wines, who's your winemaker at the Meyer?
Okay, so at the moment, Francois Haasbroek. So at the moment, Francois Haasbroek is the winemaker, and he, Francois is an old friend of mine, and we do sort of a collaboration, probably for lack of a better word. So he still makes his own wine, and under the name Blackwater. So we offer him the facility. So he uses our winery. He's based here, makes his wine, and then he makes our wine for us as well. I think I suppose it's a different way of doing it. It doesn't work for everybody to do it that way, but for me, it works for us for now. Yeah. So
the philosophy that goes into the winemaking, what would you say is the main thing that you guys look at?
I think, so Francois done his second vintage here. I would say our approach has changed quite a bit from previously, and we are, let's say, the first red wine that's solely Francois wine, let's put it that way, under Francois, is our 2019 Syrah, which is it's unwooded. It's which is quite different for.
That's interesting. Yes.
Yeah, lots of fruit. I don't know how else to I don't know how else to explain it. So lots of fruit. It's juicy. To me, it's a completely different style. We call it Syrah as opposed to Shiraz. which in the past we always referred to as Shiraz. It's a complete different style, but it just seems to work so well, and it's just been selling so well.
So is this also a fact that you could, this is, you don't have to wait to drink it. It's easily drinkable at a younger age. That's one of the reasons.
Exactly. And that's, I think, and that's what we want. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. We want to produce wines in that style. We still have a Cabernet, which will spend, Cabernet just takes a lot longer to be ready. It spends time in barrel, etc. But I have been most surprised at how this wine turned out. And that's the way Francois does it. And to me, we are very happy with what he's done there.
Well, that's interesting. Do you find that the market is changing, with younger people? I mean, especially millennials seem to be more, less interested in the older style of winemaking and looking for something different.
I think you're right. I'm definitely not a millennial, but even I'm changing. No, I think you're right. It's definitely like that. And I was listening to a talk the other day and it was three American people Americans are based in very big wineries, and they're the communication, and they were just saying that millennials also, because there was an article quite recently saying that millennials are the biggest threat to the wine industry from the point of view that they're not interested in wine, or not, they haven't taken to wine like the former generations have. I suppose there's just too much choice. But what they also said was, with millennials, you don't try and fool them. Be honest about it. If it's if you have a virtual cellar or virtual winery, don't pretend there is actually, you tell them it's a brand that you buy in, and you do this and you do that. You don't have to tell them it's on the highest peak, the coolest vineyard, etc., etc. Be honest with them, and that's what they're after: honesty, truthful. Being the truth. I think I'm going off the topic there.
No, you're not, because I think also, I mean, part of that truth is things like sustainability and biodiversity, and even people looking at things like vegan wines and stuff like that, which is, is the trend.
Yeah. Yeah, I was listening to a thing. I'm trying to think of his name now. The boss of Patagonia, the clothing company. I was listening to an interview with him, and he spoke of, I think I've got the word right, regenerative agriculture, as in where everybody's talking about. They're saying, everything is organic and blah blah blah, but also sometimes at a cost. It's also about, yes, organic, but building up the soil. Often there's still topsoil dust, even that you're growing things organically, and etc. etc. But so you got to go a step further, and keeping, just putting back more and more than just. I don't think organic is enough. Not that we're organic, but we like the idea, and it's a process that we'll work towards. But you can still build up your soil in the meantime.
So that's interesting. I also think that,
I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, it does. But I think that the Cape Winelands have a huge advantage in that, if you go to like the big European wineries, it's almost like a production factory. In terms of they're making huge volumes, and it's not necessarily as tourism friendly as we are in the Western Cape. And it gives us a major advantage, because people will still go for the experience, even if they drink a little bit less wine. They're still going to drink they're still going to buy some wine, but they're also going to experience the environment and all the other things that you can offer in a diversified offering of tourism as a lifestyle, rather than just buying wine and taking it home.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed to say I haven't visited enough wine regions of the world to see other, to give a good answer on that. But we're not the only place with smaller wineries. You see many countries with smaller and even smaller than the average one over here, I guess, which somehow seem to stay afloat. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if it's the European or subsidies that they get, but it's that fine line about being large enough, small enough, but that it works. You want to end up being, you don't want to just be small that you got to sell at super high prices, because you just, to me, that's also not right.
Yeah, it's also not, like you say, sustainable over time. Talking about prices and stuff like that, what do you guys have do you have any specials at the moment, with this whole situation that's going on that you would like to tell us about?
We have been doing case specials, and we changed that. If you come and collect, a full case or something, we have a far better price.
We'll give you free delivery if you come and collect, right?
And we do it directly. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
That changes weekly, because there's been a mad rush, as with everybody, I think, as soon as the things opened up. So our stock levels are we're out of stock with quite a few wines, but we're bottling again next week. So I can't tell you exactly because next week we'll have or the week after next, we'll have different, we have more wine on our list, and we'll have the specials on those wines as well. So it's difficult to say that at the moment we're out of rosé, we're out of Chardonnay, etc., and we're bottling those two next week.
So if people want to get information on this, where do they find you where do they get the information from?
We do have a website, but the website is busy being redone. Our online shop should be done by the end of this week, I hope. Yeah.
Okay, so you have an online shop that's going to be done, and okay, so we'll put the links on the website down in the description here.
Where are your wines being sold? Mostly locally?
Yeah, we export and local percentage, but we're probably about 50-50 or 60-40 export. And our sort of biggest market is, so Germany, Denmark, Holland, England, Africa. And then on the local market, we sell more. Most of our sales are done directly from. In the beginning, we wanted to be everything to everybody, and you wanted your wine to be all over. And as things have changed, we've changed, and now. And I'm not saying it's the correct way or the wrong way to do it, but for now, that's how we're doing it.
Do you think local sales tourism environment?
I think it's going to be very important. Obviously, if you have a certain size, export is very important. You don't think you'll be able to, although I've heard stories of surprised you what percentage they sell in the local market. So maybe I'm not as informed as I should be. Important. If you think of, let's say we have few tourists, although I said that I think the tourism will come back quicker than we think. But let's say it is important to be on local, probably more than ever to be. It has changed. I don't think you have to be available in every retail store. Yeah, online shop. We should have done that long ago. The situation now is not the same as during lockdown or not. The coronavirus. Nothing for DeMeo. We do need to improve on our marketing awareness. Been around making wine for 22 years, and I think we're still one of we're quite social media. We have to improve on that side. As I say, I think we're still unknown, and it's time to.
I think everybody's
improve on our
in the same
marketing
situation, right? And so that's I mentioned it in wine marketing and that. And so on.
I think definitely it's going to. If you look at listening to what those three companies were talking about, if you're dealing with particularly the millennials, then you have to speak to them, and that's the way you speak to them. It's not this traditional way of, but it's the online. You can't not get involved I think your business will die if you don't attract them to your business.
Your wine journey has been quite a few years. What have you learned from your wine journey personally?
It's been, do you want the honest opinion? It's a hard business. Not saying it's a tough business. It's a very nice business to be involved in. I say from an industry rather. Very nice. It's some really nice people, and they talk. in the wine business, you're part of the same tribe. I think no matter what, retail, journalism, etc., you all have a common interest, and which is rather nice to treat like that. From the business side, it's difficult. I think no matter what part of the business you're in, it's very capital intensive for people that have, like any industry, some are flying, I'm not saying the majority, coast along. And please, everybody, don't try and be everything for everybody. I'm repeating myself there. It's so easy to get into the trap of someone's blind, and you go, no, we don't. And then you think 3 months later, let's start producing one and sourcing one. It's just, it's just too many. Yeah, don't try and do everything.
Oh, that's interesting. So I always ask everybody the same question. Do you have a favorite in the wine industry?
I don't have my own quote, but there like in particular is I don't know whose quote this is the art of winemaking is being able to practice your craft. If you can get that right, then you're doing okay.
That's quite interesting. I've never heard that before. So that's awesome.
I'm not claiming that.
So thanks for talking to us. And
thank you. Yeah, thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start the show, I need to share something really exciting. It's called the About the Winelands pop-up. And if you want to get your customers excited about your lockdown or online specials, you need to email us right now. Email us at visitthewinelands@gmail.com and add Winelands pop-up to the subject line. Who knows? We might just make you an offer you cannot refuse. That is visitthewinelands@gmail.com. Now, on with the show. Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines. Welcome, Lisa, to About the Winelands.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invite.
So, Lisa, tell me, how are you enjoying your lockdown period? Are you having a good time?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm enjoying the 2 hours extra a day. It's quite refreshing. To wake up refreshed every morning is a nice thing. I've never been a morning person, so well, that's quite nice. And otherwise, I must be honest with you, I enjoyed the time with my kids and my family. It was all an unusual experience, something we most probably will never have again. But I think it can slowly but surely come to an end now. I'd love to go walk on the beach and go back into the winelands. I miss it terribly.
So, talking about the winelands, how did you get involved in the wine industry?
I went to Stellenbosch University.
Oh, that's a good way to start, right?
Yes, I think so too. Yes, a university in the winelands. So it's everyone was sort of involved in the wine industry. No, seriously, I at that stage I was romantically involved with the person who's my husband now, and he was as a winemaker, and all the events we went to, everything was around wine, and it united us because it meant meeting people, eating great food, and having great moments together, and we just loved it. It was a nice industry to be in, and it involved and connected a lot of different types of people. So it was lovely. That's how it started. And he then moved to Germany as a flying winemaker. And after my studies, I also went to Germany and stayed there for over 18 years before coming back to South Africa. But because I studied politics and multicultural relations, my partner was stationed in a very small remote little town with only one employer, which was at that stage the largest wine producer in Europe. It was also the only place where I would be able to work. So that's how I got into the wine industry itself. I started to work for this wine producer. And then once I returned to South Africa, that's how I created Lisa Loves Wines. I started Lisa Loves Wines with the experience that I had in the industry in Europe.
Well, that's awesome. So I mean, you've been in the wine industry for quite a while. So and also you speak different languages. Which languages do you actually speak?
I speak Italian, French, German, and a bit of Spanish, as well as Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my mother language.
Amazing. So Lisa Loves Wine started as a tour business, am I right?
Yes. Well, I worked in the wine industry before. So when I came back to South Africa, I initially looked for work in the industry. But it really bothered me to think that I would be spending so much time in an office under a roof within four walls, or traveling again, which I didn't want to travel again at that stage. I wanted to stay put. So, it started by chance, really, as it so often does. And one tour guide actually in a coffee shop recommended an institute where I could get myself qualified. And that's where I started to freelance as a tour guide. And I then started Lisa Loves Wines as a company offering wine tours because that was inevitably my background. And I just enjoyed it so much to be back in South Africa and the winelands. I wanted to share this joy, you know. Often people who live in their own country, inhabitants or locals of such absolute beauty, are sometimes oblivious. You know, they're oblivious to the grandiose mountain backdrops, the sea views, the landscape, the wildlife, and that you can enjoy all of this while softly sipping wine in the sun. I mean, it's like gorgeous, it's simply stunning. So I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to experience it more. And yeah, but the wine tours, they were just the start of it all. Lisa Loves Wine's goal is to be a platform where people can connect and learn, and a platform where there is a cultural exchange, you know, and enjoying authentic cultural experiences. Yeah, so that's the beginning of Lisa Loves Wines, was actually just showing the world what the Cape is all about. But in the future, I hope to show the Cape what the world is all about in terms of wine. So that's the next challenge. You can watch the space.
Well, that's interesting. So, Lisa, what makes your, I mean, why would I come on your wine tour? What makes your wine tours different to other people's wine tours?
Well, they're very personal. They're authentic. They're in the tourist's home language, and Lisa Loves Wines can relate back to the tourists in the term that the tourist might understand and know, because of my experience in Europe and the mindset of the European consumer, and also the wine consumer, for which in which I worked, in a milieu in which I worked, and as a brand manager and in marketing and sales. So it's a different type of tour if you can relate back to where the tourist comes from. No.
Well, that's interesting. So, are you currently, when people come on the tour, do you personally take them on the tour?
Yeah. Yes, at this stage I do it personally. Well, at the moment not, because of the virus. Funnily enough, the virus is, well, my industry is wine and tourism, and both of them are pretty much kaput now in lockdown. But when I do tours, I do it personally. It's all hands-on. And yes, what people appreciate is the knowledge of wines. Yeah, as I said, in the language of origin, and the personal nature. I think people appreciate an authentic experience. And I also visit wineries that not run-of-the-mill wineries, smaller wineries, or just unknown wineries. You know, each winery has a story to tell. So that's what makes it a bit different.
Well, that's very nice. I mean, that's our you know,
Hello?
aim is to tell the story of the wine. Yeah.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Let me repeat that, @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So, Lisa, in terms of any other services you offer or you're planning to offer, can you expand on that now, or are you going to keep it a secret to a later date?
It's a little bit, well, it's a little bit fresh,
Okay.
but I'm super excited about it. So I'm going to reveal it. I would like to offer a platform for other wines, you know, for people in Cape. There's a lack of accessible European and other world wines in South Africa, and I would like that will be my next project, because I'm literally sitting at the source of a whole network of producers in the world that offer wonderful value for money, and are unknown. And I think the South African wine connoisseur is appreciative enough of good quality wines that do not need to be a brand or a well-known brand or wine. I think South African palates are evolved enough to be able to appreciate lesser known, good value for money wines. And I would like to import these and offer a platform not only to taste the wines, but to experience them as a cultural offering, with food, and still want to see how it develops with maybe, for example, if you do sherry, then you might have a flamenco player, or you do sort of a pop-up system where you sherry and the region sherry and the culture of sherry, the food of Jerez, and the next month we do the south of France, but with brands that you might not know and are still great value for money. I look forward to partner with someone in the future and offer this right here, and especially now after Corona, where people might not be able to or do not want to travel to these countries, offering them right here, these experiences right here might be very interesting.
I just wanted to ask you about that. I mean, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I wondered if you're planning collaboration with some local partners or even other producers locally. That I think personally that for somebody here in South Africa to appreciate their own produce and our own wines, we need to expand our horizons and taste other stuff as well. So yeah, I think that is absolutely a fantastic idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have no with other individuals, yes, but not with wineries at this stage. No.
Okay, that's
interesting.
interesting.
I would be strictly speaking not a competition to them, but it would also be well, funnily enough, the winemakers in the region, all the people, the producers in the region, they all import wines from all over the world to be able to benchmark their own product. Because that's the one thing that's missing in South Africa, is that we have everything, in European countries, or in Germany, where I lived before, you have everything on offer. You have every country on offer, and the countries compete with one another on the shelf. Whereas here, we only have, generally speaking, South African wines, and I think people are open to new tastes and new backgrounds and new cultures. And it's just a question of getting the right entry point, because there's a misconception that overseas wines are extremely expensive, but that is in fact because it's always the brands that we see, and not necessarily the plain run-of-the-mill wines that are excellent quality and good value for money. And this is what I would like to showcase.
Well, that's amazing. So Lisa, as a wine tour guide, and also with your business, Lisa Love Wines, and your presence online, you're becoming an influencer in the wine industry. So if a wine producer or a wine estate is sitting there and thinking, I want to get more people to me, how do they get your attention? What do they need to do?
It's so easy, all producers are unique. They all offer a story to tell, and I enjoy hearing all of them. My main media platform is Instagram at the moment. I just enjoy the simplicity of pictures, videos, and a few words. And this is the thing that I particularly, as with people, wineries, producers, each winery or producer has a specific angle and a specific story to tell. And I think that I'm quite good at finding that story and portraying it, an authentic story, not necessarily that which most marketers tap into, where you need a lot of money. I don't believe in that. I believe in finding that story or that angle which everyone has, because all wineries are unique, all producers are unique. Finding that story, and it's not an expensive thing, and then to speak of that and reveal that to the world. And I think that's what makes Lisa Loves Wines unique, is the capacity to see that in a producer or in a winery.
That sounds awesome. So you've mentioned the coronavirus, and like you said, it forces everyone to rethink their business models. I like your idea of bringing the world to South Africa.
Yeah.
Do you have any other changes or ideas for your business in mind? And do you have any ideas for maybe for your producers as well, on what they can do while they're stuck in a system where they can't really accept visitors to their place?
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to engage with your customers, with your public, in an interesting, well, as I always say it again, but in an authentic manner, to find your what is your unique offering, and that is to find that and to showcase it. But the way that the world of tourism will change, at least, is that I think we're going to have to focus on engage own people, and that's going to be important for wineries and producers to find a way how to attract them. I envisage like family reunion packages, where people can come out to the winelands, to a place that they maybe don't know, and sit around a fire and drink wine and enjoy each other's company as a family, where they feel safe and secure. And that's going to be very important after Corona, so that people feel safe and feel that things are clean, and that they can be sure that the chances are very small that they will contract the virus, because that's something that's on everyone's mind.
Awesome. That sounds like a very good idea. So, Lisa, your wine journey has been interesting. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
That most people in the world have the same idea about life, love, and laughter. We can all sit around a table, enjoy each other's company, all of us, mostly. It's rare that people are utterly unenjoyable. All we need is a table and a glass of wine and a platform to connect.
That's interesting. So on that note, can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yes. Wine and vines are very much like people. Those that struggle or make an effort in life are far more interesting and have more character than those who do not.
Awesome.
That's my finding. Yes.
That's very good. Lisa, if people want to get hold of you, how do they find Lisa Loves Wines? How do they find you?
On Instagram, on Facebook, those are the platforms that I am keeping up to date. I'm restructuring my website, as everyone else is doing in the Corona time. And my website will be live within the next month. I'll have my new website out.
Awesome. We'll put all the links down in the description. Lisa, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time speaking to us, and I'm sure our listeners will find this interesting.
Yes, thank you.
And
thank you.
Yeah, I know you're busy, so thank you for the
Excellent.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, show. I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor of the show. Lisa shared with me for our listeners today. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe, and I think South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Biggest Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a discount on 1.5-litre magnums. This is also a great for a birthday gift. We will leave the details out in the description. Now, on with today's show.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Ido is at Lavenier Wine Estate. And Ido.
Thank you for with you.
It's our pleasure to have you. So tell all our listeners a bit of what you're doing at Lavenier and how you got involved in the wine industry.
Thank you very much. So I studied winemaking, and I'm a qualified winemaker. I made wine in Constantia to sort of spread my proverbial wings in the wine industry by becoming a wine writer. I was a wine writer for Wineland magazine for 10 years and eventually became editor of the publication. And part of my job at Wineland and Vinpro was to engage with the next generation of winemakers. And part of this was to every year take some of the young wine leaders on an overseas trip to a leading wine region in terms of, or in order to get winemakers to engage with other industry leaders, the international trade, to perhaps see some winemaking techniques and to basically come back inspired. And it's now 4 years ago. We went to where myself and Charles Williams from the Toren, Ati Lowe from Opstal, and Dirk Coetzee, the winemaker at Lavenier, went to the Loire Valley. And when I asked at Vinnie if Dirk can be part of this trip, they said, yes, no problem, it's perfect. But in order for Dirk to go to the Loire Valley, they asked me to present a tasting in Paris for the Advini commercial team. And I did the tasting and it went well, and I was so intrigued by this dynamic organization, a really inspiring and young commercial. And when I came back to South Africa, I realized that sort of sparked an interest in me to sort of delve into the commercial side of the wine industry. And that's when I made the switch from being a wine writer, commercial side of the wine industry and the marketing side of the wine industry. I've been at Lavenier for 3 years. Wonderful journey.
Wow, that's amazing. So can you tell us a little bit of the history of Lavenier itself?
Of course. So before 1990, when the estate was acquired by Mark Veer, and its name was changed to part of a bigger wine estate or wine farm, essentially, called Weltevreden. And when Mark Veer bought the estate in 1990, he's a Frenchman or a French-speaking Mauritian, and he came to this estate that he fell in love with, but he couldn't pronounce the name. So he said that this estate is his future, and he called it Lavenier, which means the future in French. And that's when Weltevreden got changed to Lavenier. So Weltevreden is one of the oldest wine estates in Stellenbosch, but it never made wine under its own label. And it's only since Mark Veer bought the estate that wine was produced under the name Lavenier. And that started in 1992. And the rest is history. It immediately gained traction in terms of the pinotage. Back then, winemaker Francois really made a name for himself as the Pope of Pinotage. And We're fortunate today that the current winemaker Dirk Coetzee was mentored by Frans Schoenedier and has maintained that level of quality, level of innovation, and absolute passion for Pinotage.
Wow, that's interesting. Besides Pinotage, you also have a famous Chenin Blanc.
Yeah, so Lavinia focuses on Pinotage and Chenin Blanc, which are quintessentially the varietals that South Africa are known for. And in terms of the Chenin Blanc, it's a registered, certified heritage vineyard, part of the Old Vine Project. As you enter Lavinia Estate, there is an amazing vineyard that is 48 years old today. That we call the Old Lady. She's a Chenin Blanc vineyard. She produces the most amazing grapes, and they have now they've now isolated the genetic plant material of this vineyard in order to propagate the clone and eventually make it available in five, so that this same clone can be replanted. And we're very, very excited about that. The Old Lady's a legend on the estate. She produces the most delicious Chenins. We make a Chenin that is a really classic. She's harvested in two different portions, one which is harvested earlier and one which is harvested later, in order to get that balance and finesse that we want in our Chenins. In terms of South African Chenin's development, I think good and developed in terms of the style of Chenin that it's producing. We're producing Chenins now that are finesse, that showcase complexity, and that really age well. And these dimensions are the dimensions that Dirk works on in terms of our single block Chenin, to produce a wine that is absolutely world class. One of the awards that we're very proud of the single block Chenin is this wine won the Diamond Trophy at the Sakura Wine Awards in Japan, which essentially means that it's the top Chenin Blanc from South Africa in Japan. And for us, that's a huge compliment. We know that the Japanese wine market is a very sophisticated one, and that Japanese in general love delicacy and sort of they like the finer things in life, and they're very sophisticated in the way that they appreciate wine. And for our Chenin to be rated as the top Chenin in such a market is an absolute wonderful accolade for us.
Oh, that's a wonderful story. Can I go back to what you said about the Loire Valley, which is interesting? France is more known for Bordeaux and Burgundy and the Champagne areas, and the Loire Valley is really known for its chateaus and being the breadbasket of France. So you personally, when you and Dirk were there, what did you actually take away from the Loire Valley that you brought back to South Africa?
Oh, it's an absolutely fascinating region. What we took home, I'll sort of split it up into different categories. The first part is they've got a really progressive approach towards biodynamic wine production. And I think that's something that South Africa can bring back home. Why is such a very small percentage organic or biodynamic, while a region like the Loire Valley has certain appellations within it that are completely biodynamic. And that's certainly one thing that we brought home. And at Lavinia, we're working closely with experts in terms of organic production, and seeing how we can practice organic practices at the estate, and how we can essentially live up to the name The Future, in order to keep our soils healthy, keep our vines healthy, our natural, and hopefully one day organic or biodynamic. It's very, very different to South Africa. I think in South Africa we've got ample sunlight. We know that our grapes are going to ripen, and our challenge is to pick Chenin Blanc at the right ripeness levels. While in the Loire Valley you don't necessarily reach those ripeness levels because their climate is different. They've got rain, they've got limits in terms of ripening. They've also got very, very different styles. They produce a lot of sparkling Chenin Blanc, which is South Africa, but they also produce lots of sweet wines and semi-sweet wines, while South African Chenins are mostly dry. It's a fascinating region. If there's one region where we can learn from and they can learn from us in terms of a different approach, diversities of styles, it's the Loire Valley. And you see that with the Chenin Blanc Association, how they are closely working with Loire producers and efforts in terms of raising the profile of Chenin. And then the other variety that the Loire Valley, my heart, it's Cabernet Franc, and the variety also has a very big future.
Well, interesting. You know, the fact that you mentioned also biodiversity and organic wine growing. I think, and this is something I want to ask you because the name is apt. You know, the future, and the future of wine is in the hand of millennials, and you know, it's a different market. So, do you think, you know, what is your take on that? Are these things important to the millennial market?
Yeah, I think even the current situation that we're in it's a very interesting learning opportunity for the wine industry. And the way that wine is being sold is changing at a rapid pace, and the way that it is being presented is changing. We often use the phrase at Lavanier that authenticity is the new luxury. And millennials love authenticity in terms of stories. A story behind a vineyard. I told the story of the old lady, the Chenin Blanc vineyard earlier. That's more interesting. That bottle with the luxury wine is changing with millennials, and it's about telling the story. It's about being true to who you are and what you're trying to present. And there are values at play, and there are associations at play. And most importantly, as I mentioned, characters and stories that become more and more important to the millennial market. And you have to be open and accessible and be able to listen and be able to respond to this market. But we also see it as a massive opportunity. In terms of our demographics that we sell to, there is a large proportion of people that really appreciate Lavanier wines that are from this millennial grouping. And it's important to engage with them and understand what they want. And that's something that we actively do, not only in the Citadel when it was still operating, but also in the trade and wherever possible. It's also, Lavanier is a pioneer of Provence-style rosés in South Africa. And if you look at wine festivals, and especially millennials in South Africa, rosé is a growing category. And if it's something that you're known for, like in Lavanier's case, you have an advantage. And which is a high-end rosé, it's limited. It's from a single vineyard, and it has a wonderful story. And it's a wine that is, when it was started in 2015, it was strange. Why would you do a high-end rosé? I mean, rosé is rosé. At that stage, most of it was still sweet. But now the Glen Rosé gets sold out in a couple of months every year. Most of it is sold from the farm, and it has a really fantastic following. And it's that kind of engagement that we want, and that we see as an advantage in terms of the millennial market.
That's awesome. I mean, you mentioned authenticity, and you know, what in terms of any other things you can highlight about Lavanier's wine philosophy and winemaking philosophy?
So Dirk's main passion in life is most certainly pinotage. He loves this varietal, and he loves it for different reasons. One of the things that he really tries to showcase at Lavanier is pinotage's versatility. If you think pinotage, you immediately think of a dry, full-bodied, big red wine. Well, Dirk's approach is that it can be showcased as a premium rosé. It can be shown as an unwooded red. It can be showed as but it can also be a big and full wine that is well structured and can keep for years and decades, like the single block pinotage. So Dirk's big passion is to showcase the versatility of this varietal and to show it in new ways, to show that The way that pinotage is being approached is new. We're planting it on new sites. Lavinier, we've got trellised vines, we've got bush vines, we've got different angles, we've got different slopes, and we're trying to bring that diversity and to showcase the versatility of this variety. And Dirk grew up in Hoekville, which is very close to the Knysna Forest. He loves nature, and we spoke about organic and sustainable production of wine. That's also something that lies very close to Dirk's heart and is definitely part of his philosophy in terms of Lavinier. We also have a Pebbles after-school care facility at the estate, the future of the next generation of people that live on the estate, where we give to achieve academically, but also achieve in other spheres of life. We've started the Lavinier Sports Development Academy, where the kids at the Pebbles also benefit from professional coaching, inspiration to get exposure to sport and to learn some of the fundamental aspects of sport, like teamwork and pushing through and sort of being able to decide your own destiny through sport as well. So the aspect of Lavinier is multifaceted at Lavinier. We look at the future of not only the economic sustainability of the wine industry and Lavinier itself, but also the people at the estate and also the neighboring estates around Lavinier.
Oh, that's awesome. So talking about, the surroundings and other things on the farm, what else do you offer visitors? You have accommodation there, and what else?
So our hospitality offering is something where this focus on authenticity also comes into its own right. We really have a fantastic cellar door experience where people are given a Chenin Blanc and Pinotage experience that is second to none. We've got a cheese and wine pairing, we've got charcuterie and wine pairing, we've got tech cheese and charcuterie platters at the estate. We also have the added benefits of fresh are available from the estate. Obviously, during the Corona lockdown, this isn't possible, but it is part of it's a big part of Lavinier's soul and the way that we operate. We love welcoming people at the estate, and we certainly can't wait for the opportunity that we can do that again.
Well, I've heard that you guys have the best live music or the best music at your tasting and sales facility. What is the story there? Is this live? Is this just, do you have a good DJ at the station?
I think it's a bit of a combination. One is about senses, and you have to have the right music. And our cellar door and experience manager Ryan Breedenkamp feels very strongly about the music that is played at Lavinier. But also occasionally we have live gigs where we have a variety of music on offer, and the focus is always on the wine of the estate. But if you have the ambiance and the background music and just the entire experience of this beautiful tranquil setting comes to its own.
Well, you mentioned the coronavirus and our current situation. So this has forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you guys have any changes in mind? Or
one of the things that is clear from all the research that is being done in terms of the commercial aspect of coronavirus is that your brand equity will show until the brand recovers after the coronavirus. And I think in that sense, Lavinier has done very, very well. We've done well in terms of the direct sales. And now that the market has started to open up again, we've been absolutely humbled by the requests and orders that we've received, and support from loyal supporters of Lavinier in general, globally. And this has been absolutely wonderful to see that we were able to pull it through and still maintain good rates of sales through this loyalty for the brand that was built up over the past 30 years.
So things like social media and that type of stuff, how important is that, you think that's going to be for the future of the wine industry?
Well, I've constantly mentioned engaging with your consumer and understanding your consumer, but also sharing your heart and soul with the consumer. That aspect of authenticity is incredibly important. And that also reflects in our social media approach. We regularly give Dirk an opportunity to show what he's to give the people of a voice through social media, and we get a glimpse into the life of people at Lavanier, the production side as well as in the market, and also support our colleagues in the industry. During this lockdown, restaurants and hotels that supported Lavanier over the decades were closed. And as soon as we were able to support these restaurants again, we absolutely did that by ordering them their food on our estate and pairing them with our wines. So it's about relationships, it's about engaging with your customer, it's about authenticity, and it's about being true to your philosophy and being true to what you represent as a brand and as a winery.
Well, you've summed it up nicely, which almost makes my next question mute, but I'll ask it anyway. What is Danny?
We're an industry that is social. We're an industry that engages. We're an industry that sells a product that people enjoy. And enjoyment is so important. As long as you enjoy engaging with wine and engaging with people, the success is that positivity. People feel that energy and they associate with that. And if you've got a passion for quality, you live what you want to achieve with your wines, then you will be successful. And I've mentioned it a lot during this whole discussion, but if there's that really rings true in the approach that we have at Lavanier, it is that authenticity is the luxury. You need to be true. You need to have a product, and that's where authenticity of something like a single vineyard range comes into play. And you need to be pioneering, push the boundaries, showcase that for Lavaniers case. Be a pioneer of premium Pinotage Rosé. Why not? We've got a few other very, very exciting projects in the cellar at the moment. Never stop dreaming. Push that envelope. Make the yourself continually achieve success. That is part of sustainability, essentially.
That's awesome. So I've heard Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines whispered in my ear that you guys are doing a Biggest Beautiful campaign on your MCC and Pinotage Magnum bottles. So can you tell us a little bit more about these wines?
Yeah, well, gaan groot of gaan huis toe. I'm a massive fan of Magnums. I think the way that wines mature in Magnum, and we've seen in the interest in Magnums, and especially on special occasions. Father's Day is coming up, and when restaurants were still operating during Father's Day, we had a special where wines by the glass, in terms of our Provenance Pinotage, was poured out of the Magnum, and it just feels different. It feels grand. It feels impressive. And with the mature, the different way that wines mature in Magnum, I think it's just an awesome way to sell wine and a category that is growing. And we're very, very glad to be part of it to showcase Magnums.
That's awesome. I hear that it's a big growing trend in Europe as well, to take Magnums to parties, and the Magnum sales there is becoming very fashionable.
Yeah, not only in France. Magnums are different. As I said earlier, they're grand, they're impressive, and it immediately makes a big impression if you're serving a wine out of a big. It's also something that's associated with parties and celebrations.
So what you're telling me is shots.
Yeah, absolutely. True
so if people want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you guys?
Well, you mentioned it. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. And if they want to contact us directly, it's easy to email Ryan, and you can email him at info@lavanier.co.za.
Oh, that's awesome. We'll put all the links down in the description. And then all that's left for me is to tell you to, to keep your head up while the lockdown is going on. And thank you very much for spending the time with us. And it seems like you guys have your finger on the pulse of the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity, and cheers to the future of South African wine.
Thank you for listening to today's show. You can get that 1.5-liter Magnum discount with Lisa. She's at Lisa Loves Wines, and we have the link in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Rudolf Steenkamp from Haskell Vineyards. Hi Rudolf.
Hi.
How are things going there at Haskell Vineyards?
It's going well, considering the situation. We have good weather. It's getting colder, which is great. You can already see the vineyards are going into their sleep. Currently busy in the vineyards, doing a bit of field work, getting some cover crop seeds in. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Not much going on in the cellar now, just waiting for everything to go through malolactic fermentation and getting the last bit of wine into barrel. And then we just wait and see what's going to happen.
Fortunately, wine is used to waiting, right? So we just have to be patient.
Yeah, that's true.
Rudolf, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Yeah, so I grew up in a small town in the Garden Route. I went to an agricultural high school. That's probably where my love for the outside profession started. After high school, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. So I just went overseas and I started working on all kinds of farms. And then about year 3, year 4, I decided I needed to go study, and then I knew it was supposed to be something in agriculture. And then I just stumbled upon Elsenburg, and I saw that they a winemaker's course, and I just thought that is perfect. And I really enjoyed what I was learning and stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much how I got into the wine industry, is just by chance. After studying, I did a few stints overseas. Harvesting in Australia, harvesting in France, and quite a few harvests here in South Africa at a few wineries. Got lucky in 2014, got a job at Valmouth as assistant winemaker, and stayed there for a year. And then applied for a job at Grootfontein, and I got that, and I stayed there for 4 harvests.
Wow.
And then got this opportunity here and took that on now. So yeah, here I am at Haskell.
Oh, amazing. So talking about Haskell, Haskell has quite a bit of history as well. Can you share a bit of the Haskell history with our listeners?
Yeah, so the owner, Preston Haskell IV, he's from America, and he bought this farm in 2002. Total of 23 hectares. This farm's name first was Dombeya, pear trees that grow around the main house. Yeah, and obviously they had a wool shed here, and they spun the wool here, and they had citrus. And then when Preston bought the farm, he pretty much ripped everything out, all the citrus, took the wool shed down, built a cellar, and yeah, ever since the farm has been quite renowned to produce top quality wines.
That's awesome. So, I mean, you guys have quite a few things going on there at the farm. So, when they're visiting the estate,
it's right smack in the middle of all these big, very popular farms in the Helderberg. What the guests can experience here is something very, very unique, very very special, I would say. It's we're not as busy as the rest of the tour. It's not as touristy. So when you get here, there's always space for you. You know, you don't feel like you're cramped in a place, and you can pretty much have a 360 view of the whole, false by surroundings. We've got a restaurant and guest houses and all those things.
Yeah, I see that you offer accommodation on the estate. How much guest space do you have?
So accommodation-wise, we've got two types of accommodation. They're both self-catering, fully equipped kitchen, free Wi-Fi and DSTV. Winter is excellent to be here. We've got amazing fireplaces inside, so you can be snug as a bug. And then obviously a lot of red wine will sort you out as well. Look, it's right. It's very secluded. It's quiet here. There's a lot of wildlife here. Today I see at least 2 to 6 pairs of fishing eagles all soaring above the estate. So there's a lot of bird of prey here. A lot of buck in the wintertime when the grass starts to grow. And and the occasional leopard does come around, but they usually stay away.
Oh well. So your restaurant, Long Table, is quite well known. Can you tell us a bit more about what Long Table offers?
Yeah, so Long Table has been here for a while now. In 2017, the farm took over and revamped it completely. It's a great place if you really like unpretentious, flavorsome food. The chef now is Coronel Mini. She's really talented. She made the best pork bellies that I've ever tasted in a while.
Awesome.
And we took care and attention to detail. We make sure that the foods pair well with the food and vice versa. So they kind of, it's a bang for buck as well. If you really like proper food and you don't want to pay too much, then this is definitely a place to be. And absolutely breathtaking views, especially if you sit outside, under the beautiful indigenous trees that it's something different that we offer that's not around here in the Helderberg.
Yeah, I suppose it's also important, that you as winemaker and the chef, you're mentioning the wine pairing, food pairings, work together as a team on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. So when we do a new menu, which happens, I think, every quarterly session, summer menu, winter menus, and then also for specialist day and all those type of things, then we actually sit and then she says, well, she wants to do this and this, and then she prepares the meal, and then we actually try it with our whole range and see what works best with it. So it's not just something, okay, this looks like it works with Chardonnay, because sometimes it really doesn't with this dish where you didn't really think about it. Yeah. So yeah, we take quite pride in that.
Well, that's excellent. So tell me, this is something that you also have on your website. Do you have other events besides weddings?
Yeah, so we do birthday parties, corporate functions, year-end functions, gala dinners, just you name it. We can cater for all of those things. Weddings obviously is top of our list because of the setting that we have. It's absolutely stunning here, and we've got the 2 guest houses, that can accommodate the bridal party and the, and so forth. And also we can sit about 100 guests, so it's not a massive place. And the kitchen can handle all these people and still make excellent meals for a pretty good price point. 2 years ago in May, in the middle of winter, and we just popped up a tent on the picnic area, and it worked out perfect. Summer, both are amazing times too.
That's amazing.
Just a quick interruption, mind you, that we are currently in the South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your www.solidario.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.fund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
So, to the tell us a bit more about your wines that you're producing and also your winemaking philosophy.
Okay, so red is king here. So we produce the classical varieties that's around here: Shiraz, Cabernet Sauvignon, and Chardonnay. So those are the few grape varieties that we have. We definitely focus more on the Cab and the Shiraz, and as well on the white side on the Chardonnay. These are the most renowned ones on our farm. But recently, I actually had this quite the pleasant discovery that I think that our Merlot is actually quite on par with some of the best out there. The wine farms can't really say because it's such a hard variety to get right. Luckily for our terroir, I think it helps a lot, and we can make nice plum Merlots. My philosophy to winemaking is minimalist intervention. Um, we work really, really hard in the vineyards to get the best quality product to the farm or to the cellar, and then don't work the berries too hard, don't over extract it, take your time, make calculated decisions, and attention to detail, the smaller things, because yeah, that obviously determines a great wine, a good wine from a great wine. Our oak regime is quite low. I feel like the Helderberg in general, you don't really need to pound it in with oak because it's already filtration from the berries. It messes with the terroir.
Well, that's interesting. It used to be it was a fashion to over oak Chardonnay a lot of times.
Back in the 90s, obviously, that they thought they need to put the best barrels to this new variety. It was a big trend back then. I mean, I've taken Chardonnays now, and yeah, it's oak bomb. But
yes,
the trend is changing. There's a lot more people moving away from new oak now and picking at different stages of. They're really starting to compete with the rest of the world. Not that they haven't, but I mean, like they're starting to perfect their specific style expression that they want to achieve.
The amazing thing about wine, right? You can really, it's such it's not a static something that expansive all the time.
Yeah, there's new markets out there, and I won't be surprised that something will come, something new will come out.
Amazing. So, where are your wines sold? Are you exporting any of your wines?
Yeah, we do. We export quite a bit to Europe, predominantly Germany, but we do Sweden and Austria and so forth. We're currently not in England. We have Moscow. We got it almost there in China now. Locally wise, yeah, we do have a few have our wines, but the best way to get our wine currently is just to go online and order right, and we can drop it off at your house.
I see that you have a wine club. So can you tell us a bit more about that?
It's got quite a lot of you get first dibs on new releases, proper discounts, and good invites to all the winemakers dinners, events that we are hosting. With us on the farm as well as on neighboring farms that you will get invited to keep you in the loop and just make you feel like part of the whole farming, the value chain of what Haskell has.
Oh, that sounds amazing. So, Rudolf, it forced all of us to rethink our business. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
Changing definitely. I think we are going to approach more online sales at the moment, since the restaurant and the tasting room can't be open, which will be key factors. And then also doing once gatherings start, we'll focus more on small group gathering tastings and wine dinners, as well as going to wine clubs itself that is there out there and host tastings and dinners with them.
I think the main thing is, I read some research about, keep on building your brand while things are not going well. If you look at marketing research, companies that kept on throughout recessions usually outperform companies that didn't do that.
So we try to get the social media. Everybody's in front of a TV or a cell phone or something, you know. So the chances of you imprinting some kind of impression on them, you know, is good if they swipe over you or whatever the case may be. So yeah, it's a work in progress, but yeah, definitely optimistic on that front.
Okay. So yourself, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Do not try to force something, huh? The grape can only give you so much before it's too much. And attention to detail. Because in the end, it's the small things that is the difference between a good wine and a great wine, I think. Work really hard in the vineyards, make sure the plant is healthy and all those type of things. With nature and not against it. You know, there's a lot of people out there that try to force the plant to do something, and then it's an organism. It has limitations, and once you see that limitation, you can work around it and make it better. So that learned in a short career.
So, okay, well, let's end with this. Can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite one?
Yes, I was sitting this morning and thinking about it. Can I do a quirky one or what? And then I thought, yeah, look, I thought about it this way, and I've said it to a lot of mates. If you can only drink a glass, then it's probably not worth drinking. Then
That is a good one. I like that. I mean, if you like something, you need to have at least a bottle. I agree with you. Real, how do people get hold of you? School, where did they get hold of you guys?
we obviously have a website. It's www.haskellvineyards.com, Haskell with 2 L's, and there's all the contact details of our distribution there, our weddings, you know, the restaurant, everything. All the contact details is on there. Our, you know, events manager, everything. So yeah, the website is probably that you have to get in contact.
Okay, awesome. I'll put the links down. Rolf, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for taking time. I know you're busy, and yeah, I appreciate it. You took the time to talk to us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everybody, and welcome back to About the Winelands from Larman Wines. Welcome to About the Winelands, Arco.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me on your talk.
No, thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy. I'd really love to know, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved in winemaking and in the wine industry?
Yeah, look, funny enough, I'm not actually not from the Cape. There are a couple other winemakers that are not Capies, but I was born up in Joburg, in Roodepoort, and my brother was a Navy diver. We used to come on holiday a lot down to the Cape as a family when we used this flat. And towards the end of our school holidays, obviously, it's family outings. You followed the parents around. We ended up going to the winelands for a day, and I was at that time probably like 8 or 9. walked into a cellar, and it must have been just before or after harvest. You can get a typical cellar smell. I'll never forget that. And I looked at this and never knew of it as a career choice. Even more so when I went back to school up in Joburg, and they didn't even know what it was. They thought winemakers were just like mechanics that work in the background. And yeah, I started in high school and was already reading the wine magazine. I remember the first one that came out was Peter Ferreira on the front cover. And yeah, my mom has always been very free to let us follow our own paths. And what happened is the platter was still very thin in 95, and there wasn't emails yet. So we set up a letter and sent out faxes to potential farms that I just sort of earmarked in the platter, and came up to Kaapstad, the Statler family. And I was obviously just out of matric, 19, and they took me on more. It was actually Ingvild, Dani's wife, that sort of pushed me more as help for Dani. Dani Senior had never had anyone before, and I then took a job there more as eyes for people stealing wine out the cellar. But it was then I actually ended up staying 3 years with them and became part of the family. And really, I'm very close to Dani Jr. We sort of brothers from another mother type thing, because he was in standard 7 or 8 when I met him. And when he realized that as a winemaking family, he took it for granted almost that you're born in this industry. But then he saw the passion that I had for not having that, call it generational right to take over a farm. And it really drove to him that he understood that he had a great opportunity within his family to start, and that's where he is, and he's doing a great job running the family business there now. Spent 3 years with them, and then worked for a mobile bottling company. Was very interesting. Got to meet a lot of different farms that you would not have necessarily have known from. That's how I met David from Glencarlo. They didn't have a bottling line at that time, and he sort of offered me a job after seeing how I worked on the line and that. And I was a little weary. I said no the first time, and then did a bottling again with him, and he sort of pressed again, and it's like, oh, and I said, okay, well, let's go for it. So then I actually, before starting at Glencarlo, which was middle of 99, I then went to America to Hess Collection, which was part of the Glencarlo group in those early years, and did a harvest there. And started at Glencarlo in 2000, and then did vintages in Australia, France, Germany, and Austria over the couple of years. And then Glencarlo started getting quite large, and David Finnison, the whole farm was sold in the the mid 2000s, and then David left in 2009. And I took over as head winemaker and continued there until 2016. The reason I left Glencarlo was I'd been there 17 years. It was like almost part of the furniture. And I decided if I don't do it now, I'll regret it. So I decided to start my own company, which was when I started Laman Wines. First vintage was 2017. So I finished at Glencarlo end of 2016, and Laman Wines is still, it's only year 3 now. But that's where I am. So I buy wines from different regions. I'd only worked with Paarl grapes for so many years that it was not time to say, well, let's try and do Chardonnay from a cooler climate. There's a couple of independent that are multi-regional, which is also interesting, and it gives you a bit of diversification of working with a specific variety in a different area.
Wow, this is interesting. So I just want to know, Arco, if you knew from a young age that you're going to be in the wine industry. At what age did you start drinking wine?
My parents were not big wine drinkers. My heritage is Dutch. Arco is obviously an unusual name. It's sort of a mix from Anco and Arno. Then Laman, there's not many Lamans in the country. But the interest I had actually sort of made interest in my parents, so that they live up. They moved to Cosmos in Hartbeespoort. They've got a beautiful guest house there. They actually literally put a cellar into the mountain for the guests, but for myself to play a bit. And yeah, I didn't actually drink a lot of wines until I started at Kaapstad. I would more manage this sort of cellar. So I would just see certain wines ahead, and then let's keep that, and let's see if that's going to stay. And my dad also into the Chateau Libertas box competition, not box, I mean like a wooden box, not bag in the box, but it was a wine magazine competition. I had to use my dad's details because it was still underage. And then he got this letter that we were one of the 50 guys to win this box. And it's actually a beautiful Chateau Libertas vintage, when it still had those gold Superior stickers from 1982, 3, 4, 5, 6 vintages of 6 bottles. My dad almost threw it away because he thought it was like it was a promotion, but then he actually saw that we won this thing. And it was me as a minor that's now trying to win competitions out of the wine magazine.
Well, that's fantastic. So tell us a bit, you know, how you started Laman Wines, the wines you are making, and also, I mean, your winemaking philosophy.
Look, a lot of it comes from my philosophy in wine is also more driven towards the varieties that I work with. To be fair, my company is only 3 years old now. There are certain wines and projects still up and coming, but obviously having spent 17 years at Glencairn, Chardonnay became part of my blood. It was, it's obviously one of the strongest products for Glencairn. And so Chardonnay is for me very important in my business. And I started, like I said, in the beginning of 2017. I had my sort of entry level, I've got 2 ranges. So I've got my entry level or mid range called Cluster Series, which was a Chardonnay from Pekingese Kloof. Well, the first year was actually from Elgin, and then the 17 is from Pekingese Kloof. And a Cab, which the initial vintage was Paarl, and now it's Stellenbosch. And then my second vintage, second range is the Focal Point wines. And those are very more site specific as well, with a Chardonnay from a region called Vermakelijkheid. I'm sure you've heard of it. There near Riversdale on the Duivenhoeks River. And then a Cinsault, which I did in 2017, which was Stellenbosch. In 2018 is Achterperl, beautiful bush vine stuff. And then an old wine Shannon from a block in Paarl, as old as me. I was born in 1977, so it's a 43-year-old vineyard. And my philosophy is, look, keep things simple. It's interesting. I always dealt with, you get all the smokers coming to sell you additives and barrels and staves and this and that. And I believe that wine is a natural product. If you have good grapes, you can bring all the flavors you need direct from the vineyard by not having to add anything that you would maybe see in a cooperative situation. I do use cultivated yeast with my Chardonnay because Chardonnay is a neutral variety. So I do experiment with different yeast strains. But otherwise, a lot of my stuff is also natural fermentation. But people must forget, people talk about natural wines, yeast is natural. So whether it's cultivated by Anchor, as long as it's not a GMO, it is the same thing as a natural yeast, but it's just been gone through a process where it is more active than natural ones. But there's definitely differences in that, and I'd like to get diversity in my Chardonnay to get different flavor components out of it from the yeast and from the barrels.
Very interesting. You mentioned that you're looking at wines from different areas, and specifically wines that are, you know, grapes that come from a specific place. Can you explain to us what Cape Sites is and how that works?
It's called Cape Site Specific. It's a group that we started, me and probably about eight producers at the time. It was more about sharing a standard Cape wine, but as we know, wine is sold by stories and philosophies and that. And what we put together is a group that believe in wines with a sense of place. So to be part of this group, your wines have to qualify for their origins. So you can't have wines from Western Cape or blended between Paarl and Stellenbosch. The minimum criteria is that it must be at least wine of origin Stellenbosch, but the best thing is to go from there to Ward to as close as you can to single vineyard. So I have a wine that comes from a single vineyard, not it's not been what do you call it, certified yet for the 2019, the 2020 vintage. It's a single vineyard, which is that old vine Shannon I was talking about. So the more specific you get and the more driven to the site is the story. So we're now on our 4th year together. Very different under the circumstances with COVID. We're all working from home and talking to each other. It's funny, the winemakers are always very social people, and I actually went out yesterday to go and do something, but we don't see each other as much as we did in the past. But yeah, we're all like-minded and like to have wines with a sense of place. That's the most important message that we're trying to push through into the market.
So Cape Sites, is that official? Is that an organization with a brand? You know, is it branded, certified? Is it a non-profit? How does it work?
It's called Cape Site Specific, and it's set up as a company, as an organization, and we pay all of us pay a fee to be part of it. And if we want to do an event, then it's like pay as you go, in whether you want to do it or not. And look, the idea for us is actually sort of to have a good pool of money from all of us together, and then to invite people from overseas and sort of work together with Warsaw to create content. Like the Swartland has done really, really well. Like, you need to create content in the industry to be able to tell your stories and that. So that's how it's been driven. It's not about making money. It's just about making it operate under our membership fees and what we're willing to take part in as a member.
So are the wines labeled in some way so that you can see it? How does the consumer know this comes, or is it how does that work at the moment?
We haven't gotten to that stage yet where we have a seal or something. It's not like the Old Vines group yet. But you bring up a good point. We don't have anything labels yet that mention that. It's more about but yeah, that is something we should look at maybe is to add something onto the bottle that can at least bring you to the website to understand our philosophies, and that's similar to the wine seal. Not everybody, we in the industry know what it stands for, but even the well-known wine drinker with knowledge doesn't fully understand what even the seals that we have on the labels actually represent. But that's all about getting the message out there, and that's yeah.
It's like you say, it's creating content and raising awareness. It's like anything, right? So, okay, your wines, where are you selling? Are you exporting? How do you work?
I think we all know that the South African market is pretty flooded. I think if you think now, I think the latest number here was 6,000 different wines available under different brands and that type of thing. So my focus was really to drive the international market side. So my wines are local and international, but I'm really pushing on the export. I export to Belgium, Mauritius, UK, trying to get into Holland. I'm still working on. But yeah, export is important, but then local as well. But obviously, being a small independent producer, I'm not going to be selling at the macros and doing pallet deals and that type of thing. So it's more independent. So the well-known guys like Joburg, to Liquor Cities, the well-known one in Claremont, Liquor City, he's got best range of wines, largest range of wines and gins and all sorts of things. So he's always keen to take on new wines. And then obviously direct consumers, where we and any winery makes the best margins is with if you have a cellar door or do events that you drive your direct sales, which is something I'm very much focusing on, which I think we all are now in this COVID thing, is that online wine sales have increased dramatically, and online wine shops just trying to push those sales that you're not getting in the restaurants anymore, or the reduction of availability in the liquor stores, and only having a 5-day you can only buy alcohol 4 days of the week. So yeah, it's, I don't know, for the bigger guys to work out budgets and that this year, I'm glad I know I've got only a certain amount of wine to sell, but for the big boys it's a bit scary.
Yeah, then you don't want to sit with a cellar full of wine when you get your next harvesting, right?
No, exactly. Yeah.
I think what's interesting to me is that you mentioned direct to consumer, which you're right. I mean, it's growing a lot, but also you said events. So do you do pop-up tastings?
Yeah, I actually had just started that just before the lockdown. I did my first one at the winery where I buy the Chenin from. Then my idea was to do it at certain, either to use a restaurant or the guys like the Sommelier Association in Stellenbosch, or a wine bar somewhere that uses my wines and that. So that was the idea, is once a month to do like a pop-up tasting. But that's all gone at the moment. So we don't know when we can all have a glass of wine together with a meal, or get together to do a tasting. So yeah, that is the way. I haven't been doing a lot of online Zoom meeting tastings, that type of thing. It's very difficult to do that as well. You can't drop everybody a bottle of wine. We're at Escapes are specifically trying to figure out, well, let's take a 750ml bottle and put it into 50ml little bottles and send it out, and you do a group tasting with someone. But it's logistics and timings and all of that. And to be fair, I think people run with some of these things. But yeah, it's important to get to the direct consumer.
So besides that, I see on your website you also offer a winemaking consultancy service. I was wondering about that, and also, what other services do you offer?
Yeah, there's look, because I work for myself. I'm not as hectic as when I was working at Glencola. When I left there, I think we were bottling 650,000 bottles, which keeps one very, very busy. With myself, I utilize cellar space near me, Yaren Paul. So that keeps me busy maybe 2-3 days of the week. Obviously, wintertime is more quantity to barrel and everything, sell it up and everything safe. Yeah, any consultancy for small guys that don't have the budget for, say, only producing 5 or 10 tons for a small guest house winery or whatever. So I can do little parcels for them if they have their own vineyards. And then obviously anything from packaging for other people that are looking for a winemaker that can do everything from finding bulk wines, doing bottling for them, and so on. It hasn't been such an active part of my business, but there's sort of 2-3 people that I do this for now, which is great. It sort of just puts a little bit more into the bank account without having to sell wine.
Interesting. So you've mentioned the coronavirus and the lockdown a bit, and I mean, it's forced all of us to actually rethink our business models. So do you have any changes or new ideas that came to mind while you were sitting there in lockdown?
Again, I'm really pushing on the export side. There's 1 or 2 new opportunities my way, which will really, really help. Because obviously we couldn't sell anything here locally, but like in the UK, there's online companies that it's been like Christmas for them for the last 4 months. So people are not going out, but people are ordering wine, and we weren't able to do that. So there is definitely a demand and a bit of a gap. Unfortunately, some people did lose the business due to those 2 months where they had potential listing Systembolaget in Sweden and whatever. But yeah, just really looking at again, like I said earlier, that is my model, is exporting and just making that grow strength from strength in this environment.
So interesting to me is well, the whole Northern Hemisphere, consumption time. What about logistics? If you get orders now, are you managing to get them out?
Yeah, there's in general there is a bit of a bottleneck at the harbour, but since the allowance was lifted that we can export again, I actually had it, Belgium, and it took the usual 3-week turnaround. It wasn't too bad. Obviously, if you want to still get into that rosé season for the UK, you want the stuff on the water now before their season stops. So I don't know. I don't do rosé yet. I'm looking at doing it possibly next year. But yeah, our timings have been specifically those 2 months where we definitely certain products, not of some of the beers and sort of ciders and things like this, because you've now something that should have been there 2 months ago is 2 months behind. So it's not easy.
Yeah, by the time it gets there, it's winter.
Yeah, exactly.
Starts. So
Yeah,
that is the issue. So okay,
yeah.
I mean, you've had an interesting journey in the wine industry. What is the most important thing that you've learned so far from your wine journey?
Look, the thing is that there's a lot of competition. That's I did know that before I started my own business. It's anyone. Winemakers can make wine, and we all can make wine, or estates can make wine, but it's another thing to sell it. It's our industry is marketing and being out there. So that's really been. It's not I'd say a life lesson in the wine industry. It's definitely, I've known it as a learning curve that you're going to be marketing all the time. But I won't regret having gotten into the industry over 20. When are we on? My first vintage I did was in '96. So yeah, it's a long time. And I've been and me and my wife have now actually decided to just cool area, and I think it's also more maybe part of my Chardonnay compass going on. We're going to be moving to Onrus and area there to higher space and really look at cooler climate Chardonnay from Elgin or the Cape South Coast, getting a bit closer to for Marklecape, so I don't have to drive as far to get the grapes. And yeah, we'll hire there for a year and see if it works. Our daughter is not old enough to get into school, actually to start anything. And yeah, friends there, Hannes Storm, obviously the Finnersons from Creation I know well. So if they can do it, I'm sure it's possible. So that's hopefully the next 20 years in my wine journey.
Well, I just want to ask you that because, I mean, you're still young and your business is even younger. So what is your long-term vision? Where are you going to take Larman Wines? What is your plan?
Obviously to make it as profitable as possible. What I've actually done with my packaging is it's very much driven on the names. So you got Focal Point, specific region, and then the cluster series, which means cluster obviously means a bunch of grapes. So I need one berry can be perfect, but you need a whole cluster to fill a glass of wine in a bottle. So I use my name to endorse my wines, but I think what my plan is in the next 20 years is that if I can push these wines, get the brands strong enough out there that they can actually be freestanding brands on their own, that I don't sell those brands to someone who's interested in increasing the size of it. Or I'd have to see if my daughter wants to get into wine, but she's only 3, so I'm not whether she's going to be in my footsteps. But
it sounds like in your family, I have to start drinking at 7, right, to be a winemaker. To be a winemaker at 16.
No. So we'll see. But hopefully, yeah. Obviously, we all want to put food on our plates and have a comfortable life. And the wine industry can do that if you just keep your nose to the grindstone, create quality wines that people enjoy, and wines is becoming quite a strong marketing part of South Africa, and maybe get more involved in that, looking at different regions. If you look at Chris Arlight, he lives in that area that I'm talking about, Onrus, but he's buying grapes from all the way up in Pekingese Kloof and all over. So he's also a bit more multi-regional. So that's the different side of being sort of the old 1980s landgoed or estate wines. But yeah, we'll see what that conversation in 5 or 10 years from now again. It doesn't have to be that long, but hopefully I'm staying on a stronger foot, or we all are.
Yes, I really hope so. Can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yeah,
your favorite one?
I was struggling a little bit with that. My wife, I do tend to have a good sense of humor sometimes when get put in the spot, but obviously a big part of me. And there was that time when I was traveling in the US, or actually it's the US is part of the problem, is that they were making these heavy Chardonnays, over wooded, over full malolactic fermentation, too much butternage. They made these wines that were so planky and dry that you need like 3 glasses of water with a glass of wine. And there was a stage that I'm sure you know of called ABC, anything but Chardonnay.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm trying to see, which I did in the years of Glencairn, is reduce the wood part of it, but create a bit more finesse. Even more so now, working with this Vermarklikheid stuff, where it's on strong limestone soils, 8 kilometers as a crow flies to the sea, making Chardonnays with finesse and changing the ABC, anything but Chardonnay, to always buy Chardonnay.
There we go. I like that.
So that's what I'm going for.
That's your quote. Always
Yeah.
buy Chardonnay. I love it. So, thank you very much for spending the time here. Our listeners are sitting here and they want to get hold of you, want to order your wines. How do they do that?
There's a couple of options. Obviously, directly from me, it's www.larmanwines.com is the website, and then all the outlets I mentioned earlier, and then also recently just started with Shopstar. That's also the online way to get it. And I do take moments if you do buy, and you might actually still get to meet the winemaker dropping the wine. Direct is probably best. So look at larmanwines.com and click on to the order sheet, and me or my wife will email within a day usually, and then get the wines out. Depending on this lockdown, because you're not allowed to move it around after Thursday, but usually if one orders on a Monday, Tuesday, you'll still get it before you can't have it on Thursday after evening at 5 o'clock or whatever.
Now, it's obviously within striking distance of Paul. What happens if people order from the outskirts of the country or even in Gauteng? How do you manage that?
Well, look, Gauteng is courier service, and that's I would say with the lockdown rules, maybe a week. Otherwise, recommend them going to the likes of Wine Menu. 2 guys are there, but the best is Dry Dock Liquors as well. They also have my wines. You can still do a week's turnaround. Once you start moving out the country, maybe more like 2 weeks and that type of thing.
Okay, awesome. Arco, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. We'll put all the links down in the description. And yes, I'm sure people will find this interesting. Good luck with everything you're doing, and with your move to Onrus. And thanks for chatting to us. And we'll definitely chat again in future.
Perfect. No, thanks for your time as well. And hopefully, I was seeing some of my wine friends yesterday. We're saying we're only going to get together at a restaurant when they allow us to have a glass of wine again. I don't know who's going to go out to a steakhouse or something and sit and drink a Diet Coke or something. You need that glass of wine or a beer, that thing. So I'm hoping for the restaurant side that this will be lifted quite soon as well.
Or even
but
worse,
yeah,
who goes to a wine estate and don't drink wine if you go out for lunch?
Yeah, yeah, shame. That's the thing is, even if I was at Glencalu 2 weeks ago, yeah, they're also saying that they probably won't open the restaurant until they have full option for people to be able to drink wines on the premises.
Marcus, thank you very much.
Thanks, hey.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, talking to Zunia Boucher-Myers from Avontuur Restaurant in the beautiful town of just outside the beautiful town of Stellenbosch, reopening again.
Oh, we are very relieved. We cannot wait, and we are actually opening on Wednesday of next week. So very excited for that. It's been a lovely break, but it's time to get back to work.
I can believe you. So Zunia, I'm interested. Tell our listeners a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the food restaurant business.
Okay, well, I'm trained as a fine artist, and I've always had three things that I've wanted to do. I've wanted to be a writer, an artist, and a chef. And I'm lucky that I have done all of those things in the work that I do, because I write, I do our own marketing, and I take the photos of our food and the beautiful farm on which we have our restaurant. And my business partner, Melanie, is a trained midwife. So she comes with the A-type personality, and I love to say I come with the ADD-type personality, and together we make a really great team.
Oh, that's awesome. So
Yeah.
it sounds like food and art always seems to go together somehow, right? And I mean, I've been at your restaurant. Your food is a bit of art. I love it.
Oh, thank you. We believe that you eat with your eyes.
That is true.
So so food must look beautiful, and it must taste as good as it looks.
So how did you guys become involved in the restaurant at Avontuur?
Well, I worked at Vale as the pastry chef, and Melanie, my business partner, was the executive chef there. And we were approached by the late Tony Tabor, who was the owner of the Avontuur estate many years ago. And he wanted to have a fine dining style restaurant. And he approached Mel, and she approached me, and together we went and had a look at it. And we just fell in love. What was there not to love? This beautiful wine, so all these beautiful maize, with these beautiful white iceberg roses as you drive up the driveway. A visually very beautiful farm because it's on the foot of the Helderberg mountain. And so yeah, we've been very, very lucky to have it. It's just magnificent. You know, you've been there, so you know.
They're on the R44, so you know the place advertises itself. We've got the perfect signboard because that road is quite busy. But
yes.
Since I can remember, there's been a stud farm there.
That's right.
Tell us a little bit of the history of the farm. Do you know it?
Yes, I don't know all the history because it's a very old farm. I think it's the original documents go back to about 1880, somewhere around there. But the Tabors took the farm over in the early 1980s, and they were originally from Zimbabwe. And they saw the potential to have a wine estate as well as a stud farm because Tony just loved the two together, the combination of horses and wine. The blurb is fine horses and fine wines and fast horses. Sorry, I got that the wrong way around. And
fine horses
I like
and
to
fast
say,
wine.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And I love to say fabulous food. So all the alliterations happening there. But he just saw the potential of having a stud farm there. And today we have two of the most incredible stud horses in South Africa. We have VAR and we have Oratorio, and the two of them are sure we have a lot of prizes and fantastic jockeys, and the two best studs in South Africa currently on the top 5 as far as I know. So
Wow.
in that way, the GM, who's also a lady, Pippa Mickelborough, is one of the most, I'll call her a horse whisperer, because she can look at the horses as she drives past and she can just see what's going on with them. She is, I think books will be written about her one day because she is the most incredible person who has put South African horses on the map in many, many ways. I better not speak too much about the horses because I don't know. It's all my own emotions speaking here and my knowledge about
No, it's here.
her.
Go on. It's interesting. I love it.
She's truly an amazing horse person. I don't really know very much about the horses. It's not where my passion lies. But having been there for nearly 20 years, you see the horses grow and how they go on to win races, and how it's just an amazing, the what do you call it, the history and the lines, like these horses sired these foals and these fillies, and this is what they've gone on to do. It's very, very interesting. And if you are a horsey person, what we do once a year is we allow you to come and meet the foals. We do what we call our mare and foal walk, and you can come and have a look at them. And Pippa or Philip Tabor or Michael Tabor, the two boys that now run the farm, might be one of your guides. So it just depends on which day you might get them. And it's fascinating to listen to what they have to say. So look out for that, because that's an amazing thing to be part of, because it's only once a year, and it's the amount of people we allow in is very small. So diarize that as soon as you see it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I actually haven't heard about that before. So did you guys start that restaurant from scratch?
We did.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, we did. And the restaurant initially was run by two ladies that did a South African style buffet. And then what they did was they would cook the food at home and then bring it in the morning. And what Mr. Tabor wanted was the actual sit down a la carte menu, a la carte restaurant. And so we started there with no kitchen, no restaurant as such, and we've built it up with one staff member in the kitchen, one waiter, to a group or a staff of roughly 21 in the summer. And we've been there for nearly 20 years now. So it works beautifully. It's a symbiotic relationship that we have with the estate. We've watched the two boys grow into the three boys. There's three of them grown into the men that they are today. And we have a really wonderful relationship with our landlords. We are very, very blessed, I have to say.
Well, it's
so
nice
Mr. Tabor wanted, so just a little recap, he approached Melanie, my partner, as I said, my business partner, and he said, come and have a look.